Chapter 8:19. In front of everyone, Qin Yu had brought the Shui family sisters away. This had nearly caused Luo He to lose all face, and he began to have a headache. He felt that he was a bit too soft-hearted. They were just strangers that had met by chance, so why did he have to make things difficult for himself? Disregarding whether or not his performance today would arouse the suspicions of others, just how could Qin Yu deal with the Shui family sisters that were following him? You can't just turn around and leave them to fend for themselves just because you said you'd bring them along. Qin Yu took a deep breath and stopped. The people behind him seemed to know what he was going to do, and they all stopped in unison. Senior Lin glanced at Qin Yu. His eyes flashed for a moment before he composed himself. But Qin Yu knew that this old fellow who didn't reveal his emotions must have some opinions about him. For instance, his luck with women, or something like that. Yun Dai tried her best to remain calm and composed, but she couldn't conceal the sadness in her eyes. She had an expression that said, "How can teacher do this?" Dorelis's mocking smile hung on her face without any attempt to hide it. She glanced at Qin Yu, as if saying, "Let's see how you'll continue pretending in the future." Qin Yu felt an even greater headache. He rubbed his temples, ignoring their expressions. He thought that he was just doing what he wanted, so he didn't care about their random thoughts. His eyes fell on the Shui family sisters. Qin Yu thought for a moment and slowly said, "This Luo He isn't as simple as he seems on the surface. If you follow him, I fear there will be problems." He had called them out with just a few words and ruined their good fortune. Disregarding everything else, this explanation was necessary. But this explanation was a bit too far-fetched. Without any evidence, did he think there was a problem just because he thought there was? But unexpectedly, the Shui family sisters didn't say anything. They nodded and believed him. Senior Lin's eyes flashed and Yun Dai became even more aggrieved. Dorelis's taunting skills were fully activated. Qin Yu was left speechless. Why were the two of them so easy to talk to? At least ask a few questions, but now it was even harder to explain himself. But in the end, it was because the two sisters trusted him that he did this. Could he blame them? Qin Yu rubbed his nose and coughed. But as he saw the Shui family sisters' expectant eyes, he couldn't bring himself to speak. After thinking about it again and again, he sighed in his heart. "I don't know what problems the two of you have encountered, but even if you want to find a backer, you have to make a clear judgment. You can't be impatient and blindly rush. For now, you can stay on the island with peace of mind. If there are any problems, we can talk about it after the competition. How about it?" Shui Yeye blurted out, "Okay." Her eyes sparkled. If it weren't for her big sister holding her back, she would have thrown herself into Qin Yu's arms. Clearwood Ching respectfully bowed. "Big brother Qin, our residence is at the East District's 37th courtyard. You can ask around and you'll be able to find it. Us sisters won't be going out anytime soon. We wish Big Brother Qin a good result in the final selection." After he finished speaking, he pulled the reluctant Shui Yeye away. Even a blind man could smell her reluctance to part with him. She kept looking back until they disappeared, and even a blind man could smell her reluctance. "Big Brother Qin, TSK, this form of address is so sweet that it makes it difficult for one to breathe." Dorlise patted Qin Yu's shoulder. "Be honest. Just what did you do to those sisters that they are so docile and obedient? You have the final say in everything." Qin Yu was expressionless. He simply explained the process of how he met the Shui family sisters. He didn't give Dorlise a chance to continue pestering him and laugh at him. He looked straight at her and said, "Me interfering in this matter can barely be considered helping an old friend. But what about you? Don't tell me you just wanted to watch the fun and cooperated with me to put on such a show." Elder Lin's eyes narrowed. He was also incomparably curious about this point. Dorlise was unexpectedly honest. She shrugged and said, "It's simple. You don't think that Luo He is right. I also don't like him." She frowned as if she were preparing her words. Then, she continued to say, "That person has an imposing appearance and a good appearance. His gentle smile is very charming, but I just feel that something is wrong with him. If I wasn't sure that I've never met his aura before, I would have thought that this fellow was an enemy of mine who had changed his appearance to deal with me. This statement sounded ridiculous, but Qin Yu immediately believed it. This was because he also had the same feeling. Although he thought this, he didn't reveal anything on his face. He glanced at Dorlies, non-committal, and then turned to leave. I've been out long enough. Let's go back. It was only after he was far away that Dorlies regained her composure. That slippery Qin Yu had led the conversation astray again. She still hadn't figured out his relationship with those two young beauties. Stop. Don't run. Without looking back, Qin Yu quickened his steps as he heard this. The final selections arrived as scheduled. This time, those that had the qualifications to participate were only those ranked in the top 100 of the semifinals. The number of people had sharply decreased, and there was no longer the oppressive feeling of endless darkness. But the attention paid to the final selections didn't decrease because of the decrease in numbers. Rather, it reached an unprecedented peak. Whether it was the Beast Trainer Alliance or the cultivators that came from all over, they were all waiting for the final victor to appear. The 100 final selections participants stood in the square, listening to the Alliance Elder explain the rules. Because of the array formation, his voice was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. In this final selections, we will use a disorderly competition method. The jade tokens that were returned to you just now have been modified. After you enter the final selection arena, no matter what method you use, as long as you can defeat 9 opponents and seize their jade tokens and maintain this until the end of the competition, you can become one of the top 10 participants of the competition. Of course, each person can only possess 10 jade tokens at the same time. Once you complete the competition, you cannot obtain any more. Here, I would like to remind everyone that there are certain risks in the final selection arena. If you feel that you cannot cope, it is best to withdraw as soon as possible. As long as you shout to the skies that you withdraw from the competition, you will immediately be transferred out to avoid unnecessary injuries. As Qin Yu was listening carefully, he frowned and turned to the side. Several people away, Su Hongyi's eyes met his. The moment their eyes met, she wrinkled her nose and lightly humphed. She turned her head away, a look of disdain on her face. Beside her, Dongfang Han frowned. As he looked at Qin Yu, there was a bit of coldness in his eyes. Qin Yu didn't care about any of this. His eyes fell on Luo He. His intuition told him that this person knew he was looking at her. But from start to finish, Luo He's eyes remained closed, not expressing anything at all. Disdain? Qin Yu didn't think so. Perhaps this person didn't want his thoughts to be seen through his eyes. Thinking back to what Dorlies had said about how she found Luo He displeasing to the eye, Qin Yu expressionlessly looked away. A bit of coldness surged in his heart. It would be best if they could live in harmony. He didn't want to provoke trouble, otherwise he would take this chance to figure out just where this hostility towards Luo He came from. As Qin Yu's thoughts raced, the Alliance Elder's words reached the end. The final selections have begun. I wish everyone a good result. In the square, a giant array formation opened. A strong light erupted, causing space to twist. According to the guidance of the Alliance cultivators, the 100 final selections cultivators stepped into the array formation one after another. Their figures twisted and they vanished from sight. Qin Yu had a calm expression. The tearing strength around him had no effect on him at all. After a moment, when everything calmed down and he opened his eyes, he discovered that he was in a cave. He wasn't too far from the entrance of the cave. He could see a weak light sprinkling in from the outside. Qin Yu swept his divine sense around. After determining that there wasn't anything wrong, he flew out from the cave. Rumble rumble, the light suddenly brightened. A sea breeze blew against his face, carrying with it a slightly salty smell. A massive wave crashed into the cliff, smashing into it. Looking down, he could see that the mountain was 100,000 feet high. All he could see was black seawater. A giant seabird spread its wings in the wind, its sharp eyes suddenly locking onto Qin Yu. Perhaps to this seabird, Qin Yu, who had suddenly emerged from the cave, was no different from a large fish in the sea. He was food that it could hunt. But unfortunately, it had chosen the wrong target today. Qin Yu lifted his hand, his fingers spreading apart. A formidable strength gushed out from the air, wrapping around the seabird like an invisible swamp. Its eyes revealed fear. It struggled with all its might and cried out, but it couldn't escape. With a step, Qin Yu landed on its back. He lifted it up and the seabird wailed. It flapped its wings and flew upwards. The seabird carried Qin Yu on its back. At a nearly straight angle, it stuck close to the cliff and howled out. But at this time, Qin Yu, who was sitting on the seabird's back, retreated like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, a black shadow rushed forwards and bit off the seabird's neck. It didn't even have time to cry out before it died where it stood. The one that had bitten the seabird to death was a monster beast shaped like a cheetah. It had 2 tails and a pair of dark yellow eyes. It glared at Qin Yu and made threatening noises. Qin Yu remained expressionless. He allowed the monster beast to drag the seabird's corpse away, leaving behind a trail of blood on the ground as it vanished from sight. However, it was clear that the fresh smell of blood had attracted other hunters. It wouldn't be easy for this cheetah monster beast to swallow up all the food for itself. In the thick mountain forest, there was a sudden roar, followed by a loud explosion. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Qin Yu could clearly feel the ground beneath him trembling. The struggle didn't continue for too long before it ended. Without surprise, the seabird had been cleanly eaten. In the shadows of the mountain forest, giant eyes appeared, cold and cruel as they locked onto Qin Yu. But in the end, not a single monster beast rushed out. After a brief standoff, they all retreated deep into the forest. Qin Yu frowned. This was the Alliance's final selection field and there didn't seem to be anything related to beast trainers. Was this a competition of cultivation? Compared to the exquisiteness and depth of the preliminaries and semifinals, it seemed a bit too crude. Whatever, there was no point in thinking so much. Since the rules of the competition had been set, he should hurry up and think of a way to obtain the 9 participation tokens. Sure, his figure flashed and Qin Yu drilled into the forest, vanishing from sight. Starfall Archipelago. As the participants of the final selection entered the competition field, a high-level alliance conference was being held. Besides the several elders presiding over the opening ceremony, all the high-level alliance figures were present. In the grand and magnificent conference hall of the alliance, the dome of the heavens was propped up by giant stone pillars. There was a round gap in the middle that allowed light to shine in, falling onto the round platform in the center of the hall. All the high-level alliance figures participating in the conference were bathed in this light. Every minute expression on their faces was clearly illuminated. The one presiding over the conference was the current president of the alliance, a legendary existence amongst beast trainers, Biggie Douglas. This was a formidable existence with a variation bloodline. He had a head of brilliant golden hair that burned like golden flames beneath the sunlight. Everyone, the reason the Alliance is holding an emergency meeting today is to respond to the recent internal disputes. I admit that there is a certain amount of risk in the final selection's battlefield arrangements. Perhaps some of our outstanding beast trainers will be injured. But, I must remind everyone that this is a choice we must make in a situation where we have no other choice. That being in the sea has already taken action. We cannot determine whether or not it has other methods. Even if we have to pay a certain price, we must eliminate all dangers. Douglas's calm voice echoed through the conference hall. His voice was calm and dignified, but also carried with it an unquestionable strength. After a long period of silence, an Alliance elder said, "The final selection has already begun. Isn't it too late for Sir President to hold a meeting now?" Douglas replied in a deep voice, "Yes." He looked around and took in everyone's expressions. Convening the Alliance's meeting at this moment was a decision made by me and the other vice presidents. If anyone has any objections, they can follow the Alliance's procedures to impeach us. For this matter and all the consequences it may cause, I, Biggie Douglas, along with the several vice presidents, are willing to bear all responsibility. The 3 vice presidents stood up at the same time. They said in a low voice, "We are willing to bear all responsibility." Qin Yu obtained the first participant token. His opponent was ranked 39th in the semifinals. The moment this person saw Qin Yu, he revealed an excited expression. It was clear he had already investigated the final selection list ahead of time. However, 39's excitement only lasted for 3 breaths of time. His eyes widened, turning into shock and unwillingness. The 2 monster beasts that this person summoned instantly died on the spot. When Qin Yu approached him with a bloody aura, 39 didn't even have time to respond before he was knocked unconscious by a single punch. After taking the participant token, the space around 39 slightly twisted. His figure vanished as he was transmitted away. Contrary to Qin Yu's expectations, after this token entered his hand, it turned into powder. As for his original token, 2 dots of light appeared. After looking at it several times, Qin Yu put away the token. Then, he looked at the 2 monster beasts that had been killed on the spot, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He tried to summon the purple-back blue-wing ants in the competition field. In other words, these 2 monster beasts were subdued by 39 after he entered the competition field. Qin Yu felt that he had grasped the key to the final selection. Although he hadn't been here for too long, he had encountered an astonishing number of monster beasts along the way. There were even some tyrannical existences among them. If a powerful beast trainer was given enough time, even if they were alone, they could quickly raise a formidable monster beast army. The smell of blood wafted through the air. It would soon attract hungry hunters. Qin Yu's thoughts raced several times. Then, he stepped forwards and rapidly flew away. Qin Yu discovered that his 89th place result in the semi-finals was quite confusing. He didn't even need to look for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th participant tokens. They were delivered to him on their own initiative. But after he obtained the 4th token, a change occurred. Qin Yu looked down at the 5 dots of light on his participant token. As he felt the powerful aura they released, he revealed a helpless expression. As he thought, it wasn't so easy to pass the final selection. As the number of tokens increased, the tokens themselves would release a powerful aura that could be sensed. In the eyes of the other participants, it was like a torch in the darkness. Once they sensed Qin Yu approaching, they would often flee from far away, not giving him a chance to attack. Moreover, from another perspective, as the number of tokens increased, the aura of the tokens would become increasingly strong. At that time, they would definitely become the target of everyone. After all, as long as everyone joined forces to kill one, they would be able to gather 10 tokens. As Qin Yu was frowning, his complexion suddenly changed. He looked up in front of him. He could sense another powerful aura. When Qin Yu sensed the other party also sensed him. After a brief pause, they hurried over. Narrowing his eyes, Qin Yu moved forwards to meet the other party. The distance between them rapidly shortened. Shua. Chapter 820. Taking a step forwards, Dongfang Han cupped his hands together. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Dongfang Han and I come from the Azure Province's Dongfang bloodline. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. I am Qin Yu, from the Western Tombs Qin family. Dongfang Han nodded. Then we can be considered acquaintances. Here, I apologize to you on behalf of Hongi. She is a simple and pure girl. If she has offended you in any way before, I ask that Mr. Qin Yu does not bother with her. Qin Yu's mind flashed with the image of that fierce red-clothed girl. He scratched his head in confusion. Was this a form of reconciliation? I have never taken this matter to heart. Mr. Dongfang, please rest assured. Dongfang Han's expression was cold and he rarely revealed any emotions. But at this time, he revealed a faint smile. It was clear that he did care about Su Hongi. But then, Qin Yu was caught off guard. Dongfang Han looked up, his eyes shining with a piercing light. Then, we can make our move now. What situation was this? Wasn't this supposed to be reconciliation? Qin Yu was stunned for a long time before he managed to regain his composure. This Dongfang boy was simply worried that today's matters would be blamed on Su Hongi, thus he had said those words. Even in this situation, Qin Yu didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. How did you know that what I said was true? But soon, Qin Yu revealed a dignified expression. He could feel a threat coming from Dongfang Han. It was like invisible needles were stabbing into his flesh, making him feel waves of pain. Stepping down, Dongfang Han rushed forwards. At this moment, He changed from an iceberg to an erupting volcano. A wild aura broke out from his body. The air violently twisted and one could faintly hear the roars of a great beast. A beast phantom with 4 limbs and 2 horns on its head appeared above Qin Yu's head. As Dongfang Han punched out, the beast phantom howled and fused into it. Qin Yu's eyes were dignified. He didn't dodge at all. His feet continued to fall. Facing this wild aura, he was like a flood dragon swimming against the current. Bang! There was a heaven-shaking explosion. A terrifying shockwave of strength instantly erupted. It was like a raging flood, destroying everything in its path. The ground was easily plowed open. The soil and stones were mixed together and crushed into fine powder, rolling and whistling forward. The ancient tree beneath Qin Yu's feet was torn apart, followed by a second, a third. It was like a meteor falling from the skies. With the 2 of them at the center, destructive fluctuations spread outwards. Qin Yu was forced backwards again and again. Every step he took caused the earth to rumble, diverting the powerful strength that his mortal body had to withstand. On the other side, Dongfang Han's toes touched the ground as he retreated explosively. Wherever his figure passed, the ground would split open and form a giant gorge. On the surface, they were evenly matched in their first exchange. Dongfang Han's eyes shone even brighter. He didn't pause for even a moment. After dispelling the remaining power of this strike, he stomped down like a tiger descending a mountain. Roar! Between heaven and earth, the roar of a giant beast suddenly erupted, and another giant beast phantom slowly appeared behind him. Who would have thought that Dongfang Han, who had a cold and aloof aura, would cultivate such a violent and domineering cultivation technique? As the 2 of them fought, their auras burst forth and swept through the surroundings. It was like a hurricane in the ocean. Even though they were far away, they could clearly feel it. An azure-robed cultivator condensed a rune in his palm and sent it into the body of the demonic beast in front of him. His heart relaxed and he revealed a look of joy. Success. In order to subdue this demonic beast, he had wasted a great deal of time. Nearly all the other demonic beasts he had subdued before had been killed in the process. But as long as he could subdue this demonic beast, everything was worth it. Now, it's time to reveal my true strength. I will definitely have a place in the qualifications to enter the mystic realm. As the azure-robed cultivator muttered to himself, he put away the demonic beast. Just as he was about to leave, his complexion suddenly changed. He looked up at the distant mountains. Even though there was a mountain range separating them, it still couldn't stop the terrifying aura that was constantly spreading out from the other side. Powerhouses were fighting. The azure-robed cultivator's eyes brightened. If there weren't enough benefits, powerhouses of this level absolutely wouldn't engage in a conflict. It was likely that both sides had a considerable number of participation tokens on them. As long as they defeated each other, they would be able to obtain 10 tokens. If it were before, the azure-robed cultivator might not have dared to join in on the fun. But now that he had subdued this demonic beast, his confidence rose. After a moment of hesitation, the azure-robed cultivator's figure flickered and he raced towards the distant mountain range. The black wolf galloped through the forest. Its body was strong and its eyes were proud. Powerful demonic energy surged around its body and its every move revealed the aura of a beast king. But now, it was riding an ordinary-looking cultivator. On its shoulder was a golden-clawed, golden-eyed eagle. Although its body was less than 3 feet long, the aura it released was faintly stronger than the black wolf's. At this moment, the eagle's eyes were locked onto the distance. The ordinary-looking cultivator turned around and whispered a few words. The eagle let out a low cry. The 2 seemed to be communicating. That direction. The ordinary-looking cultivator pointed. The black wolf roared and its figure instantly sped up, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. At the same time, many other cultivators could feel the terrifying aura of the battle. Let's go and see if there's a chance to fish in troubled waters. Such a commotion will definitely attract a large number of cultivators. I don't dare to have any ideas about them, but I can take the opportunity to steal someone else's token. Hurry up and leave. I don't have the qualifications to interfere in a battle between powerhouses like this. Everyone made different choices. But after a brief moment of hesitation, they gathered from all directions. If they ran into some dogshit luck, they might be able to pick up a great bargain. Although the chances weren't high, there was always a possibility. Dongfang Han, 3rd place in the semifinals. He is a genius of the Dongfang family and is rumored to be extremely strong. Who is that? He can actually compete with Dongfang Han, and I don't even have the slightest impression of him. I've seen this person before. At a banquet not too long ago, he was the one who slapped Luo his face in front of everyone. He really isn't ordinary. At the edge of the battlefield, participants stopped one after another. They looked at the changes occurring on the battlefield, their eyes filled with amazement. Bang! After another collision, Qin Yu frowned. He looked at Dongfang Han across from him. Dongfang Han's complexion was pale. It was clear he had consumed a great deal of energy. But the threat Qin Yu felt didn't weaken at all. Rather, it became even more intense. It was clear he hadn't used his trump card yet. Although Qin Yu also had a trump card in his hand, once he used it would draw a great deal of attention and stir up other troubles. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's frown deepened. But what he didn't know was that across from him, Dongfang Han was 10 times more shocked and 10 times more hesitant than Qin Yu. Through lucky chances and coincidences, he had obtained tremendous benefits in his early years of cultivation. With the full support of the Dongfang family, he was able to have his current achievements. He never imagined that a mere disciple of the Qin family would be evenly matched with him. Even after fighting for so long, he hadn't been able to obtain the slightest advantage. Moreover, what left Dongfang Han feeling even more dread was that he could feel a deeply hidden and terrifying aura coming from Qin Yu's body. It was like crimson magma flowing beneath a layer of ice. Dongfang Han wasn't sure what this was, but he knew that once it erupted, it would surely be earth-shaking. Even if he had a trump card in his hand, he didn't have much confidence he could defeat Qin Yu. Moreover, if he used this trump card, it would cause a tremendous loss to him. In the final selection, once he fell into a weakened state, even if he won in the end, it would only be a wedding dress for others. His thoughts raced. Dongfang Han slowly looked up, his eyes meeting Qin Yu's. Without needing to communicate, he immediately understood the other's meaning. This sort of feeling was quite wonderful. Qin Yu thought for a moment and slowly nodded. Bang, their auras erupted. But this time, they didn't rush at each other. Instead, they turned around and flew backwards. In the dark, the participants that were watching the two fight felt their hearts shrink and their complexions change. This is bad. Hurry and run. Run. With loud shouts, figures began to flee into the distance. The reason Qin Yu fought with Dongfang Han was to seize a participation token and become the final victor of the final selection. This was the key point. If one side could easily win, then there was nothing to say. But since everyone had scruples, there was no need to fight to the death. After all, there wasn't any deep hatred between them. There was also another point. The two of them now had a better choice. Among the cultivators that had been drawn here, there were several that had fairly strong auras. As long as they could kill off 2 of them, it wouldn't be difficult to gather enough tokens. How hateful, these 2 people set a trap. They deliberately led us here. Many cultivators cursed out loud as they fled, feeling as if they had been fooled. The blue-robed cultivator was expressionless. He left behind a series of after-images as he raced forwards at an astonishing speed. If there was an opportunity, he didn't mind attacking. But in a direct confrontation, if he wasn't careful, others might take advantage of him. In this sort of situation, he certainly didn't want to become a target. But soon, the blue-robed cultivator's complexion changed. He could feel an icy cold aura locking onto him from afar. It had actually chosen him as its target. The blue-robed cultivator sneered inwardly. He turned his head, a look of panic on his face. His aura rose once more and he sped up even more. Whoosh, he immediately overtook everyone and fled into the distance. After a brief pause, the icy cold aura that had locked onto him accelerated, chasing after him without hesitation. Everyone dodged. In addition to the 2 people's astonishing speed, they soon vanished from their senses. A moment later, the blue-robed cultivator swept his eyes around. He took a step forward and came to a sudden stop. He slowly turned around, his expression grim. This distance should be safe enough. As long as he was a bit faster, there shouldn't be any problems. Whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, Chinyu landed on the ground. He lightly said, "You aren't planning on running away?" The blue-robed cultivator sneered. "I admit that you are strong, but if you want to take away the token in my hand, I fear you aren't qualified." He lifted a hand and the monster beast he had just subdued appeared. Now that he was closer, he discovered that it was actually a small fox. Its grey fur was a mess and there were even several burn marks on it. It seemed a bit dispirited. What was strange was that a third eye had opened between the eyes of this grey fox. It was vertical from top to bottom and its surface was dark red. At this time, the grey fox was staring at Chinyu. The third eye on its forehead trembled and then slowly opened. It was a deep red. The grey fox's third eye seemed to hide an entire sea of blood. When its gaze fell on Chinyu, his mind was instantly dragged in. Chinyu's complexion changed. But before he could respond, he froze in place, his eyes empty and lifeless. It was like he had lost his soul. The blue-robed cultivator revealed a happy expression. He had succeeded. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward and howled forwards. Looking at Chinyu's dazed appearance, a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Then, it turned to ruthlessness. The grey fox was his greatest trump card. The fewer people that knew about it, the better. Moreover, with today's conflict, if they met again in the future, they would surely be enemies. This Chinyu had been hiding his abilities even during the semifinals. From this, it could be seen that he was an ambitious person with great ambitions. Now that his plans had been ruined, he definitely wouldn't give up. Bang! The blue-robed cultivator punched out a fist. His fist was wrapped in flames as it smashed down towards Chinyu's forehead. Die! Bang! With a dull thumping sound, the blue-robed cultivator's chest instantly caved in. His eyes popped open and bulged out. In the next moment, he was sent flying backwards at an even faster speed. Several ancient trees behind him were torn apart by a powerful shockwave before he could even crash into them. After flying a long distance, he crashed into a stone wall. The blue-robed cultivator's body was embedded in the wall and cracks spread out like a spider web. The sound of footsteps approached. Chinyu stood in front of the blue-robed cultivator, his expression faint. "You wanted to kill me first, so don't blame others." The blue-robed cultivator's lips moved, but he didn't say a single word. Dark red blood gushed out from every orifice of his head and his head tilted to the side as he died on the spot. Chinyu's sudden eruption of fist had scattered apart all of the blue-robed cultivator's vitality. He didn't even have the chance to admit defeat and leave the martial field. Without expression, Chinyu didn't feel any pity for what had happened. He stepped forwards and found a token on the blue-robed cultivator's body. With a light cracking sound, the token disintegrated into powder. Then, 4 more dots of light appeared on his own token. With 9 tokens in hand, he only lacked 1 more spot and he would be able to obtain one of the final 10 spots. At this time, Chinyu's eyebrows shot up. He looked at the token in his hand, surprise in his eyes. For such a change to occur after collecting all 9 tokens was beyond his expectations. But thinking about it, anyone that could obtain all 9 tokens was bound to be incredibly strong. If the aura released by the token was too strong and he couldn't obtain the last one, then that would only be delaying him. As his thoughts raced, Chinyu put away the token and turned to look at a crooked tree behind him. Just now, it was a bit further away and only a few thick branches had been twisted apart. The main body was still intact. If it weren't for the prompt from the token, even now Chinyu wouldn't have been able to sense anything. This concealment method was truly brilliant. "Come out." Chinyu's expression was calm. He looked straight at the place where the token was sensing. After several breaths of silence, the surface of the tree began to ripple like water. A cultivator stepped out. His face was deathly pale and his eyes were filled with fear. He looked at Chinyu and shivered. The words "kill" to silence the witness reverberated in his mind. This person wanted to run away, but after seeing the blue-robed cultivator die, he was sure that Chinyu could kill him before he could even leave the martial field. In truth, Chinyu did have this thought. But thinking about it, his current identity was simply borrowed. So what if others found out? Leave behind the token. The cultivator across from him was stunned for a moment before his face lit up with joy. He trembled and said, "Mister, please rest assured that I will not say a single word today." As he spoke, he took out the token and shouted that he would forfeit the competition. Spatial fluctuations descended and his figure distorted, vanishing from sight. Qin Yu picked up the token from the ground. As it crumbled to powder, a 10th dot of light appeared. The token trembled and its surface instantly changed. From the original pale white, it turned into a translucent jade color. At the same time, a massive number of lines automatically appeared, weaving together and covering the entire token. When all the lines appeared, the aura emitted by the token suddenly converged, condensing several feet around Qin Yu's body. It was like an invisible barrier that covered Qin Yu within. Within the barrier, all of his aura was isolated from the outside world. Qin Yu came to a conclusion. As long as he didn't jump out on his own initiative, he could just lie down somewhere. As long as his luck wasn't so bad that someone stepped on his face, he could safely wait until the end of the competition. Qin Yu smiled, a look of appreciation on his face. This beast trainer tournament really had some tricks up its sleeve. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, his feet suddenly stopped. His figure flickered and he appeared at the place where he first killed that person. He had almost forgotten something. Looking around, he saw the gray fox. It was struggling with difficulty, trying to escape from here. But it was clear that opening its third eye had consumed too much of its strength and it was in an extremely weak state. Even though Qin Yu had delayed it, it still hadn't been able to leave. At this time, as Qin Yu's eyes locked onto it, the gray fox smartly stopped. It looked up, a pleading look in its eyes. "Even if I let you leave, with your current condition, you will soon be killed by other monster beasts," Qin Yu lightly said. The gray fox's eyes brightened. It lifted a paw and pointed in front of it. It lay on the ground and kowtowed towards him, crying out several times. Qin Yu frowned. "Do you have some other reason that you must go?" The gray fox quickly nodded. Qin Yu looked at it, deep in thought. He couldn't determine whether what the gray fox said was true or false. As time passed, the gray fox gradually fell into despair. Large teardrops fell from its eyes. Qin Yu glanced at it and let out a breath. "All right. Let me see where you want to go." By relying on the sensing ability of the token, Qin Yu easily avoided the final cultivators. Following the gray fox's guidance, he found a hidden cave. The cave entrance wasn't large, but as his flesh and bones began to explode, Qin Yu's body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. He lowered his head and drilled in. Although the location was hidden, the air inside wasn't turbid. It was clear that there were other vents. The stone walls should have contained some sort of impurities that emitted a faint halo of light in the darkness. Although it wasn't bright, it was enough to clearly see what was happening inside. In a soft and dry pile of hay, there was a group of small, chubby, pink creatures that were weakly whimpering. Their eyes hadn't opened yet, so they didn't know that their mother wasn't here. In their hunger, they could only raise their heads and wiggle about as they searched. There was no need to say anything more. Feeling the gray fox's struggles, Qin Yu let go. With a whoosh, it scuttled over and finally found its mother. It hurriedly stuck its head under its mother's belly. Smack, smack, there was a sucking sound in the cave. The gray fox licked this and that, occasionally looking up at Qin Yu with gratitude in its eyes. Chapter 821. The final selection was over. Feeling the strength of the array formation descend upon him, Qin Yu didn't resist. He glanced at the gray fox and its child that had just opened its eyes. In the next moment, he vanished in a spatial fluctuation. A tearing feeling spread through his body. This time, it lasted for a much shorter time than when he entered the arena. In just several breaths of time, the world around him brightened. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, adapting to the changes in light. He looked around. This place was no longer the island from before. From the transmission time, he was much closer to the arena. The participation jade token in his chest began to heat up. Qin Yu took it out and several messages appeared in his mind. The first was to congratulate him on becoming one of the 10 finalists and obtaining the qualifications to enter the mystic realm. The second was to inform him of the arrangements before entering the mystic realm. These people needed to wait here for 3 days before being allowed to enter. The third was to inform him of the list of 10 finalists and their ranking. As for the ranking, it was based on the strength of the person who obtained the token. Qin Yu was ranked 6th. He didn't care about this. As long as he entered the list of 10, he could enter the Alliance Mystic Realm. That was enough. But soon, Qin Yu's eyebrows rose up, surprise in his eyes. Dongfang Han wasn't on the list. In other words, he had been eliminated in the final selection arena. In truth, this was beyond Qin Yu's expectations. After all, the two of them had fought before and Qin Yu was well aware of his strength. Even if he attacked with all his strength, he didn't have absolute confidence he could defeat Dongfang Han. But the final selection arena was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Since he and Dongfang Han were present, it was possible that there were several other tyrannical geniuses present. If his luck was a bit worse or some accident occurred, causing him to be defeated, all of these were possible outcomes. So, Qin Yu was only surprised for a moment before suppressing these thoughts. He continued to look. As expected, Luo he was on the list. Moreover, just like the first and second selections, she was ranked first. She was truly worthy of being called a genius. Qin Yu looked at this name several times before putting away the jade token. The Alliance cultivator standing outside the range of the array formation waited for Qin Yu to read through the information before walking over. He cupped his hands together and bowed. Congratulations to Mr. Qin Yu for entering the list of 10. To be able to enter the mystic realm is the dream of all Alliance cultivators. This person's smile was warm and amiable. It was clear that he was a sociable person. With just a few words, he not only complimented Qin Yu but also drew their relationship closer. Seeing Qin Yu nod without saying anything, the man's smile didn't diminish. You just left the arena, so Mr. must be tired. The island has already prepared a room for you. If Mr. doesn't have any other arrangements, I will lead you to a room to rest. Qin Yu said, I'll have to trouble you. He would only be staying on this island for 3 days before entering the Alliance's mystic realm to dig up graves and steal the Ice Soul Jade bed. Once this matter was exposed, it was only natural that the Alliance would hunt him down. Alright, even if everything went smoothly, his current identity was destined to not continue to be used. Thus, Qin Yu didn't have any thoughts of using his current status to make friends with others for benefits. He entered the residence that the Alliance had arranged for him. His eyes calmly swept over the luxurious and exquisite decorations. He decided that for the next 3 days, he would use the excuse of healing his wounds to stay in his room. But the truth was that Qin Yu's tranquility was broken the next day. He pushed open the door and saw the Alliance cultivator that had welcomed him yesterday. Perhaps because he saw Qin Yu's complexion wasn't too good, this person swallowed his words and went straight to the point. Mr. Qin Yu, 3 of your friends have arrived outside the island. They say they have important matters to discuss with you. Friends. Qin Yu immediately thought of Dorlies, Yun Dai, and Old Lin. Did something happen? He suppressed his thoughts and nodded. Bring them in. Qin Yu said them, but a moment later, the ones who appeared in front of him were actually them. Seeing the Shui family sisters and the red-clothed young girl, Qin Yu immediately understood that he was wrong. But, what urgent matter could these 3 people have to see him for? Feeling the nervousness in Shui Yeye and Shui Qingqing's eyes and then looking at Su Hongyi's clearly red eyes, Qin Yu didn't reveal his inner thoughts. He said to the Alliance cultivator, I'll have to trouble you. The Alliance cultivator smiled and waved his hand, bidding his farewells, and then leaving. The final selection smoothly ended. He could clearly feel that the atmosphere within the Alliance had become much more relaxed. Otherwise, if the atmosphere was as serious as before, he definitely wouldn't have dared to bring these 3 women to the island. Of course, there was another important reason. The ones who came to see Qin Yu today were 3 young and beautiful women. Moreover, one of them was clearly emotional and her eyes were red from crying. Who knew what their relationship was and what had happened between them? If he tried to stop them and delayed something, Qin Yu would definitely look into his responsibilities afterwards. The final list of 10 people, those that could reach this step, whether or not they joined the alliance, were destined to become characters that could shake the world in the future. If he could avoid offending them, then it was best not to. He brought the 3 women into a room and closed the door. Qin Yu frowned. "Why are you here?" Without waiting for the Shui family sisters to speak, Su Hongyi said in a hoarse voice, "I was the one who asked them to bring me here. Mr. Qin Yu, please don't blame them." Qin Yu glanced at her, not speaking. He thought that they weren't familiar with each other, and strictly speaking, there were even some grudges between them. "Moreover, why were you looking for me?" Su Hongyi looked at Qin Yu. "Big brother Dongfang died." With just these words, large beads of tears began to roll down her red eyes. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment before he responded. The person she was speaking of was Dongfang Han. His first thought was that this was impossible. With Dongfang Han's strength, it was possible that he had been accidentally eliminated, but to be killed by someone else was simply a joke. As long as he used his trump card, Qin Yu believed that no one in the final selection arena could stop him from leaving. If there was, then the entire final selection arena could sense it, so there was no reason he wouldn't know. But looking at Su Hongyi's silent tears and her sorrowful appearance, this matter didn't seem fake. Qin Yu turned to look at the Shui family sisters. The 2 of them nodded at him and his heart sank. Dongfang Han really had died. He couldn't say what he was feeling. Strictly speaking, the 2 of them only truly knew each other before they fought. There was no friendship between them at all. But at the end of their fight, the 2 of them were able to guess each other's thoughts with just a single glance. This left a deep impression on Qin Yu. It might be a bit pretentious to say that they appreciated each other's talents, but Qin Yu couldn't deny that he had a very good impression of Dongfang Han, who looked cold and aloof on the outside and was like a madman when he fought. Qin Yu's expression changed, causing Su Hongyi to feel anticipation rise in her heart. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "If something like this happened, then Miss Su should have gone to notify the Dongfang family. Why did you come looking for me?" Su Hongyi stared at him. "It's useless to look for them. I know that only you can help me take revenge for brother Dongfang." Qin Yu frowned. He had a good impression of Dongfang Han, but it wasn't to the point of wanting to take revenge for him. Moreover, in the final selection arena, everyone would be competing with each other. If they were not careful, they might even lose their lives. There was no reason for him to intervene in such a matter. Qin Yu shook his head without hesitation. "I'm sorry, Miss Su. I know that you are very sad right now, but I need to prepare to enter the mystic realm. If there is nothing else, please leave." "Wait!" Su Hongyi screamed. Big brother Dongfang was killed by Luo He. Luo River. As this name entered his ears, Qin Yu frowned. He had an impression that East Fang Han had a very good relationship with this person. Why would he kill Dongfang Han? Was there some other secret behind this? Glancing at Su Hongyi, Qin Yu said in a low voice, "Do you have evidence?" Su Hongyi sadly shook her head. "I don't, but I can confirm that the one who killed big brother Dongfang was Luo He." Qin Yu remained expressionless. If he couldn't bring out any evidence, then he couldn't just believe whatever she said. Su Hongyi clenched her teeth. She suddenly lifted a hand and pointed between her eyebrows. Her black pupils suddenly enlarged until they occupied over 2/3 of her eyes, leaving only a few whites at the corners. She looked at Qin Yu and paused for a moment. "Then," she said, "not too long ago, you killed someone in the final selection arena. It was a man." Qin Yu's eyes turned cold. Su Hongyi hurriedly said, "I don't have any other meaning. I just want to tell you that I was born with a special ability that allows me to see the blood of cultivators. 4 familiar people, I can even smell the scent of their blood." After leaving the final selection arena, Luo He brought back big brother Dongfang Han's corpse. Although he disguised it well, saying that an accident occurred when he was dealing with a powerful monster beast, I am sure that I didn't see wrong. His body was stained with big brother Dongfang's blood. Qin Yu remained silent. He was considering whether Su Hongyi was telling the truth or not. Although her eyes were strange and she had accurately judged what had happened to his body, he had no choice but to be cautious. The reason for this was all because of Luo He. From the start, he felt an inexplicable hostility towards this person. And now, Dongfang Han's death was linked to him. Who knew whether or not this was a trap deliberately aimed at him? Towards the unknown, Qin Yu never dared to be the least bit careless. In this world, those who were careless wouldn't live for long. Seeing Qin Yu remain silent, Su Hongyi revealed another inside story. Big brother Dongfang died in my arms. He personally told me that the one who killed him was Luo He. He told me not to reveal anything strange, otherwise I would be silence. I swear that not a single word I said was false, otherwise I will die a horrible death. Qin Yu said in a low voice, "Why didn't you say anything just now?" Su Hongyi's voice was hoarse. Before big brother Dongfang died, he forced me to vow that I would never take revenge on Luo He, and he also told me not to look for you. He seemed to be well aware of your strength. Moreover, I could see that you were already hostile towards Luo He. She looked up. Mr. Qin Yu, I don't know why you are dissatisfied with Luo He, but he is our common enemy. Right now, only you can help big brother Dongfang take revenge. As long as you agree to help, I will give this to you. She took out a jade pendant from her chest. It was shaped like a large fish and its surface was carved with scales. Although it wasn't clear, it gave off a lively feeling. This comes from the Beast Trainer Alliance's mystic realm and is inextricably linked to it. And, big brother Dongfang also has a similar jade pendant. As long as one can gather both pieces, they will have a chance to obtain a massive good fortune in the mystic realm. However, big brother Dongfang's piece has already been lost. I dare to conclude that it is on Luo He. Mr. Qin Yu, this is the greatest sincerity and reward I can give you. I ask that you help me, help the deceased big brother Dongfang. Qin Yu was silent for a moment. Why is this jade pendant on you? Su Hongyi silently wept once more. A month ago, I was engaged to big brother Dongfang. This jade pendant was the Dongfang family's betrothal gift. Looking at Su Hongyi, who exuded a deep sorrow from within, Qin Yu was silent for an even longer time. He looked at the jade pendant in her hand and slowly said, I can promise you that if there is a chance, I will help. But, I cannot guarantee anything. The reason he agreed to help was because of his favorable impression of Dongfang Han, because of his inexplicable hostility towards Luo He, and also because of Su Hongyi's heartfelt sorrow. But, Qin Yu had to admit that the most fundamental reason was the jade pendant that Su Hongyi took out. Although he didn't know what this jade pendant was, the moment he saw it, the ancient's heart that had fused with Qin Yu's chest began to beat faster. Qin Yu's intuition told him that Su Hongyi wasn't lying. This jade pendant was a treasure, and it was likely to be related to the lucky chances in the mystic realm. Moreover, what was even more mysterious was that Qin Yu felt that this lucky chance should have been his to begin with. Su Hongyi didn't hesitate. She offered the jade pendant with both hands. I agree. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the token began to heat up once more, a message was transmitted. It was time to enter the mystic realm. When Qin Yu pushed open the door, the Alliance cultivator who had welcomed him was already waiting outside. He respectfully said, Mr. Qin Yu, please follow me. He hurriedly walked to the center of the island and arrived outside a strange temple. The reason it was strange was because the material used to construct this temple was extremely rare. It was a crystallized form similar to ice, and cold energy rose up from it. But what was strange was that after approaching it, not only did he not feel the slightest chill, but the air seemed to heat up as if it would burn. Around the temple, there were many black-armored guards that only revealed their eyes. A sharp light surged from their eyes, sharp and fierce. The Alliance cultivator stopped. Mr. Qin Yu, this is as far as I can bring you. After he finished speaking, he bowed. I wish Mr. Qin Yu good luck in entering the mystic realm. He turned and left. Qin Yu paused for a moment. Then, he stepped into the temple. With the intensity of his mortal body, he naturally didn't fear the high temperatures in the air. The black-armored guards outside the temple seemed to know who he was. No matter how Qin Yu approached the temple, they didn't respond at all. As soon as he stepped into the temple, the temperature in the air began to rapidly fall. It was as if he had crossed over the scorching heat and midwinter. Faint traces of cold energy constantly drilled into his body like needles. Qin Yu frowned. The ancient heart in his chest beat, shaking apart all the cold energy that invaded his body. Shua, several eyes gathered on Qin Yu. As they saw that he hadn't stopped in the slightest and was able to resist the invasion of the cold energy, a dignified look appeared in their eyes. Master. They had all experienced the drastic changes in temperature both inside and outside the temple, so they naturally knew the mysteries behind it. To them, scorching heat and freezing cold weren't anything at all. But when the two changed, it was extremely difficult to contend with. To be able to resolve the temperature change without batting an eyelid, this alone was enough to cause everyone to look at Qin Yu in a higher light. Of course, after the final selection, news of Qin Yu and Dongfang Han's evenly matched battle had already spread out. No one dared to underestimate him, and now they only paid a little more attention to him. Qin Yu thought of this. Since he couldn't keep a low profile, he might as well display a bit more strength to avoid anyone trying to find trouble with him. It was because of this that the moment he entered the temple and saw the people inside, he displayed such a performance just now. An alliance cultivator walked up and said in a low voice, "Mr. Qin Yu, please wait a moment." Qin Yu nodded. He walked into the temple and stood still. As the sound of footsteps echoed out from the temple entrance once more, the gazes that were focused on Qin Yu quickly dispersed and they continued to observe the strength of those that came later. Luo, he was the last to arrive. Qin Yu didn't glance at her and she also didn't look at him. But both of them felt as if they were being watched by the other. The 10 people on the list had gathered. From within the temple, 4 alliance elders walked out, all of them with solemn expressions. The one in the lead said in a low voice, "After entering the mystic realm, everyone must follow us. Without permission, you are not allowed to leave without permission, otherwise you will have to bear the consequences." Without further delay, with a loud explosion, the entire temple violently trembled. Runes began to rapidly appear on the translucent surface of the temple. Rumble rumble, above the island, winds and clouds began to swirl. Massive black clouds appeared out of thin air and the world suddenly darkened. At this time, a beam of light pierced through the black clouds and fell upon the temple. As if a formidable strength had been poured into it, all of the runes that appeared within the temple came to life. Hum. Chapter 822. Far away from the Starfall archipelago, even further south was the deep sea. Without the suppression of the Alliance Array formation, the sea region became even more mysterious and terrifying. Raging waves soared into the skies. From time to time, one could see astonishingly large beasts rising from the seabed, breaking through the surface and roaring into the heavens. But in the depths of this terrifying sea region, there was a place that was incomparably calm. All of the turbulent undercurrents that approached would be directly erased. It was as if there was an invisible divine might shrouding this place, awe-inspiring and inviolable. Breaking through the icy cold seawater and continuing downwards, it was like passing through a black curtain. Light was released from the seabed, illuminating everything. A stone altar stood atop the fine black sand of the seabed. It was extremely large, like the base of a city. One couldn't see the end of it. The reason it was described this way was because the altar was crudely constructed. It looked as if stones had been randomly moved here and piled up on top of each other. There were some strange runes on the surface of these stones. But far too much time had passed. Even with the protection of the altar, after being soaked in the endless seawater, these runes had long since become blurry and indistinct. One could only clearly feel the thick aura of time that these stones emitted, so thick that it nearly condensed into essence. But this aura didn't have the slightest smell of decay. Rather, it was filled with a faint vitality. It was as if in the next moment, these heavily worn stones would grow green shoots that would bloom and bear fruit. And the light coming from the seabed came from the altar. Or, to be more precise, it came from these seemingly ordinary stones. Beneath the illumination of the light, one could clearly see that around the deep-sea altar, there were countless sea monster beasts quietly crawling about. They came from different races and had different appearances and eating habits. A considerable portion of them were even recognized as natural enemies. As long as they met in the sea, There was no need for any reason and a fierce battle would immediately break out. But now, these sea monster beasts were all quietly lying in place, their tails facing backwards and their heads facing the altar. Most of their horrifying and ferocious faces actually revealed a hint of piety. Perhaps, the only similarity between these demonic beasts was that their bodies were all very large. The smaller ones were hundreds of feet long, and the larger ones were more than 10,000 feet long, or even more astonishing. The simplest way to measure the strength of the sea monster beasts was their body size. Even if it wasn't 100% accurate, it was at least 90% accurate. If someone were to come here and see this scene, they would probably be confused and their eyeballs would pop out. Suddenly, a large amount of light gathered on the ancient and huge stone altar. They condensed on top of the altar and formed the outline of a huge eye. The stone altar was as large as the base of a city, but this eye took up almost 90% of its area. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying the body of the existence that possessed this eye was. The eyes condensed from light appeared. The monster beasts around the altar roared in unison and lowered their heads to the ground. The huge eyeball turned slightly, and then it looked past the monsters. Its gaze seemed to penetrate the barrier of the cold seawater, falling into the endless distance. Suddenly, a roar sounded from the bottom of the sea. With the altar as the center, the calm deep sea went berserk without warning. The quiet seawater turned into violent beasts. They roared and spun wildly, forming a terrifying whirlpool at the bottom of the sea. Its volume rapidly expanded, sucking in more and more seawater, causing the whirlpool's energy to increase at an astonishing rate. Qin Yu swore that this was the worst transmission experience he had ever experienced in his life. If it weren't for the fact that his mortal body was powerful enough, it wouldn't have been as simple as his complexion turning pale. He would have vomited blood on the spot. His ears were filled with stifled coughs and great gasps for breath. The 4 Alliance elders were fine, but the other cultivators that were transmitted together were in a worse situation than Qin Yu. One of them, a female cultivator in a plain white dress, had already begun to vomit. A pungent smell rose up, causing several people that were forcefully suppressing themselves to retch. The scene could be called spectacular. After all, it was extremely rare for a top beast trainer with a distinguished status to end up in such a distressed state. The 4 Alliance elders maintained their composure. They carefully observed everyone's reactions, and when they didn't discover anything wrong, they finally relaxed. In the final selection field, the top 100 participants entered the arena. In the end, only 87 people managed to leave alive, and 13 people would remain here forever. These 13 people's lives would undoubtedly bring new troubles to the alliance that had just calmed down. But, they still did this. Their goal was to confirm whether or not there was a spy sent by the sea on the final selection list. Before entering the mystic realm, when they stepped into the transmission hall, the temperature changed from hot to cold, as well as the fierce jolts of the transmission. All of this was to supplement and confirm the results of the screening. Once a participating cultivator revealed any problems, the 4 elders would immediately subdue them. Luckily, there weren't any problems. After waiting for a while for everyone to recover, one of the Alliance elders said, "The existence of the mystic realm is the foundation of the Alliance. The jolt you experienced just now is a way to confirm it, to prevent people with bad intentions from sneaking in. If someone could enter the list of 10, then in terms of pure beast trainer ability, they weren't necessarily weaker than them. Moreover, Luo He, Qin Yu, and the others were all young. They were sure to have great achievements in the future. If they gave an appropriate explanation, they could avoid any dissatisfaction in their hearts. Why wouldn't they do something that didn't cost them anything?" Another elder smiled. "All right, if you've rested enough, then we should set off. Take a good look along the way. Perhaps there will be some harvests for you." The 3rd elder had a grim expression. "You can look and you can remember, but there is one thing you must remember. Whatever you see in the mystic realm cannot be revealed. Otherwise, once the Alliance learns of it, you will be severely punished." After stepping out of the hall, Qin Yu discovered that it looked exactly the same as the one he had seen before. Even the materials used were similar. The only difference was that the crystal used to construct this hall was a faint red color. The surface seemed to be covered in flames and the air was cold. But soon, Qin Yu couldn't care about this anymore. This was because not too far away from the hall, he saw a strange tree. The reason he said it was strange was because this tree's trunk and branches had long since withered away. One could even see the cracked bark underneath. The bare branches were like the claws of skeletons and monsters. They pointed straight towards the sky, and what was unbelievable was that these branches were actually covered with flowers. That's right, Qin Yu could confirm that these flowers grew from these withered branches. When the wind blew past, he could even smell a faint fragrance. It wasn't just Qin Yu who saw this strange tree. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. The elder who had reminded everyone to take a good look faintly smiled. Don't be surprised. The truly unbelievable things have yet to come. Thus, along the way, Qin Yu witnessed countless existences that completely subverted everything he knew. For instance, a burning river. It coiled above the earth like a giant fire dragon. The blazing flames emitted a scorching heat that twisted the air. But in this river, there were countless fish, happily swimming about as if they couldn't feel that it was burning. For instance, an active volcano that spewed out black smoke and a massive amount of dust. With a loud bang, it erupted. But what the volcano spewed out wasn't magma, but massive chunks of ice. These chunks of ice smashed into the ground, emitting an icy chill that caused a white frost to rapidly spread outwards with the falling ice as the center. For instance, a giant bird that flew through the skies. It had gorgeous feathers that reflected the sunlight with a rainbow-hued halo, as if it were carved from crystal. But when it lowered its head and looked at the group of cultivators walking on the ground, it revealed two empty eye sockets. One could clearly see the white bones within. Qin Yu even saw with his own eyes a giant meteor fall from the skies, dragging a long tail behind it. This meteor was massive. Even from a great distance, one could clearly feel the terrifying strength it carried. Qin Yu didn't doubt that as long as this meteor fell, it would be enough to turn the peaceful plain in front of him into a living hell. But he discovered that the four Alliance elders only glanced at it for a moment before looking away and continuing on their way. And beneath the meteor, the mountain goat and blue ox that were moving about on the plain didn't move at all. They maintained a lazy state of eating. The meteor fell to the ground. Qin Yu subconsciously narrowed his eyes. But the heaven-shaking explosion that he expected as well as the world-destroying might didn't erupt. It was like what he saw just now was only an illusion. But Qin Yu was certain that he hadn't seen wrong. That meteor that fell from the skies just now was absolutely real. Moreover, he noticed that everyone else around him had the same reaction as him. If it was an illusion, it was impossible for everyone to react the same way. As Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows in contemplation, there was another loud explosion in the skies above. Then, the meteor that had fallen to the ground just now appeared in his line of sight once more. It followed the exact same trajectory as before and smashed into the ground. The so-called Alliance mystic realm was filled with inconceivable possibilities. It was simply a place that caused one's heart to topple. Qin Yu had an intuition that this mystic realm was hiding some incomparably astonishing secret. And now, the place that the four Alliance elders were leading them to was likely related to this secret. At this moment, Qin Yu had unknowingly chosen to forget his primary goal for entering this mystic realm. His entire mind was focused on this secret. He wanted to approach it and understand it. Chapter 8:23. The jade pendant pierced the heavens. When one truly stood in front of it, all words paled in comparison. They could only stare with wide eyes, staring at the miraculous scene in front of them, their minds blanking out. It was like a waterfall falling from the highest heavens, rushing down to the earth. But in the next moment, it was frozen solid by a great strength, erasing all the shaking. The surface of the jade pendant was as smooth as a mirror, warm and transparent. The jade pendant shined with a faint halo of light. One couldn't see where it ended and one couldn't see where it began. The four Alliance elders, whether they were gentle or cold, all had solemn and respectful expressions. There was no need to remind them. The cultivators on the list of 10, including Qin Yu, felt endless or rise up in their hearts. It was like this jade pendant was a god. Just standing in front of it made one feel a sense of blasphemy, making one feel apprehensive and panic-stricken. Everyone, I ask you to step in front of the jade pendant according to your ranking. Tell us what you feel truthfully. I apologize, but the Alliance cannot tell you what this jade pendant is for now. But, please believe that this will be the greatest lucky chance you will encounter in your lives. So, everyone, please do your best and do not hold anything back. I guarantee that if you hide anything, you will regret it in the future. First, Luo He. The 4 Alliance elders spread out, their expressions dignified. Luo He took a deep breath and walked towards the jade pendant. After several steps, he stopped. He didn't know what was happening, but he simply closed his eyes. Silence reigned. The 4 Alliance elders' eyes fell tightly on him. Although at this moment, Qin Yu's mind was completely focused on the jade pendant in front of him, he could still feel a trace of vigilance from them. That's right, vigilance. It was as if they were worried that Luo He would suddenly attack and harm the jade pendant. But at this time, Qin Yu's ability to think was suppressed by his instincts. He didn't think about what was happening. He tossed aside his thoughts and looked at the sky-piercing jade pendant in front of him, as if it contained everything he wanted. After a moment, Luo He opened his eyes. He stared at the sky-piercing jade pendant in front of him, a bit of hesitation flashing on his face. Then, he stepped forwards once more. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Luo He suddenly stopped. He seemed to be forcefully suppressing something, but in the end he couldn't. His complexion paled. He turned and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was wrapped in a strength and sent flying backwards. Puff, after landing on the ground, she spat out another mouthful of blood. Luo He looked at Yu Bai, her eyes filled with shock. An undetectable disappointment appeared in the eyes of the 4 Alliance elders, but they immediately calmed down. One of them walked to Luo He's side and helped him suppress his injuries. Then, in a low voice, he asked Luo He about his harvest from the jade disc. At this moment, the second person on the list of 10 started to walk towards the jade disc. Qin Yu suddenly felt a bit of regret. He shouldn't have hidden his strength and only obtained 6th place, otherwise he would already be standing in front of the jade disc. Although he knew very well that it was just a matter of time before he could get close to the jade annulus, he still couldn't help but regret it. This emotion was extremely strong, so strong that it almost destroyed his rationality. With Qin Yu's thoughts and shrewdness, this was certainly abnormal. But at this time, he couldn't sense it at all. It was as if when this jade appeared in front of him, all reason and thinking would be completely destroyed, and his entire mind would be occupied. The second person on the name list was sent back while coughing up blood. He was in an even worse state than Luo He. He didn't even have the chance to continue forward before he was injured by a formless energy. Then came the third and the fourth. Qin Yu sucked in great gulps of air, barely able to suppress the impatience in his heart. This period of time clearly hadn't been long, but in his eyes, it had become incomparably long. Finally, the 5th person failed. Yes, he failed. Although he didn't know what he would experience after approaching the jade disc, he was sent back while coughing up blood. In addition to the expressions of the 4 Alliance elders, it was clear that he hadn't reached his goal. Now, it was Qin Yu's turn. Without waiting for the Alliance elders to signal him, he strode forwards. If it weren't for his instincts telling him not to approach too quickly, he feared he would have flown over. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 7 steps, 8 steps, 9 steps, 13 steps, 14 steps, 15 steps. The originally expressionless Alliance elders who had been disappointed with the results of this competition suddenly brightened up. An unexpected dark horse. Was he hiding his strength? Or did he have a tolerance that surpassed ordinary people when facing the jade disc? But this wasn't important. What was important was that there might be a chance. Even if this chance was extremely slim, so slim that the Alliance had spent tens of thousands of years and still hadn't grasped it. But as long as it existed, they would continue to persist and never give up. The 16th step. Qin Yu felt that he had reached his limit. At this time, the surrounding air was like a viscous swamp, desperately wrapping around him as if it wanted to grind him into powder. It was like an open maw filled with fangs, able to tear him apart with just a gentle closing. Within his chest, 2 hearts wildly beat. As he felt a burning sensation in his lungs, Qin Yu determined that he couldn't continue forwards any further. He let out a heavy breath and looked at the jade disc in front of him with a bit of unwillingness. He was already very close to it, only a few steps away. But these few steps were an insurmountable gap. A loud sound arrived without warning, rumbling into his mind and reaching deep into his soul. Qin Yu closed his eyes. He could feel his consciousness being drawn out of his body and arriving in a strange and dazzling world. Starfall Archipelago, Beast Trainer Alliance Headquarters. President Beach Douglas opened his eyes. His expression was calm, and he naturally exuded the calmness that a leader should have. However, the three vice presidents who had known each other for many years could still sense the seriousness hidden under his calm face in an instant. "Sir President, that restless feeling hasn't disappeared yet?" a vice president asked in a low voice. Douglas slowly nodded. "Yes. Not only has it not disappeared, but it has become even more intense." He paused for a moment and swept his eyes over the three people. "Everyone, my intuition tells me that a great change is about to arrive in the alliance." The three vice presidents felt their hearts turn cold. Because of his alien bloodline, President Douglas possessed an intuition that far surpassed the imagination of the common man. And over the endless years, this intuition had mostly come true. Another vice president had an ugly complexion. Could it be that the great sea beast attacking the ship is really going to take action? "We have already conducted the most stringent screening. For this, we didn't even hesitate to pay the lives of 13 outstanding beast trainers. Moreover, during the transmission, there were 2 other auxiliary tests and there were no problems at all. Could it be that we haven't done enough? The final 10 people have already entered the mystic realm. With 4 Alliance elders nearby, any abnormality will be immediately detected. Even if that sea beast wants to make a big move, I fear it won't have the chance. After all, the mystic realm is completely different from the world we live in." Biggie Douglas remained silent. He was well aware of what the 3 vice presidents were saying, but he still couldn't erase the haze in his heart. However, there was one thing that was correct. The rules of the mystic realm were different from those of the main world. Unless one reached an existence that truly transcended the rules, it was impossible to send their strength into the mystic realm. He hoped that nothing would happen. In fact, as the 4 vice presidents of the alliance were worrying, another strength had crossed through the endless space and time to arrive. What it wanted to do was break into the mystic realm. The source of this strength came from the little blue lamp. When Qin Yu stepped into the alliance mystic realm, the little blue lamp had already sensed him through their connection. It was shocked beyond belief. At the level of the little blue lamp, it hadn't been so shocked even when Qin Yu touched upon the path of time. It was really, even in the eyes of the little blue lamp, this fortuitous encounter was filled with fantastical colors and inconceivable colors. When Qin Yu arrived in front of the jade disc, there was no longer any suspense. Although he couldn't figure out what was going on, the facts were right in front of him. He didn't have time to think about why this thing was here. After determining the identity of the jade disc, the little blue lamp only had one thought. Obtain it. It had to help Qin Yu obtain it. Even if it was discovered by the heavenly Tao, it wouldn't hesitate. Thus, the little blue lamp attacked without reservation. It wasn't just because it was determined to obtain it, but also because the rules of the world it existed in had already changed. If it tried to forcefully break in without permission, the consumption would be shockingly high. It had to go all out. In front of the sky-piercing jade disc, as the 4 Alliance elders looked at Qin Yu who had his eyes closed, their eyes became increasingly bright. This was because they discovered that not only was Qin Yu closer to the jade disc, but the time he persisted had far surpassed Luo He. In fact, it wasn't much different from the best results recorded in the past. Although this didn't mean that they would definitely obtain a harvest, at the very least the chances were much higher. Suddenly, in the skies above the jade disc, there was a loud explosion. This wasn't the roar of thunder, but more like a towering mountain crashing to the ground. Then, the skies shattered and a beam of starlight fell down. It condensed into a beam of light that covered Qin Yu. Motes of starlight floated up and down, spinning like a rainbow galaxy. They emitted an endless and mysterious aura, making Qin Yu seem like an immortal descending to the world. His robes fluttered in the wind. Then, he floated up from the ground, rising 1,000 feet into the air. Hum hum, a faint tremor spread out from the ground. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with shock. This was because they could clearly feel that the source of this tremor was the sky-piercing jade disk in front of them. It was like there was some sort of resonance between it and the starlight that fell from the skies. The four Alliance elders flushed red with excitement. They swore that in the annals of history, this was a scene that had never appeared before. This was the first time that the jade disk had responded to an outside exploration. Perhaps the person that the entire Alliance had been waiting for had finally appeared today. Luo, he paled. She stared at Qin Yu's back. After a brief moment of shock and disbelief, she revealed a deep hatred. Qin Yu, it's you again. Why is it that every time you ruin my plans? Moreover, why is this damned jade disk resonating with you? Her eyes darkened for a long time before finally turning cold. I will not allow you to succeed in front of me. This time, it is my turn to destroy your good fortune so that you will regret it for the rest of your life. Luo, he lowered her head. At this moment, because of the changes in the jade disk, no one noticed that the shadow beneath her feet had changed. Like a drop of ink falling into clear water, a black shadow constantly spread outwards. They had failed. Qin Yu and the little blue lamp's consciousness fell into silence. Their hearts were filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing they could do. This was its choice, and in this world, no one could force it to do anything it didn't want to do. The starlight that fell from the skies was its compensation to Qin Yu. It could be considered a consolation reward for being rejected. But even if it was only a consolation reward, Qin Yu was still shaken as he felt the strength constantly flowing into his body from the starlight. He couldn't help but think. If he could truly obtain its approval with the little blue lamp's help, just what sort of harvest would there be? He feared that it would be an astonishing amount of wealth, one that was simply unimaginable. Perhaps he should try again. What if he succeeded? Just as this thought rose, it was suppressed by the little blue lamp's words. Don't waste your energy. Since it has rejected you, it won't give you a second chance. After enduring and enduring, the little blue lamp let out a heavy sigh. He had no idea what sort of heaven-defying luck he had stumbled upon to arrive in front of it, but in the end he could only give up. How could he be willing? But even if he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. If he exchanged for a stroke of good fortune, the little blue lamp might be able to think of some other method. But facing it, it was best not to use any methods, otherwise the one to regret it in the end would be himself. Of this, the little blue lamp firmly believed. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. Is there really no chance? Perhaps you can tell me the origin of this jade disk and we can think of a way together. The little blue lamp said, if you have the qualifications to know about it, then you will naturally know. If you don't have the qualifications, then even if I say it, you won't be able to hear it. Give up. You are not fated with it. It will continue to stay here, waiting for the person it is waiting for. Qin Yu's complexion paled. But, he believed in the little blue lamp. Since it said this, it was best not to be greedy. At this time, there was a loud explosion. Immersed in the world of consciousness, Qin Yu didn't know what was happening. But, he could clearly feel that the formidable strength from the starlight was rapidly weakening until it disappeared from sight. The little blue lamp's consciousness projection suddenly had a strange expression. It deeply looked at Qin Yu and said, there is a change in the outside world. You must leave immediately, the gift of the stars has been interrupted. For you, it is hard to say whether this is a good or bad thing. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. What is the meaning of this? Tell me. The little blue lamp said, the consolation prize was destroyed by someone. In a strict sense, you haven't been completely rejected. That's right, it is just as you thought. Perhaps after this, you will have another chance to try. But for now, you had best leave this place, otherwise I fear there will be some trouble. In front of the jade disk, the shadows that spread out on the ground began to wildly spin, as if they were the projection of a giant vortex. Then, with a loud roar, countless phantoms of giant beasts drilled out. Their bodies were thousands of feet long, some even tens of thousands of feet, and they crazily rushed towards the jade disk. Chapter 8:24. Qin Yu opened his eyes. Before he could fully control his body, his mortal body's powerful instincts had already begun to respond in the face of danger. Qin Yu stepped forwards. His body howled like a rock as he avoided the jaws of a giant beast phantom. As for what happened next, he didn't need to worry about it. The four Alliance elders rushed in front of him at nearly the same time. Without hesitation, they moved in front of Qin Yu to protect him. Hurry and leave. The entire Alliance had waited for 100,000 years. Finally, a person that could cause the Jade Disc to respond had arrived. It wouldn't allow any harm to come to him. Bang bang, the four Alliance elders unleashed their full cultivation. Boundless auras burst out of their bodies and intertwined with each other. It was like a giant millstone, rumbling as it rotated, blocking all of the giant beast phantoms outside. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred as he guessed the reason. He certainly wouldn't explain too much. Taking advantage of the time the four Alliance elders attacked, he landed on the ground and left the range of the battlefield. Raising his head and looking forward, as if sensing the threat from the outside world, a faint layer of light appeared on the surface of the mirror-like supreme jade wall. It was thin and light, like the vast, clear starry sky, with the light of billions of stars sprinkling down. Roar or another roar sounded out from the shadow vortex on the ground. Qin Yu's heart shrank as if someone had ruthlessly stabbed him between his eyebrows. He turned his head to see a giant shadow tentacle drill out from the vortex, ruthlessly lashing out like a whip. Rumble rumble, wherever it passed, the air emitted hoarse roars. Several giant beast phantoms weren't able to dodge in time and were directly smashed to pieces, tumbling around and vanishing from sight. The four Alliance elders clearly knew just how fierce this attack was. Their complexions changed and they hurriedly retreated. The shadow tentacle crashed into the jade disc like a bolt of lightning. There was a heaven-shaking explosion as a terrifying shockwave swept out. Qin Yu never imagined that he would be affected even though he had already escaped the range of the battlefield. He cursed inwardly. He only had enough time to raise his arms in front of him, but in the next moment he was sent flying away as if he had been struck by a giant hammer. He tumbled to the ground several times and continued to draw backwards. He shook his sore and aching arms, his heart shaking. After fusing with the ancient's heart, his mortal body had constantly transformed and strengthened. He had also obtained the gift of starlight, allowing his mortal body to rapidly strengthen for a short period of time. Even so, he was only barely able to resist the onslaught. If the impact had been a little stronger, or if he had been a little closer, his bones would have been broken and his head would have been bleeding. Painful groans could be heard all around. Not long ago, the 10 cultivators who had entered the mystic realm were filled with anticipation and excitement. But now, most of them were lying on the ground, curled up and moaning in a low voice. Qin Yu frowned. He couldn't find Luo He anywhere. Where did she go? Of course, Qin Yu didn't think that he had already been killed by the phantom beast that had escaped from the shadow vortex. Perhaps, even if most of the people here died, nothing would happen to him. In fact, Qin Yu couldn't help but suspect that the sudden appearance of the shadow vortex had something to do with the Luo River. At this time, another roar came from the shadow vortex. Qin Yu's pupils violently shrank. As he saw 7 or 8 tentacles drill out, there was only one thought in his mind: he absolutely could not stay here any longer. What nonsense. Just a single tentacle had nearly crippled his arms in the aftermath of the collision with the jade pendant, and now there were so many of them. If he continued to stay here, wouldn't he just be ruthlessly rubbed against the ground? Without hesitation, Qin Yu turned and quickly left. He was indeed thinking about obtaining the jade pendant's approval once more. But no matter how great the benefits were, he still had to ensure that he was alive. If he died, everything would be for naught. In any case, the jade pendant was here. He might as well wait until the battle was over before coming back. As for whether or not the jade pendant would be destroyed by the tentacles that drilled out of the shadow vortex, Qin Yu wasn't worried at all. If the little blue lamp was so excited that it didn't even hesitate to expose itself to help him obtain something, how could it be so easily destroyed? Even if there was something hidden in the shadow vortex, since the little blue lamp didn't say anything, there was nothing to worry about. You're right. The jade pendant won't be destroyed. Even if the entire world was destroyed, it would still be safe and sound. The little blue lamp's consciousness fluctuated. However, the existence that created the shadow vortex isn't ordinary. If it weren't for the fact that this space is a bit strange, it would be able to erupt with a strength 10 times greater than it is now. As Qin Yu rapidly left the battlefield, he asked, "You can't tell me the origin of the jade pendant, but can you at least tell me what the shadow vortex is?" The little blue lamp was silent for a moment, as if it felt that it should tell Qin Yu some things so that he was mentally prepared. After all, he still had a chance to obtain its approval. Although the chances weren't too high, what if he succeeded? After several breaths of time, the little blue lamp slowly said, "You should have already discovered that there is something strange about this space. The reason it is like this is because this space itself shouldn't have existed. This isn't too accurate. To be more accurate, after it was formed, it should have immediately collapsed." Qin Yu's eyes brightened. "You mean to say that the reason this space can continue to exist is because of the heaven-reaching jade pendant?" "That's right." The little blue lamp lightly said, "It suppressed the collapse of this space and reshaped its rules and order. In a sense, you can think of this space as an independent small world. However, there is something you need to understand. This space that should have collapsed has evolved into a stable small world. This doesn't just mean that the jade pendant has suppressed this place, it also means that it has suppressed the will of the main world itself." Qin Yu's eyes widened. The little blue lamp continued to say, "That's right. You should have already guessed that the existence of the jade pendant is suppressing the source will of a world." Qin Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he had guessed that the jade pendant was extraordinary from the little blue lamp's reaction as well as the gift of the stars, it was only now that he drew an approximate outline of it in his heart. Although he still didn't know what the origin of the jade pendant was and how miraculous it was already grand and powerful enough. Suppressing the source will of a world, Qin Yu didn't know what level of strength was required to accomplish this, but it far surpassed the limits of his understanding. What should have been destroyed wasn't destroyed. Rather, it continued to exist for a long time. The world's source will was suppressed so it couldn't directly destroy this place. But, its instincts urged it to adapt to other methods. Thus, under the guidance of the world's will, an existence that created the shadow vortex was born. In simpler terms, you can think of the thing hidden in the vortex as the incarnation of the world's source. Qin Yu remained silent. No wonder the shockwaves from that collision just now were so terrifying. It turned out that the two sides that fought were masters that he didn't even dare to imagine, but just as this thought appeared, the little blue lamp poured a bucket of cold water over it. It quietly said, "In that collision just now, whether it was the shadow vortex or the jade pendant, neither of them were able to erupt with even 1% of their strength, otherwise you would have already been crushed to pieces." All right, he had been thoroughly looked down upon. But, the little blue lamp's vision ensured that it wasn't exaggerating at all. For Qin Yu to be able to reach his current height and stand out amongst countless cultivators, he had a heart of awe towards the world of cultivation and had also built up the confidence he needed. But this time, he suddenly lost all confidence. Perhaps his performance could be called extraordinary, but looking at the myriad heavens, there were countless people that could compare with him or even surpass him. Could he really obtain the jade pendant's approval? If he missed out on this lucky chance, then even if his heart was as broad as the sea, he would still regret it for the rest of his life. As if sensing Qin Yu's thoughts, the little blue lamp was silent for a moment. It said, "Qin Yu, you do not need to belittle yourself. In this world, it is true that there are countless existences that surpass you in terms of talent and performance. But, for you to appear in front of the jade pendant, that is your lucky chance. Just based on this point alone, you have surpassed them countless times over. This is because at the very least you have the chance to obtain its approval, and those people will never have this chance in their entire lives. Moreover, you originally failed. It was the shadow vortex that interrupted the gift of the stars, thus giving you another chance. This was originally earned, so what does it matter if you fail?" Qin Yu took a deep breath. After a long time, he slowly exhaled. "You're right." He paused for a moment, his eyes becoming increasingly bright. "But, for something like a consolation prize, taking it once is enough. I still want to try. There might be a chance at all." That was right. To be able to arrive in front of the heaven-piercing jade pendant was already a heaven-defying lucky chance. Out of the trillions of lives in this world, how many people could obtain it? For instance, the other cultivators that entered the mystic realm with him, and even the 4 Alliance elders, none of them knew what sort of lucky chance was placed in front of them, let alone trying to obtain the jade pendant's approval. He was already lucky enough, so how could he be greedier? He would do his best so that he wouldn't have any regret. The little blue lamp was surprised by Qin Yu's performance. Then, it revealed a bit of appreciation. For him to be able to walk out of his trough so quickly and adjust his state of mind was commendable. It didn't speak much about this matter. Instead, it changed the topic. What do you plan on doing now? Do you want to find a place and wait for the war to end? Qin Yu shook his head. No. I want to take advantage of this chance to look for something first. He briefly explained his search for the Ice Soul Jade Bed. The little blue lamp was silent for a moment. Then, it said, I don't know what the Ice Soul Jade Bed you speak of looks like, but I can sense that there just happens to be one in this direction that contains an extremely cold object. Qin Yu looked in the direction that the little blue lamp pointed in. There was a winding mountain range. The surface of the mountain was steep and covered with withered trees that looked like bony claws. Their dry branches were actually covered with heavy fruits. He revealed a puzzled expression. The little blue lamp continued to say, it's inside the mountain. The mountain range didn't seem too far away, but the distance was actually astonishing. After flying for some time, Qin Yu landed. He looked up at the stone wall in front of him and discovered traces of man-made excavation. As he thought about the news that Sky-Declaring Pavilion had obtained that the Ice Soul Jade Bed had been used as a burial object by some Alliance elder, he revealed a surprised expression. Chapter 825. It was indeed a great tomb. 2 huge stone statues stood at the entrance of the tomb. One of them was a 3-headed hellhound, and the other was a green-faced yakshaw with fangs and a long spear in its hand. Both of them looked ferocious and intimidating. But now, these 2 statues had been destroyed and turned into broken stones. The tomb door was wide open and the sunken footprints on its surface were particularly clear. This was clearly an unwelcome guest who had entered without an invitation. Looking at the footprints and feeling the residual fluctuations in the air, Qin Yu's complexion became strange. A thought popped up in his mind once more. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? After a moment of silence, Qin Yu's feet moved and he floated upwards. Like a shadow, he quietly flew into the tomb door. What he saw along the way proved that the master of the Great Tomb was an extremely cautious person. Even though the tomb was built in the Alliance's mystic realm, there were still layers upon layers of mechanisms and traps set up. Of course, these mechanisms and traps had all been scrapped. If it weren't for this, it wouldn't have been easy for Qin Yu to enter. Here, he solemnly thanked the pioneer who opened the way. After avoiding 2 small mechanisms that hadn't been triggered, Qin Yu smoothly reached the depths of the Great Tomb. He was cautious, afraid that he would make a sound and be discovered by the pioneer. But in the end, he discovered that this caution was useless. The entire Great Tomb was empty without a single person in sight. The only good news was that Qin Yu had found the Ice Soul Jade Bed. It was placed where the coffin should have been. Qin Yu carefully swept out with his divine sense. After making sure that he hadn't missed anything, he revealed a puzzled expression. Whether or not the person who broke in was the one he thought they were, that person had spent so much effort to come here and hadn't touched anything at all. A day trip into the tomb? Please, how could a normal person be so bored? As his thoughts raced, Qin Yu arrived beside the Ice Soul Jade Bed. It looked like a giant bed carved from a giant block of ice. Besides being a little more exquisite and gorgeous, there wasn't anything special about it. The ice wasn't completely transparent. Qin Yu looked at it several times and suddenly gasped. He leaned over and found that there was a coffin within the Ice Soul Jade Bed. He frowned and looked around. There weren't any signs of damage at all. Then, how did the master of this tomb place his coffin inside? At this time, the little blue lamp suddenly said, "How interesting." The entrance was actually designed in such an ingenious manner. The master of this tomb must have put a great deal of thought into it. Qin Yu asked, "What did you discover?" The little blue lamp said, "The coffin in the ice is a hidden space node. Through it, you can enter another overlapping space. If you want to enter, you will need to shatter the ice soul jade bed." Qin Yu hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't want to part with the treasure, but that it was used to save the chicken overlord. If it was destroyed, the little blue lamp said, "Have you forgotten how wonderful this mystic realm is? Don't worry, it will quickly reassemble and recover." "Right, I almost didn't think of that." Qin Yu smiled. He suddenly realized where the vanguard had gone. It was clear that this person knew the secret of the spatial node and had already entered the overlapping space, thus there was no one here. Xiao Chen raised his hand and punched. The ice soul jade bed did not move at all, but the surging energy surging out was like a great river. Kacha, kacha, in an instant, countless cracks appeared and rapidly spread outwards. Qin Yu drew back his hand. The ice soul jade bed shattered to the ground, revealing the coffin that lingered with cold energy. Without the obstruction of the ice, it was completely exposed. The entire surface of the coffin didn't have any patterns or decorations. It was covered in a thick black color that exuded a dignified and infernal energy. "What do we do now?" "Simple. Push it open and lie down." Qin Yu, entering a coffin didn't seem auspicious at all. But since he had already started, there was no reason for him to give up halfway. Moreover, he also wanted to know what goal this vanguard had in rushing in. Why did the master of this tomb arrange such a complex array? Before he could touch the coffin, the little blue lamp suddenly said, "Wait, if you attack like this, there will be a major problem. Now, follow the information I gave you and strike the surface of the coffin. Remember, don't make any mistakes, otherwise we will be in trouble." "Okay." Qin Yu nodded. A fluctuation of consciousness entered his mind. He hesitated for a moment and then suddenly attacked. His movements were as fast as lightning, and he struck the surface of the coffin 36 times. Each time he struck a different place, covering nearly the entire surface of the coffin. The moment the 36th strike landed, Qin Yu retreated back to his original position. There was a loud cracking sound from the coffin and then the coffin lid quietly opened, revealing a pitch-black crack. Qin Yu didn't step forward. He continued to stand where he was, as if he were waiting for something. At this time, a white bone hand suddenly shot out from the coffin. It grabbed the edge of the coffin and slowly pulled it open. Then, a corpse wearing a gorgeous robe and with all its flesh and blood rotting away, all that was left over was a skeleton. It sat up from the coffin and looked at Qin Yu with its empty eye sockets. Its mouth opened and closed, emitting a stiff and mechanical voice. "Why did you come again?" Qin Yu didn't know how to answer. He thought for a moment and remained silent. Luckily, the skeleton said, "Come in." It lay back down in the coffin and moved to the side, leaving a spot open for Qin Yu. Qin Yu's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. But after waiting for a moment, the little blue lamp didn't say anything. He clenched his teeth and stepped inside. "Don't resist." The little blue lamp's voice sounded out in his mind. In the next moment, the skeleton hugged Qin Yu tightly. The coffin lid quickly closed and everything in front of him fell into darkness. Unexpectedly, as he fell into darkness, the feeling that the skeleton gave Qin Yu suddenly changed. It was gentle and full of elasticity. After a moment of hesitation, he moved his palm and touched it. It was warm and smooth to the touch. There was a light hum in his ears and a hot and warm breath fell upon his ears. What the hell? This was clearly the horrifying plot of a skeleton in a coffin, so how did it suddenly turn into a sweet temptation in the darkness? Qin Yu wasn't moved at all. Rather, he felt even more horrified. If it weren't for the little blue lamp's reminder, he would have never been able to stop himself from attacking. A fragrant and sweet taste with a hint of coolness continuously drilled into his nose. Qin Yu frowned. His heart uncontrollably began to beat faster. A wave of heat flowed through his limbs and quickly spread to every inch of his body. It was as if an invisible flame had been ignited in his body. It seemed to be able to burn a person's rationality into ashes, leaving only instinct and desire. "Since you've come, why must you leave? Isn't it a better choice to stay here and accompany me?" A slightly hoarse voice rang in her ears. Answer me. Do you choose me, or do you want to leave? Why aren't you speaking? Are you worried that if you open your mouth, you won't be able to help but want to stay? If you remain silent like this, then I will take it as you tacitly agree. Do you really want to leave? Why? Is it because I'm not beautiful enough? But you haven't truly seen me yet. Can you give me a chance to prove myself? The flames within his body burned hotter and hotter. You could clearly hear his heart pounding like a drum. His body began to heat up, but when he opened his eyes, they were indifferent, like calm water beneath ice, without the slightest fluctuation. Stay. Stay. Why aren't you speaking? Speak. I hate your silence. I want you to stay. Stay with me. The woman's voice became shrill and grating. She used more and more strength in the darkness, crazily holding on to Yu. The warm and soft feeling soon became binding. She was like a rope, desperately trying to squeeze into Yu's flesh and blood. But in the face of all of this, he was like a block of wood. Whether it was the temptation from before or the madness of tearing apart all pretenses, he didn't respond at all. He was like a passerby watching from the sidelines. After an unknown period of time, a woman's unwilling scream resounded in Yu's ears. The little blue lamp lightly said, "We've arrived." Yu opened his eyes. He was peacefully lying in the coffin. Besides him, there was only darkness so dark that he couldn't even see his own fingers. Vaguely, he could feel a pair of eyes filled with unwillingness staring at him from the darkness. Frowning, Yu closed his eyes once more. The feeling of being stared at was immediately blocked out. Bang, there was movement outside. He stood in the great tomb. The environment here was actually almost identical to another space. The only difference was that there was a black stone chair here. Now, the figure sitting on the stone chair was being held in mid-air by an invisible force. His widened eyes were filled with shock and anger. Impossible. In this space, you can actually use a strength stronger than mine. Yun Yuming struggled with all his might, but it was all in vain. He crossed her hands behind her back, her eyes icy cold. In this world, there is nothing that is impossible. But, I really must thank you. If it weren't for you being too selfish as an elder of the Alliance and placing your hopes on resurrection after death, how could I have locked onto it? Yun Yueming's eyes widened. Who are you? Just who are you? He lightly said, you're just a lonely ghost that died long ago and still refuses to return to the dust of the earth. Why would you need to know so much? In order to express my thanks to you, I will act quickly so that you won't feel too much pain. Ah! Yun Yuming miserably cried out. His soul began to burn. Within the grey flames, his soul body rapidly melted away. But as this happened, the phantom of a fetus egg appeared. It was extremely thin and dim, as if it were formed from interweaving smoke. It seemed as if a single breath could scatter it away. His eyes brightened. Her face flushed red with excitement. She stared at the fetus egg phantom in front of her, as if she could see the future and hope within it. This was indeed his last chance. If he succeeded, all the trials and tribulations he had experienced would turn into smoke. He would return with a new appearance and a greater strength. If he failed, then he would be beyond redemption. Everything would be over. I will not fail, I cannot fail. She looked up, her eyes locking onto the fetus egg phantom. He slowly reached out a hand. Her movements were slow, as if she were worried that if she moved just a little bit more, the phantom would scatter. Her 5 fingers opened and grasped forwards. Then, she stuffily coughed and all the blood drained from her face. At the same time, the lines on her palm began to rapidly turn black. It was like a black river was gathering at the center, forming a pitch-black hole that couldn't be seen. Sensing the aura of the fetus egg, the edges of the black hole wriggled and expanded, finally swallowing up the flesh and blood of her palm. The remaining 5 fingers were also invaded by the darkness, turning a hard metallic color. It was like 5 iron nails had been inserted into space, holding the black hole in place. In the next moment, the black hole spat out black rays of light that wove together into a net that covered the fetus egg phantom. Thump, thump, lying in the pitch-black coffin, you could clearly hear the beating that occurred every once in a while. It was deep and heavy, like the sun and moon were hammers that shook the entire world, emitting a powerful will that suppressed all. Because of the little blue lamp, even though Qin Yu was here, he could clearly see what was happening outside. He had seen the entire process of Luo He killing Yun Mingyu. He had also seen the black hole appear on his palm and imprison the fetus egg. It really was him. As time passed, the black light wove together into a net. The fetus egg phantom became increasingly clear, as if it were gradually materializing from a shadow. And the beating he heard just now had come from the fetus egg. Moreover, as it continued to solidify, it became increasingly clear. It's the will from the shadow vortex. The little blue lamp said, my estimates were a bit off. I don't know why the heaven-piercing jade annulus that descended into this space has to have some problem. Otherwise, with its strength, even if it is the strength of the world's source, it would still be impossible to forcefully summon it through a projection. Qin Yu frowned. What should we do? The little blue lamp said, stop him. After a brief pause, it repeated itself, its voice becoming increasingly firm. We must stop him. Qin Yu said, are you confident? If it was just Luo He alone, he wouldn't fear her. But now, what had descended upon him was the strength of the shadow vortex's will. To be more accurate, this strength came from the world's source will. The little blue lamp said, no, but we have to give it a try. Even if there is only a 10% chance of success. It seemed to take a deep breath. You definitely can't understand why I have suddenly become so radical. But, to tell you the truth, we have no other choice right now. Without accident, it will be forcefully summoned and destroyed by the shadow vortex's will. If we witness all of this and stay out of it, believe me, even if we can leave today, our future will be cursed and we will fall into eternal silence. Qin Yu, what did the heaven-piercing jade annulus have to do with the fetus egg? What was its origin? If they encountered it, they couldn't even avoid it. They had to risk their lives to help it. There was actually such an overbearing existence in this world. Restrain your thoughts and don't waste your mind. We really need to go all out. The little blue lamp's tone was particularly calm. But, from this calmness, one could clearly feel the decisiveness of throwing everything aside. In a moment, I will mobilize all of my strength to resist the shadow vortex's will. What you need to do is kill this person in the shortest time possible. As long as he dies and loses the medium, the shadow vortexes will have no choice but to retreat. Believe me. Although this battle has great risks, there is also a chance it will bring unexpected harvests. Qin Yu, I have a premonition that whether or not you can obtain its approval will depend on this moment. The little blue lamp no longer spoke. But, Qin Yu could feel a terrifying strength constantly gathering in the darkness, crossing through space and time. At this moment, the feeling that the little blue lamp gave him was like a true sun hanging in the heavens. It was vast and boundless, impossible to resist. It could burn all to ashes and turn them to powder. It really was going all out. Qin Yu was well aware that the little blue lamp was prepared to go all out. Even if it failed today, there was a high chance it would survive. Perhaps it would fall into a long slumber until someone else found it. But if it failed, it would surely die, and it would die in an extremely ugly manner. If it didn't want to die, then it was time to go all out. Qin Yu closed his eyes, silently waiting. Within the net of interweaving black light, the embryo egg finally condensed. At this time, with a loud explosion, the entire underground tomb sunk down dozens of feet. The smooth stone slabs laid on the ground began to crack like a spider web. The cracks even spread to the main body of the tomb palace, as if a giant mouth were crying out in pain. An invisible attraction was released from the embryo egg, as if it were the amalgamation of all that was beautiful in the world. Just by looking at it, one would feel a desire to occupy it without a care for anything else. Luo, his breathing became heavy and the blood vessels in his eyes rapidly filled with blood. In the blink of an eye, his eyes turned crimson. He took a step forwards. A fluctuation suddenly came from the black hole in his palm, causing him to awaken. His forehead was covered with a cold sweat. In that moment just now, he had a desperate impulse to protect the embryo egg from harm. If it weren't for that person's strength, Luo, he was well aware that he would have already become a puppet being controlled. What a terrifying embryo egg. Luo, his pupils shrank, revealing a deep fear and dread. He didn't dare to look at it any longer. He closed his eyes and grasped forwards. Bang! The black hole rapidly grew. The net of black light that covered the embryo egg contracted, slowly pulling it over. The entire process was extremely slow. Even the black light that formed the net constantly collapsed and reformed. It was clear that this seemingly simple act of dragging the embryo egg would cause an incomparably astonishing loss of strength. Qin Yu suppressed his impulse. He had already guessed what the little blue lamp was thinking. First, he would have the shadow vortex consume some of its strength to increase his chances of victory. Even if the chances were small, in the face of life or death, he had to strive for it with everything he had. The embryo egg drew closer and closer to the black hole. Faintly, he could hear excited roars coming from the black hole. Now, the little blue lamp roared. Qin Yu's eyes flashed open and a powerful aura broke out from his body. Bang! The coffin lid was lifted off and he rushed forwards. Without hesitation, he punched out his fist. Qin Yu used his full strength in this punch. It also detonated all of the strength that the little blue lamp had gathered. In a battle of life or death, there was no room for concealment. This punch had caught him off guard and also happened when his opponent was relaxed. He had to obtain the greatest result possible. Bang! There was a heaven-shaking explosion. The black hole was violently bombarded. The edges violently trembled and the swallowing strength it released stagnated. In the next moment, the net that wrapped around the embryo egg began to collapse. A light flashed on the surface of the embryo egg. It was like a shining star, turning into a sweeping impact that tore apart the net. Roar! An angry roar echoed out from the vortex. Although it was pitch black inside, Qin Yu could still feel the eyes locked onto him. It was like an invisible mountain had arrived, able to suppress the highest heavens and 10th earth. Luckily, this feeling only lasted for a moment before it was blocked by the little blue lamp. Otherwise, Qin Yu feared his mind would have been crushed to pieces. Qin Yu. Chapter 826. It was him again. Ever since Yun Dai refused to enter his tutelage, this was the fourth time Qin Yu had ruined his plans at a critical moment. And this time, he had no path of retreat. If he couldn't succeed, all that was left for him was death. Looking at Qin Yu in front of her, Luo, he wished he could eat his flesh and blood. His chest was filled with hatred. Kill him, kill him. The black hole roared and an invisible strength erupted. It was like an erupting volcano, capable of burning all to ashes. In terms of hatred, the shadow vortex's hatred for Qin Yu was 100 times stronger than Luo his. Only the heavens knew how many years it had waited for this chance. Once it failed, it would be impossible to use similar methods to attack again. As for finding another path, who knew how many years it would take? Leave it to me. Remember what you need to do. Kill this person in the shortest time possible, the little blue lamp calmly said. In the next moment, the phantom of a great sun appeared in the tomb palace. A terrifyingly high temperature caused the air to burn, releasing a blinding light. Bang! In the endless starry skies, it was like two astonishing stars colliding with each other at high speeds. A loud explosion erupted and annihilating fluctuations covered the entire tomb palace. With a stuffy cough, Qin Yu swayed and blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. He could clearly hear the pained groans coming from every inch of his body. Luckily, the moment the annihilating fluctuations erupted, the black hole in the tomb palace and the great sun phantom vanished at the same time. But through his connection with the little blue lamp, Qin Yu knew that they hadn't vanished. Rather, they had been pulled into another dimension during the battle. As for where this dimension came from, he had no idea. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu looked up and locked onto Luo He. His eyes were icy cold and without hesitation, he stepped forwards. Whoosh! His body broke through the air, emitting ear-piercing sonic booms. He left behind a series of after-images as he shot forwards like an arrow. In that instant of annihilation, Luo He was also injured. He wiped the blood from the corners of his lips and diabolically grinned as he pressed forwards. His blood-stained fingertips fiercely thrust into the air. There was a howl in his ears as a giant blood-red wolf appeared. It seemed to be condensed from 1 trillion seas of blood. The smell of blood around it was nearly tangible. It faced Qin Yu and opened its jaws, swallowing him whole. Starfall Archipelago. Not long after the shadow vortex erupted, news of the changes in the secret realm had already reached them. The higher-ups of the Alliance were shaken, and they immediately responded. However, what shocked and angered them was that the teleportation hall leading to the arcane realm had been sealed for some reason. Biggie Douglas's face was as calm as still water. He looked into the depths of the endless sea realm and said in a sonorous voice, "Use the token to summon the Alliance Guardian." The expressions of the Alliance higher-ups behind him changed. Based on the agreement they had made with the Protectors, every time they attacked, the Alliance would have to pay a high price. Even with the Alliance's wealth and foundation, they would still feel the pain of slicing their flesh. But in the end, no one objected. The existence of a mystic realm could be called the foundation of the Beast Trainer Alliance. If there was a problem with it, the Beast Trainer Alliance might be able to continue existing, but it would be difficult for them to regain their current strength and status. After a while, a large bell that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years was taken out from the depths of the treasury. As Biggie Douglas hammered down heavily, a bell chime that could not be heard by human ears instantly spread out of the island and rushed into the boundless sea. The sound of the bell continued onward, onward, and onward. Finally, it entered a region of the sea that was shrouded in fog all year round. The blood wolf howled in pain. Its abdomen rapidly expanded and then exploded in the next moment. Qin Yu didn't pause at all. He punched forwards. Luo, he was expressionless. All of his previous anger and resentment had turned into an icy chill in his eyes. Facing Qin Yu's fist, he slowly said, "Qin Yu, today you will die." Bang! Qin Yu's fist struck Luo he. But a strange scene occurred. Luo he was like a shadow that instantly evaded Qin Yu. A wild strength erupted, shaking space. Like water being stirred, Luo his figure twisted and deformed. But there was no pain on his face. "It's useless. My path of shadow transformation has reached large success. To you, I am a shadow, and to me, you are also a shadow. And no matter how formidable a shadow is, it cannot cause any damage. Just this point alone puts me in an invincible position." Path of shadow transformation. Qin Yu frowned for a moment before composing himself. "I am a shadow and you are also a shadow. You cannot kill me." "Luo," he lightly said, "I don't need to kill you. As long as I can delay you long enough to destroy that strength within your body, I will have already won." Qin Yu said, "Are you so confident that the shadow vortex will win?" Luo his eyes flashed. "It looks like you know a great deal. If so, then you should be well aware of what this will represents. To make an enemy of a world, no matter who it is, their final fate is to be utterly destroyed." Qin Yu coldly sneered. "If you really believe so, then we can continue waiting and see just who will be the final victor." The spatial shaking gradually subsided. Luo his figure returned to normal. After a moment of silence, he revealed a smile. "Although I am confident in myself, it is indeed foolish to leave my fate in the hands of unknown luck. Moreover, I have already grasped the key to thoroughly killing you. Qin Yu, before you die, let me tell you something. My true name is Sholyoha. Do you feel as if you have suddenly realized something? But it is already too late." The corners of Luo his lips curled up in a strange smile. Or rather, Sholyoha, who had transformed into him, suddenly stepped forwards. As his step fell, he vanished. When he reappeared, he had already fallen beside Qin Yu. He didn't attack. Instead, he met Qin Yu's gaze and melted into the ground, vanishing from sight. Then, he sneered, his mocking voice ringing out in Qin Yu's mind. "So what if you are strong? In the end, the one to kill you will be your shadow. Then, strictly speaking, you will be the one to kill yourself. Don't you find this hard to believe? But please believe me, this will soon happen. And even if you know, you will be powerless to resist. You will only be able to watch helplessly on as your shadow slowly swallows you up." The shadow beneath Qin Yu's feet suddenly turned its head, as if staring straight at him. A cold and sinister aura floated in the air. But at this time, Sholyoha miserably cried out, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. Impossible. You clearly haven't cultivated the path of shadow transformation, so why is your shadow world like this? The shadow beneath Qin Yu fiercely struggled. Sho Liuhe wanted to escape, but he discovered that shackles had already wrapped around his body and he couldn't break free. Qin Yu, just who are you? I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Sho Liuhe's hateful screams gradually faded away. Qin Yu revealed a look of surprise. He rubbed his temples, a bit understanding. It was true that he hadn't cultivated the path of shadow transformation, but Undying had always lived in his shadow. It was clear that before he left, he had made some arrangements in Qin Yu's shadow world. In these past years, Qin Yu hadn't encountered such an attack, so he hadn't noticed it until Sho Liuhe hit the jackpot. He originally thought that there would be a great battle, but who would have thought that things would end so easily? And Luo, he was actually Sho Liuhe. This also explained why Qin Yu felt an inexplicable sense of disgust and hostility towards him at first glance. Bang, the void shook and two layered worlds appeared in Qin Yu's line of sight. One was a shining sun and the other was a massive black hole that swallowed everything. This was that mysterious dimension. Sho Liuhe had died and the medium through which the shadow vortex's will had descended was destroyed. The black hole trembled and began to collapse. He had won. It was only at this moment that Qin Yu truly relaxed. Be careful. A thought fluctuation sounded out in his mind. This was the little blue lamp's voice. Qin Yu's pupils violently shrank. An inexplicable sense of fear and alarm invaded his heart. Without hesitation, he stepped forwards. Bang, with a loud explosion, he rapidly drew back. But to some existences, no matter how fast Qin Yu's reaction speed was, it was meaningless in their eyes. Within the mysterious dimension, the black hole's collapse accelerated and it instantly dissipated. At the same time, a black light shot out. It crossed the barrier of two spaces and smashed into Qin Yu's chest. As Qin Yu retreated, he could clearly see the black light approach. He wanted to dodge but he couldn't react at all. Like a puppet, he could only watch helplessly as it sank into his chest and vanished from sight. His ears rang and his consciousness fell into darkness. Within the tomb palace, a great sun phantom suddenly appeared. Boundless strength gushed out, supporting the fallen Qin Yu in midair. A figure emerged from the great sun phantom. Without bothering to hide itself, it lifted a hand and touched Qin Yu's body. At this moment, space fell into a deathly silence. The figure within the great sun suddenly gave off a desolate feeling. As it looked at Qin Yu, its eyebrows furrowed together, its eyes filled with disbelief. Dead, he had actually died. Although the vitality of his mortal body still existed, his soul had been torn apart. The little blue lamp could feel that Qin Yu's aura was fading away. When his aura vanished, he would no longer exist in this world. The little blue lamp slowly turned around and looked at the embryo egg. Its voice was icy cold. Why? The embryo egg was silent. You must admit that he saved you. You could have helped him block that black light just now. The embryo egg remained silent. The little blue lamp didn't speak again. It flicked its sleeves and picked up Qin Yu, preparing to leave. After Qin Yu died, it would suffer a backlash and soon fall into a deep slumber. But before that, it had to properly bury him. This was the only thing it could do for Qin Yu right now. The silent embryo egg suddenly erupted with light. The little blue lamp was sent flying away. It could only watch helplessly on as Qin Yu's body flew towards the embryo egg. Chapter 8:27. The little blue lamp was silent. It looked at Qin Yu, who was gradually sucked into the light around the embryo egg. Its heart wasn't as calm as it appeared. For you to reach where you are today, how much bitterness have you suffered? How much suffering have you suffered? How could you give up so easily? Qin Yu, come back to life, you must come back to life. Within the tomb palace, an invisible will suddenly arrived. Its boundless majesty was indescribable, as if it could suppress all. Even with the little blue lamp's level, beneath the pressure of this will, it had no choice but to extinguish all light and reveal the palace lantern's true form. The entire tomb palace suddenly expanded until it was impossible to see where it ended. It was as if a new world had been opened and all that was left was pure white. Then, black and gold lines began to appear, particularly striking in this pure white world. The little blue lamps will fluctuated. As it stared at the black and gold lines that crazily appeared in the pure white world, it suddenly understood. No wonder its strength and might were so much weaker than it had imagined, so that ancient legend was actually true. It was actually, but like this, if Chinyu wanted to obtain its approval and borrow its strength to be reborn, the difficulty would be 10 times or even 100 times greater. His originally faint hope was nearly completely lost. More and more black and gold lines appeared, rapidly spreading in all directions until they filled the entire pure white world. When it finally finished growing, a heaven-shaking array formation would form. It could reverse yin and yang, life and death, and even change the sun and moon. Even the little blue lamp was at a loss as it faced this array formation. It could only feel the terrifying aura contained within it that could subvert and change all. As you can see, I have wasted a precious chance. Whether he lives or dies, that is all up to him. An indifferent and calm voice echoed out from all directions of the pure white world. It rumbled like thunder, shaking the trillions of black and gold lines. Hum hum, the array formation activated. Deep in the endless sea, the terrifying vortex formed by the swirling seawater had already vanished. On the altar that was like the base of a great city, a phantom formed from interweaving light reared back its head and roared. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. The giant sea beasts lying around the altar shivered and blood gushed out from their noses and mouths. Some even fell down, their bodies twitching unconsciously. Even so, the sea beasts didn't dare to make a single sound and none of them dared to run away. This was because the existence on the altar was the supreme ruler of the endless sea, the only master that all the sea beasts submitted to. It was the sea god. The few powerful and intelligent sea beasts knew that their masters had been waiting for this day for countless years. But in the end, it failed. At a time like this, any existence that attracted the master's attention would be torn to shreds without hesitation. Staying silent might be able to survive. But this time, their hopes were dashed. The phantom of interweaving light on the altar suddenly stopped roaring. It stared straight at something above its head. The entire sea seemed to sense the ruthlessness it emitted from its body, instantly falling into a deathly stillness. If one stood above the clouds in the sky and looked down, they would see that the most violent and bizarre part of the boundless sea had become calm without any warning. It was as if it had been wiped away by an invisible hand, and there were no longer any ripples. The sea beasts around the altar began to tremble. They could feel the shadow of death looming over their hearts. Roar, the phantom on the altar suddenly let out a roar, and the mirror-like surface of the sea instantly shattered. It was like a vicious beast that had finally awakened after countless years of slumber. Bang, bang, the sea beasts that crawled around the altar were like overinflated balloons as they began to explode one at a time. Flesh and bones flew everywhere. Endless blood gushed out, dyeing the seabed red. The thick smell of blood assailed the senses. But soon, these pieces of flesh and blood flew towards the altar at an astonishing speed. They gathered together, erupting with an astonishing vitality as they wriggled and grew. Rumble, rumble. The sea crazily tumbled and giant waves surged into the heavens. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared from the seabed. It rapidly approached the surface and became clear. Bang, the sea surface shattered and a massive creature drilled out from the seabed. It was shaped like a bull and its body surpassed 100,000 feet. Its entire body was covered in thick black scales and 3 horns jutted out from its head, fiercely pointing towards the skies. As soon as it emerged from the sea, endless seawater rose up, turning into black clouds that lifted it up. Roar, with a loud roar, its 4 hooves rapidly galloped forwards. It flew towards Starfall Archipelago on the black cloud. Within the black gold array formation, Chinyu's figure floated in the air. Countless motes of light gathered around him, as vast as the stars in the sky. These motes of light drilled into his body but flew out in the next moment, unable to fuse with him. After an unknown period of time, a calm and indifferent voice sounded out. You have seen it for yourself. It isn't that I don't want to save him, but that he can't do it himself. The little blue lamp said, give him some more time. You know that even if I wait any longer, he won't have a chance. Why waste the little time you have left? If you want, you can bury his corpse here. One day in the future, when I find the person I am waiting for, there might be a chance that he will come back to life. The little blue lamp was silent. It slowly shook its head. Even if that day comes, the one who comes back to life will not be him. Its eyes fell on Qin Yu. We have known each other for many years and I understand his character. If this is the result, he would rather die here. I won't force you. Take him away. The little blue lamp flew over. The motes of light that rushed towards Qin Yu began to dissipate. But at this time, a fluctuation emitted from his body. The little blue lamp paused. It could clearly feel that time had paused for a moment just now. This was the power of time. On the verge of death, Qin Yu had controlled a wisp of the Tao of time in an attempt to save his life. But unfortunately, its strength was far too weak. It could only stop time for a moment. But the mysteries of the world lay in the fact that even the most inconspicuous of details could cause a final change. For instance, at this moment, the power of time that erupted from Qin Yu's body. Within the black gold array formation, the scattered motes of light seemed to be attracted by some great force. They crazily gathered towards Qin Yu, their numbers increasing by dozens of times and nearly submerging him. The power of time. The faint voice sounded out once more, but this time there was a bit more complexity to it that vanished. He is so young and he has such a high boundary, yet he was able to accomplish this. What a pity. What a pity, it still wasn't enough. Even if he used time as a guide to galvanize the power of the array formation, a mortal body was still a mortal body. A weak bloodline and mortal body simply couldn't contain its strength. The little blue lamp stared at Qin Yu, roaring out in its heart. Qin Yu, this is your last chance. Wake up, hurry and wake up. A massive number of motes of light constantly fused into his body. In the next moment, they scattered again. Perhaps it was because there were too many of them, or perhaps it was because there just happened to be a change within Qin Yu's body. At some point, a mote of light drilled into his body. After stumbling around several times, it finally fused in somewhere else. Within Qin Yu's chest, the ancient's heart that had fused in seemed to feel something. After a moment of pause, it began to beat once more. Thump, thump, it contracted and expanded, pushing blood to flow through his body. Even Qin Yu's own heart was able to beat once more. Blood flowed through his body. The speed at which it revolved became faster and faster. It emitted a loud crashing sound, as if it were a surging river. Chapter 828. Even an ant knew how to live. This had nothing to do with consciousness or intelligence, but was a powerful instinct. Strictly speaking, Qin Yu had already died. The reason his mortal body had revived was because of the black gold array formation that reversed the boundary between life and death. After experiencing life and death, his instinctive desire to live had been thoroughly activated. This desire represented a person's strongest will. It was strong enough to mobilize all the strength within Qin Yu's body. Thus, as the two hearts wildly beat in his chest, a trace of bloodline strength hidden deep within his body emerged. Many years ago, when Qin Yu was just born, it was likely that his bloodline had been ruthlessly extracted and stripped away by someone. But bloodline and life were compatible. As long as he was alive, the strength of his bloodline wouldn't truly vanish. It would only fall into a deep slumber. After his bloodline was stripped away, Qin Yu's talent was greatly damaged and it was nearly impossible for him to step onto the great Tao of cultivation. But with the existence of the little blue lamp, Qin Yu's destiny had been changed. As he stepped onto the road of cultivation, as his cultivation grew stronger, this was in itself a process of awakening his slumbering bloodline. And the most critical step was that Qin Yu had fused with the ancient's heart. Its existence had become a turning point, and beneath the pressure of death, his bloodline strength had finally awakened. Although it was only an extremely small portion, the bloodline of that race was innately noble. The moment it awakened, a phenomenon appeared. Golden light gushed out from the void. It was magnificent and dignified, like flowing golden liquid that wrapped around Qin Yu. Golden lines appeared on the surface of his skin, rapidly extending until they covered every corner of his body. The invisible will contained within his bloodline began to contend with the ancient's body. The noble and proud ancient naturally wouldn't allow a bloodline inheritor to be assimilated into the ancient race and abandon their noble race and status. Qin Yu's complexion paled and the ancient's heart began to violently beat. Within his blood, two strengths crazily fought each other, both wanting to swallow the other. The bloodline of that race was noble, but the bloodline of the ancient was similarly formidable. In addition to the support of the powerful ancient's heart, the awakened bloodline's strength fell into a disadvantage. A change occurred as the two formidable bloodlines fought. A warm and bright light gushed out from Qin Yu's body. This was the power of holy light bestowed upon him by the Tao monarch. Before this, it had been suppressed by the ancient bloodline, but now it was finally released. Bang Rei's storage treasure on Qin Yu's body loudly shattered and everything else was twisted to pieces. Only a jade box remained intact. If he were clear-headed at this moment, he would realize that this jade box was the gift the Shui sisters had given him to express their gratitude. Ever since Qin Yu obtained this item, he hadn't opened it, so he didn't know what was inside. At this moment, the jade box silently opened on its own, and a stone flew out from within. Its surface was uneven, and the bottom of each pit was dark red. It was as if the blood rain had fallen from the sky and landed on the stone, creating these potholes before fusing into it. In fact, even the Shui sisters did not know the origin of this stone. It was an ancestor of their mother's clan who had accidentally obtained it. If this stone was placed by one's side for cultivation, it could act as a catalyst, allowing one to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Thus, it was regarded as a supreme treasure. Later, due to an unexpected misfortune, the stone fell into the hands of the mother who married into the Shui family and passed it on to her two daughters before she died. The reason Shui Yeye and Shui Qingqing had been forced to flee was also because of this stone. If they didn't have enough strength to protect themselves, then they would be punished for their treasures. There was no need to elaborate on this point. At this time, as holy light erupted from Qin Yu's body, the stone hidden in the box flew out on its own. It hummed and trembled before shattering into powder. 1 bead, 2 beads, 3 beads, 7 beads of blood appeared. And on the surface of this stone, there were 7 potholes. It was unknown how many years they had fused into the stone, but they were still bright red. Suddenly, faint traces of white light were released from the beads of blood, becoming one with the source holy light around Qin Yu's body. But the feeling it gave off was even higher. Although it was only a weak light, just looking at it caused one to instinctively feel endless awe. As if they were facing a god. Whoosh, whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, the 7 beads of blood howled forwards. They struck Qin Yu, but they didn't cause him any damage at all as they directly fused into his body. In the next moment, the holy light around Qin Yu suddenly rose 100 times over. Like a raging fire, it wildly tumbled up and down. Countless holy spirits condensed. They flew up and down in the holy light, their expressions sincere, respectful, and joyful. They loudly cheered and praised Qin Yu. The phantom of a towering holy mountain appeared behind Qin Yu. There were 7 levels to it, as if it connected the heavens and earth. On each level, countless figures prostrated themselves on the ground, kowtowing and prostrating themselves in worship. If someone from the Western Tomb Divine Church were here, they would immediately recognize that this was the scene recorded in the scriptures of the Western Tomb Divine Church, where numerous deities knelt to the ground and worshipped the transcendent Tao monarch. This was a miracle in the truest sense of the word. Because at this time, after fusing with the 7 beads of blood, Qin Yu was a true divinity of the world, and these blood beads came from the Tao monarch himself. In the distant past, the Tao monarch had personally descended to battle with the supreme elders of the ancient race. Although he had won in the end, he had paid a tremendous price. These beads of blood had fallen from the highest heavens at that time, smashing into the stone and directly fusing into it. At the level of the Tao monarch, let alone a drop of blood, even a strand of hair or a piece of skin contained a great power. With a thought, he could take it back without losing anything. But that battle had been far too dangerous. After barely winning, the Tao monarch didn't dare to stay any longer. He directly shattered the void and left this world. In normal circumstances, after he recovered from his injuries, he could open up a space channel and take back the blood. But not long after that battle, The Tao monarch had fallen into a deep slumber and hadn't woken up to this day. If it weren't for today's situation, then in another hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps the 7 beads of blood that fused into the stone would have given birth to their own will. One day, they would have been obtained by some lucky person and the story of the Bottle-Gourd brothers would have developed. Of course, now that the Bottle-Gourd brothers had been stolen by Qin Yu, it was impossible for them to exist. With the Tao monarch's strength joining in, the situation within Qin Yu's body became even more chaotic. After a chaotic battle, a tripartite balance of power was formed. The strength of the ancient race was the strongest, followed by the Tao monarch's strength, and the awakened bloodline was the weakest. But, if the latter two joined forces in a disadvantageous situation, they could contend with the strength of the ancient race. This formed a fragile balance. The 3 forces temporarily calmed down and watched each other with dread, all of them looking for a chance to strike. But the truth was that within Qin Yu's body, the ancient, Tao, and blood strengths weren't the only ones that had the qualifications to participate in this game. The fourth was the power of time that Qin Yu himself possessed. Although it was extremely weak, in terms of strength, it was in no way inferior to these 3. The fifth was the power that shattered Qin Yu's soul and instantly killed him. It was the power that came from the black hole. Or, to be more precise, it was the power that came from the world will. It certainly had the qualifications to interfere. The power of time was weak and after the world will killed Qin Yu, only a tiny portion of its power remained. When the ancient, Tao, and blood strengths fiercely fought each other, their influence wasn't too obvious. But when the ancient, Tao, and blood tripartite balance of power formed, the effects of these 2 strengths began to manifest. The power of time hoped to save Qin Yu's life. As for the world will, it followed its unchanging goal and wanted to destroy his body and soul. One to the left, one to the right, these 2 completely different directions. Not only did they not cancel each other out, but they instead caused an uncontrollable change to occur within Qin Yu's body. With the ancient, Tao, and blood strengths as the core, and the power of time and world will as the wings, as they gathered together, it was like a switch had been opened, causing the 5 strengths to revolve. To use a picturesque phrase, this revolution was like pushing the rolling wheels of time forward. There was nothing that could stop it, and in front of time, everything would be crushed to pieces. Indeed, there was nothing that could stop it. When the 5 strengths were sucked in, they were firmly sucked in. This invisible and formidable restriction was impossible to break free from. Rumble rumble, within Qin Yu's body, loud rumbling sounds rose and fell without end, like the roar of thunder in the sea. An inexplicable aura was released from his body. The motes of light that gushed out from the black gold array seemed to find their way home. With loud cheers, they wildly poured into Qin Yu's body at an even faster speed. This time, they didn't leave. Rather, they directly entered the vortex formed by the 5 strengths. It was like the strongest adhesive, causing the 5 strengths to fuse together so that they could no longer separate. Hum a hum, the entire array formation trembled, emitting loud rumbling sounds. The black gold runes that formed the array formation each erupted with a rich light. The little blue lamp's main body flashed and its figure appeared once more. Its eyes widened, shock and excitement filled its face. This was indeed a change that it had never imagined would occur. In this hopeless situation, Qin Yu had found a path to survival once more. 1 fate, 2 lives, 3 bloodlines. Indeed, destiny reigned above all else. It was impossible to guess at. It was clearly a hopeless situation where he was doomed to vanish into thin air. But in the blink of an eye, the situation had been reversed. This was a great destiny. Sure enough, its judgment wasn't wrong. Qin Yu was destined to not fade into the crowd. There would come a day when he would become one of the most dazzling existences in the infinite heavens. With a deep breath, the little blue lamp looked up and loudly said, "How is it?" The black gold array formation was quiet. After a long time, the faint voice sounded out, sighing a bit. "With his current level, there is no hope of him obtaining my approval. But now, with the 5 strengths added to his body, even though we are clearly enemies and cannot communicate with each other, the current situation has occurred. This is because his fate is not fated to die." The little blue lamp bowed, its expression solemn. Please rest assured. Although Qin Yu is small and weak right now, after today, he has defied the heavens and changed his fate. His future is limitless and he will not disgrace you. The voice continued, you should have already seen the problem with me. If you give your mark to him, his future path will not be smooth. Not to mention a trillion thunder tribulations, he is destined to withstand countless dangers. If something happens to him in the future, I fear his fate will be tens of thousands of times more miserable than today. The little blue lamp stood up. I will borrow Qin Yu's gaze to answer your reminder. While alive, everything is possible, but after death, everything is nothing. He is not the person I have been waiting for, nor has he obtained my approval. But, all sorts of lucky chances and coincidences have allowed him to reach this step. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. Whatever happens in the future, it will no longer concern me. Just as its voice fell, the black gold array formation erupted. A terrifying aura surged out, shaking the little blue lamp and sending it flying away. Space flashed in front of it. It appeared where Qin Yu had shattered the ice soul jade bed. It had been forced out from the layered world. The little blue lamp gripped its fists, a carefree smile on its face. It had succeeded. Above the boundless sea, a giant beast with a triangular head like a bull roared forwards on black clouds. Wherever it passed, the color of the sea changed. Endless black clouds gushed out from nothingness, weaving together and blotting out the skies. Rumble rumble, a endless thunder erupted as the clouds tumbled. Heaven-shaking rumbles swept out in all directions, illuminating the world with a radiant light. Monstrous waves rose up in the sea, roaring and roaring. From time to time, it would take the form of a giant beast. Occasionally, thunder would strike it, instantly covering it in a suit of thunder armor. Its momentum soared to the heavens. It was the sea god, born from the endless sea. It was born with its own consciousness and knew the destiny it shouldered. The Beast Trainer Alliance's mystic realm shouldn't have existed in the world to begin with. It was only because of the existence of the sky-piercing jade wall that it was preserved. As for the sea god, it was originally a consciousness that shouldn't have appeared in this world. It was only born because the will of the world pushed it forward. When it first developed its consciousness, the sea god followed the will of the world. It wholeheartedly wanted to destroy the sky-piercing jade wall and cause the mystic realm world to collapse so that the circulation of the world laws would return to the right path. But as it failed again and again, time gradually passed. The sea god suddenly felt a crisis. It and the Beast Trainer Alliance's mystic realm were one and the same. If the jade wall was destroyed and the mystic realm collapsed, there would be no meaning in it continuing to exist. It would only be destroyed. The sea god didn't want to dissipate like this, but it also couldn't disobey the will of the world. The will of the world had given it its only mission. This was something that had been instilled into its consciousness when it was born. If it resisted the will of the world, then it would immediately collapse and wither away. Soon after, a new sea god would be born, but it would no longer be related to it. It couldn't disobey the will of the world and it also wanted to continue living. It didn't take too much time for the sea god to find a method that satisfied both sides. It didn't destroy the sky-piercing jade wall, but swallowed and fused its strength. After the mystic realm was destroyed, even if the will of the world didn't permit its existence, it still wouldn't be able to erase it. Simply put, the incomparably powerful sea god was only a pitiful consciousness that wanted to continue living. The chance it had waited for so many years had been destroyed at the critical moment. The sea god was incomparably angry, but it could still suppress its anger. This was because as long as the jade wall existed and the mystic realm wasn't destroyed, it would have endless time and could continue waiting for the next opportunity. Moreover, the little insect that ruined its plans had already been erased by its strength. But not long ago, atop the altar at the seabed, the sea god suddenly sensed a change in the aura of the sky-piercing jade wall. It had opened the inheritance mark. It had actually opened the inheritance mark. This was the result that the sea god couldn't accept. Once the inheritance mark was completed, the sky-piercing jade wall would automatically dissipate and the mystic realm would collapse. The will of the world had achieved its goal and it would be destroyed along with it. Without any time to think about who it was that had the qualifications to obtain the approval of the sky-piercing jade wall, The sea god cast aside all scruples and rushed towards Starfall Archipelago. It wanted to thoroughly kill that person. Otherwise, once the inheritance mark was completed, it would be destroyed. No one could stop it, absolutely no one. Bang. Chapter 829. The shattered space was immediately torn apart. The white ape that Qin Yu had seen on the foggy island stepped out. His expression was cold and his eyes were filled with ridicule as he looked at the sea divinity that had been sent flying away. He sneered, "I haven't seen you for some time and it seems you've forgotten the taste of my fist. You actually dare to run up to me and act so wildly." Roar, the sea divinity roared. Its massive body came to a stop and it glared at White Ape. "Today, even if it is you, don't think of stopping me. Hurry up and screw off, otherwise today will be the day you die." White Ape secretly frowned. He wondered just what sort of stimulation this fellow had received. It seemed he was going to do it for real. His thoughts raced and he sneered, "Just a loser like you dares to be so insolent in front of me." The sea divinity roared, "Kill!" Bang! Oh, everywhere one looked, the trillions of seas instantly erupted. Monstrous waves rose up, sweeping through the world. In the vault of heaven, within the black clouds that blocked out the sun, the roar of thunder filled the air. Lightning howled and gathered, condensing into several thunder dragons. They roared as they dived down from the black thunderclouds, drilling into the monstrous waves. The thunder dragons wreaked havoc in the waves, inlaid with thunder. Their momentum rose even higher. White Ape spoke casually, but in truth he didn't dare to be careless when facing the sea divinity. If he were in perfect condition, then even if the sea divinity's strength came directly from the world's source will, White Ape would still be able to easily beat him up. But right now, it was best to be a bit more cautious. He didn't know what sort of madness this fellow had gone through, but if he were to fail miserably in a simple task, that would truly be a joke. With a loud shout, White Ape lifted a hand and pressed it forwards. His arm wildly rose, becoming like a divine mountain that supported the heavens. His 5 claws were sharp to the extreme and shined with a blue-gold halo as they slammed down at the monstrous waves. There was a heaven-shaking explosion. Giant waves rose up in the sea as they were split apart. Several thunder dragons cried out miserably as if they had been struck by an apocalypse. They all exploded and dissipated. But White Ape wasn't unharmed. After the thunder dragons exploded, endless thunder erupted, wrapping around his arm. Every white hair emitted light to resist. Even so, beneath the ravaging thunder, many of them were scorched and fell off. The White Ape furrowed its brows and clenched its claws tightly. The lightning that was spreading rapidly from the bottom to the top was suddenly pulled back and condensed into a lightning bead in its hand. Perhaps it was because it had condensed too much lightning energy, but this lightning bead was pitch black in color, and a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate erupted from it. "Here you go." With a sneer, White Ape suddenly flung the black lightning bead like a boulder, sending Sea God flying. Pitter-patter, the black lightning was torn apart. Sea God's eyes turned blood red. "White Ape, you forced me to do this." The violent aura around its body suddenly increased by dozens of times, turning into a raging sea in the midst of a hurricane. The black clouds in the sky suddenly became even darker, as if they had been poured with sticky ink, blocking the light and plunging the world into darkness. What was strange was that the sea below did not continue to roar. Instead, it fell into a strange tranquility. The seawater gently rippled, and there was no trace of the tyrannical appearance that it had a moment ago when it wanted to destroy the world. White Ape furrowed his eyebrows. He stared at Sea God and cursed inwardly. They had only fought for a single round, not even a warm-up, and now it had decided to burn its source. Damn it, this thing had really been greatly stimulated. Those people from the Beast Trainer Alliance definitely didn't tell it the truth. Damn it, once this matter was over, he would definitely let them know just how terrifying the consequences of deceiving an old man were. At least 30% of their storehouse would be emptied. No, at least half. Qin Yu felt as if he were in a dream. In this dream, his consciousness was torn to pieces and he floated emptily in space. Qin Yu could feel something constantly being stripped away, dissipating into the world. His consciousness became increasingly blurry and unclear. He began to worry, trying to stop this from happening. But in the end, he discovered that there was nothing he could do. He could only sense himself weakening bit by bit. His shattered consciousness gradually fell into chaos. After an unknown period of time, a warm strength surged in from all directions. It gently wrapped around the fragments of Qin Yu's consciousness, slowly piecing them together. It was like a jigsaw puzzle. At some point, when the last piece was pieced together, Qin Yu's consciousness woke up. He opened his eyes. What he saw was a pure white world. Within this world were inlaid countless black and gold lines. They wove together, exuding a mystical aura that he couldn't understand. A sky-piercing jade disk came from the endless highest heavens. It fell to the ground, with no end in sight and no beginning in sight. Within the jade disk, one could faintly see a vortex spinning. And within this vortex were 5 different colored streams of air: white, black, blue, red, and yellow. They constantly spun along with the vortex. Where is this? Who am I? Qin Yu had a blank look. He slowly swept his eyes over this strange world. Just as his thoughts fell, a voice sounded out, grand and calm. Reversing life and death, returning from the world of the dead. Even if your consciousness hasn't completely dissipated, death is death. Even if you have resurrected now, this is the second life of your life. The memories of your past life have already been sealed in your soul. If you really want to know who you are and why you came here, you can only rely on yourself to awaken these sealed memories. Qin Yu closed his eyes. He thought back over and over again. In his blank mind, there were indeed some fragmented images. But the more he wanted to capture them, the more he couldn't. Finally, at some point, a fragmented image appeared in front of him. This was a small palace lantern, emitting a deep blue halo in the dark night. It was like the world's cleanest and most transparent sea, filled with a mysterious aura. This is, the little blue lamp. Yes, it was the little blue lamp. Bang, the gates of memories opened and all sorts of past events rapidly appeared in his mind. They occupied the vast majority of his life. After obtaining the little blue lamp, all of his memories were restored in several breaths of time. But this wasn't the end. After a brief pause, Qin Yu's memories continued to appear. This time, they were his memories from before he obtained the little blue lamp. The speed was fast. In the blink of an eye, the icy cold rain of his childhood appeared. He hid under the eaves, shivering in the cold. Just as he felt he couldn't hold on and was about to faint, Auntie Jiyu opened the door and brought him home to take care of him. That was the warmest and most peaceful time of Qin Yu's life. Jiyu Linga followed behind him all day, shouting, big brother, wait for me." But as he continued forwards, his memories became blurry. Perhaps it was because he was in too much pain, so he instinctively chose to forget, or perhaps some people didn't want him to remember, so they erased them. Qin Yu's head began to ache. He grabbed his head with both hands and fell to the ground. As for the memories that gushed out, they continued forwards. His memories became even more fragmented, like a mirror that had been smashed into countless fragments. They were all haphazardly piled together, making it impossible to distinguish what they were. "Ah!" Qin Yu roared out loud. Blue veins bulged out on his neck and blood flowed out from his head. Memories continued to gush out, but at an increasingly slow pace. The time it took to restore the memories of the first dozen some years of his life had far surpassed the memories of the 100+ years after he had obtained the little blue lamp and stepped onto the path of cultivation. Suddenly, a scene appeared in Qin Yu's mind. It was a short mountain, and at the top of it was a building that resembled an ancestral shrine. It was blurry and indistinct, but he could see that the sky was blood red, accompanied by the roar of thunder and a torrential downpour. The scene shattered. Qin Yu fiercely raised his head and roared out loud. It was like someone had pulled out his spine and the pain reached deep into his soul, leaving behind an indelible mark. Pain, fear, resentment, unwillingness, all sorts of emotions crossed through space and time, suddenly appearing in Qin Yu's heart. All of the memories that he had forgotten in the past had all returned. Where is this? Why do I remember this place? Why is it so painful? Qin Yu's body shivered. His pale face was devoid of blood. He tried his best to remember, but after this scene, everything fell into darkness. No matter how hard he tried, He couldn't find the slightest fragment of memory in this darkness. Qin Yu fiercely looked up and roared, "Why are my memories incomplete? Why haven't they been restored?" An indifferent and grand voice echoed out. "You should ask yourself these questions. If you can't find an answer, then you can leave it for the future." Qin Yu took one last look at the scene and suppressed it into the depths of his memory. He took a deep breath and bowed, "Thank you for saving my life." As his memories were restored, he naturally knew the reason why he was able to revive. "There is no need to thank me. You were the one who fulfilled my request. I only gave you a chance based on the principle of fairness." The voice continued, "Now, you must make your final choice. I can fuse with you, but the mark will not be complete. I will need to swallow the strength within your body to complete the transformation. The transformation can succeed or fail. Both can be divided evenly. If you succeed, you won't obtain any benefits for the time being. Maintaining your cultivation unchanged is already the best result. Moreover, you will have to shoulder a tremendous amount of karma in the future. If you fail, you might be able to survive, but it will be difficult to preserve your cultivation. If you choose to fuse with me, you must begin now. If you don't want to take this risk, I can still send you away from here." Qin Yu looked up at the vortex within the sky-piercing jade annulus. He looked at the constantly spinning colors of white, black, blue, red, and yellow. Without hesitation, he said, "I choose to fuse with you." With his own strength, it was impossible for him to obtain its approval. He had died once, and countless coincidences and good fortune had allowed him to encounter this opportunity. How could he give up? Moreover, that short mountain in his memories, as well as that majestic and dignified ancestral shrine, just where was it? Qin Yu needed to find that place and retrieve all of the memories that had fallen into darkness. He wanted to know why he felt such fear and hatred, and what had happened in that place. Qin Yu had a clear intuition that if he didn't choose to fuse with them, then even if he had the little blue lamp in his hand, he would never have the qualifications to step onto that short mountain. Thus, he had to take this gamble. Chapter 830. The 5 strengths could be absorbed by the jade annulus to make up for the incomplete mark. But the 5 strengths in Qin Yu's body all had astonishing origins. How could they be willing to fuse with other strengths and lose their own nature? Thus, changes occurred within the sky-piercing jade annulus one after another. What it couldn't tolerate the most was fusing with itself and helping Qin Yu obtain the mark. It was clearly the power of the world's destruction. It had been given the will to thoroughly kill Qin Yu so that his soul would scatter and he would never be able to reincarnate. Within the vortex of the jade annulus, white light suddenly erupted. The vast aura of endless years was released from within. It represented that it had lived through trillions of years, coexisting with the world, sun, and moon, indestructible and indestructible. Even if it dissipated for a time, it would reform in the endless river of time. A pair of indifferent eyes appeared, icy cold and without the least bit of emotion. They fell onto Qin Yu. "Thou dare to fuse with me?" Rumble rumble, it was like a trillion bolts of thunder exploded in his mind. Qin Yu's consciousness fell into a blank. He could feel the heavens roaring, the earth howling, the seas and mountains issuing cold warnings to him that he could not take a single step out of the pool of thunder, otherwise he would be beyond redemption. Countless voices, men and women, young and old, all of them screamed at him, telling him to crawl before the world's will. Only like this could he obtain its forgiveness. A phenomenon appeared. The world's strength refused to fuse with him and the sky-piercing jade annulus maintained its silence. This was Qin Yu's own choice. If he encountered any difficulties, he would have to rush through them himself. After several breaths of time, Qin Yu let out a long breath. He looked up at the vortex and saw the icy cold drowning in the world's strength. "In truth, this isn't the first time I've seen eyes like yours. To be more accurate, I've interacted with them several times. So, scaring people is useless against me. Today, I will fuse with you. If you want to settle accounts with me, then feel free to come at me in the future." The little blue lamp revealed a faint smile. It knew that the trial of the world's will that was the most difficult for others was actually the easiest for Qin Yu. Bang! The white pillar of light in the jade annulus shattered. The pair of eyes looked deeply at Qin Yu, remembering his appearance and aura. Then, they vanished from sight. Roar with a loud roar, the phantom of a giant appeared in the blue pillar of light that represented the power of the ancient. This giant towered between the heavens and the earth, eyes as bright as the sun and moon. An ancient and boundless aura was released from the giant's body. It was like a divine mountain that supported the heavens, upright and unbending. The giant lowered his head, his eyes locking onto Qin Yu. Future generations, you should know that my ancient race was born to support the heavens and earth. Even if death strikes us, we will never compromise. Qin Yu had a calm expression. The ancient race has suffered a great calamity. In the present world, I might be the only one left alive. Today, I will give it my all. If I succeed, I, Qin Yu, vow that I will rebuild the ancient race in the future and restore them to their past glory. The giant was silent for a long time. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. If I go back on my word, then my ancient bloodline will surely collapse. I would rather be destroyed than exist in this world. Qin Yu solemnly said, "All right." The giant turned around and disappeared in a single step. The green pillar of light shattered. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He looked at the black column of light in the vortex. According to their mutual connection, he could determine that it represented the Tao of time. Darkness represented the unknown and the mysterious. Perhaps this was the essence of time. It was only by chance that I was able to reach my current level and come into contact with the supreme Tao of time. To tell the truth, I've only touched a small part of it. I'm still far from being able to grasp it. So, I don't understand the characteristics of time, nor can I persuade you otherwise. If you still have your own consciousness, then there is something you should be aware of. We are one. If I live a wonderful life, then you can also shine. If I fade away into the crowd, then you are also doomed to be dim. Now, are you willing to help me? The black column of light fell silent. It seemed that Qin Yu's words weren't enough to move it. The little blue lamp's lips moved. A thought fluctuation spread into Qin Yu's mind. He frowned and slowly said, "If I become an emperor in the future, I will do everything in my power to help you free yourself. I will not go back on my word." The black column of light scattered. Like water in the depths of a cold pond, it wrapped around the white power of the world and the blue power of the ancient. Bang! The red light blazed like a raging inferno. It was dignified and noble, filled with boundless momentum. The phantom of the Tao monarch appeared. His face was stiff and his eyes were dull, like a puppet. "Those who steal my great Tao are my enemies for a lifetime. Once I awaken from my slumber, even if I have to ascend to the heavens or descend to the yellow springs, I will tear you to pieces." Perhaps this was a mark left behind in the Tao monarch's great Tao before he fell into slumber. Once his Tao foundation was seized, it would be triggered. Let alone a Tao monarch who had slumbered for endless years and might never wake up again, even if he were as fierce as the sun in the sky, Qin Yu wouldn't hesitate at all. "Tao monarch, the one who stole your great Tao is Qin Yu." The Tao monarch's phantom dissipated. Of the 5 forces, 4 had been broken. All that was left was the yellow column of light in the vortex. Qin Yu's eyes fell on it, a complex light in them. This was the spiritual strength of his bloodline that had been extracted, stripped, and yet had been restored. It represented his origin. Everything showed that from the moment he was born, he shouldn't have been an ordinary person. But, it was unknown what he had experienced, but he had ended up in such a pitiful state. If it weren't for the little blue lamp, Qin Yu might have already died, turned to dust, and never learned of this matter. Perhaps sensing Qin Yu's gaze, an old man appeared from the yellow pillar of light, his hands held behind his back. He was only a bloodline projection, but as he stood there he was like a divine pillar that stabilized the sea. Everything around him was suppressed and forced to submit. This was potential. My people were born in accordance with the will of the world and our bloodline is incomparably noble. Looking at the myriad heavens and myriad worlds, we are a first-class existence. If you dare to abandon it, that is the same as abandoning your people. You will be loathed by your people and they will use thunderous methods to strip away your bloodline, reducing you to a mortal for all eternity. Qin Yu fiercely looked up. Strip away one's bloodline, reduce one to a mortal for all eternity. Only by abandoning one's people and being loathed by one's people would one receive such a heavy punishment. But according to his memories, when he was tortured and stripped of his bloodline, he was at most a child several years old. What sort of unforgivable mistake could such a young child commit? What sort of inhuman pain would he have to endure? To be tossed around by his people and loved ones, to fend for himself. In his mind, the scene he suppressed uncontrollably reappeared once more. On the summit of a low mountain, there was an ancestral shrine. The skies were like a torrential downpour of blood. In his ears, he could hear the roars of thunder in the clouds, as well as the cries of a small child's cries of fear and pain. Qin Yu's complexion paled. The scene suddenly changed. He could no longer see the short mountain, the ancestral shrine, and the sky. Instead, he saw the small figure of a child. Several cold and powerful hands were tightly pressing him to the ground. Bright red blood constantly flowed out from his body, like ink that dyed the rainwater on the ground red. Fear, hatred, despair, brutality, all of these emotions surged into his heart, causing Qin Yu's eyes to turn red. He lifted a hand and pointed at the old man's bloodline projection. So what if I abandon my people? So what if I seize your bloodline? I will wait for you. The old man angrily shouted, unfilial descendant. He lifted a hand. At this time, a terrifying aura wildly gathered, causing the entire vortex to tremble. The jade pendant shook. An invisible will descended, interrupting his movements. How is this possible? With a hoarse cry, the old man's phantom shattered. Rumble rumble, the vortex wildly spun, sucking in the shattered 5 strengths and beginning to fuse them together at an astonishing speed. White, black, blue, red, yellow. The 5 colors gradually fused into one, turning into a boundless blue and white that tumbled like clouds. Chapter 831. Bang! White Ape's giant body ruthlessly smashed down. The protective array formation around the island burst apart like a fragile bubble. With a heaven-shaking explosion, dust rose up in all directions. The entire island was smashed into several pieces and the seawater caved in. In the next moment, the island was submerged. The tumbling seawater was torn apart and White Ape shot up into the skies. Its shining white fur was now scorched and withered in many places. Large amounts of fur had even fallen off, revealing its red skin and flesh. It was a distressed sight. It was clear that after the sea god used his ultimate move, it was difficult for him to deal with it. In fact, from the deep sea onwards, the battlefield between the two sides had been constantly moving forward, getting closer and closer to Starfall Archipelago. Now, they had reached the edge of the island group. The island that White Ape had smashed apart had been densely populated not too long ago. It was just that before they were sucked into the battlefield, they had been urgently evacuated by the Alliance. A loud roar erupted from the black clouds above. A triangular bull-like sea god appeared. Its body was towering like a mountain and its blood-red eyes were as round as the sun and moon. Killing intent boiled within it. It lifted its front hooves and trampled down on White Ape that had just emerged from the sea. It's coming again, White Ape cursed, his face turning green. In his current state, he didn't dare to take on the sea god trample while burning his source. He rolled away in a distressed manner. Endless seawater crashed down. The massive hooves were so deep that they couldn't be seen. The submerged island had completely vanished. Damned Beast Trainer Alliance, just what did these bastards do? Did they steal away the sea god's woman or did they kill its son? They actually made this fellow go crazy. Over the endless years, both sides had fought several times and had a clear understanding of each other's strength. Because the sea god had always been wary, White Ape had always had the upper hand. But today, the sea god had entered a berserk state from the very start. He simply didn't care about his own losses and crazily attacked. White Ape couldn't withstand this any longer. If this continued, then unless he disregarded suppressing his injuries and attacked the sea god with everything he had, he would be finished sooner or later. But even if he could suppress his injuries and defeat the sea god, White Ape wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Even if he didn't die, he would. Looking at the bottomless hooves in the sea, White Ape gulped. He glanced at Starfall Archipelago from the corner of his eyes, uncertainty in his eyes. But very quickly, it smiled bitterly to itself. Sure enough, it had gotten used to it. At that moment, it actually wanted to take more chips so that it could open its mouth wider and reap more benefits. But the truth was that the beast-trainer alliance wasn't the key from the very start. If it were possible, White Ape would have turned around and left. Although he had lived for many years, he still hadn't lived long enough. The problem was that he couldn't leave. Since he'd already been implicated in this karma and obtained its benefits to protect himself, if he were to withdraw and leave now, then misfortune would absolutely descend upon him, and the outcome would probably be even more miserable. Just as White Ape was complaining incessantly and feeling anxious, the sea god suddenly let out a mournful howl. His murderous aura soared to the heavens. White Ape was startled and hastily raised his head. He thought, "What's going on? I'm the one who's getting beaten up. Why are you screaming so miserably?" But soon, White Ape couldn't be bothered with these random thoughts anymore. He stared at the sea god in the black clouds and his heart raced, invading his mind. The inky black clouds violently trembled, and then with a loud explosion, they began to wildly burn. The flames were a strange grayish-white color, and just looking at them would cause one to feel a deep sense of fear and despair. Roar! The sea god roared once more. Despair, anger, unwillingness, resentment, countless negative emotions wove together, nearly condensing into essence. The aura within its body wildly rose. If it had only burned a part of its source before, then now it had completely detonated. The feeling it gave off was like a living volcano, one that could swallow all things in the world at any moment. White Ape's complexion turned green. Who could tell him just what was happening? The sea god had been perfectly fine, but now it was risking its life. No, this wasn't risking its life, but that it no longer wanted to live. As a consciousness born from the world, the source of the sea god's strength was the world itself. And its source was the medium through which it used the strength of the world. Once it was completely burnt away, it would lose all its strength and dissipate. The tyrannical feared the reckless feared the reckless. A sea god that didn't even care about its life, would you be afraid of it? Qin Yu wasn't afraid at all. This was because White Ape was suffering for him. When the five forces fused together, the inheritance mark began. This was a marvelous and magnificent process. Qin Yu felt as if he had experienced countless samsaras and reincarnations, and every time he reincarnated, he was a bystander, witnessing the might of the great currents of time. The vicissitudes of time were nothing at all. This was because in the endless river of time, countless proud children of heaven were born. Each one of them was incomparably powerful, and with just a thought they possessed the terrifying strength to destroy the entire world. But even as powerful as they were, they could only be like meteors. They left behind a trail of light in the river of time before finally extinguishing and falling to the earth. Qin Yu could no longer remember how many proud children of heaven he had witnessed rise to glory in his samsaras. But, not a single one of them had been able to escape the fate described above. Gradually, Qin Yu couldn't help but think, just what boundary could he reach in order to completely transcend worldly desires and become a true eternal existence? This thought became increasingly clear and intense. It gradually took root in the depths of his mind, turning into an indelible mark. Where the road to eternal life is, no one knows. Lucky future life form, I hope that you can take that step that I have bitterly sought, and become your true self. The voice sounded out in his soul, low and gentle. In the next moment, Qin Yu woke up. He already knew the source of the mark. No wonder it was so formidable. It was actually, after a long period of silence, Qin Yu bowed. I have no idea what step I can reach in the future, but I vow that I will search for the road to eternal life with all my strength. I will not disappoint the gifts bestowed upon me by my predecessors. The little blue lamp said, "You've woken up. How do you feel?" It looked at Qin Yu, a bit curious and probing in its eyes. Qin Yu's gaze fell on it. In his eyes, the great sun phantom instantly scattered and the palace lantern enlarged with it. Runes as thick as chains appeared on its surface. But most of them were incomplete. The damaged areas were mottled with rust, like a broken bronze mirror that had been exposed to the elements for countless years. The little blue lamp seemed to sense something. There was a buzzing sound in Qin Yu's ears and the scene in front of him instantly vanished. He revealed an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry. I just obtained this ability so I can't freely use it yet." The little blue lamp said, "I can understand, but others definitely won't. You had best control over it as soon as possible. Before you have enough strength, do not expose the existence of the mark." After a brief pause, it continued, "You should already know that there is a problem with the mark you obtained. It shouldn't have appeared, but since you obtained it, you are also included in the list of things that shouldn't have appeared." Qin Yu took a deep breath and smiled. "Nothing in this world is perfect. There are gains and losses. At the very least, I was lucky today. As for whether or not I will regret this in the future, I will leave it to time to determine." Chapter 832. The jade pendant pierced through the heavens, like an icy river that connected the heavens and earth. But now, the surface of this icy river was covered with cracks, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. Qin Yu stood beneath the jade pendant. He looked up at the endless skies and slowly reached out a hand. The little blue lamp frowned. "Qin Yu, it's fine. I can feel that it hasn't truly been destroyed." As his voice fell, his palm fell upon the surface of the jade pendant. With a slight tremble, a faint layer of light passed over the surface of the jade pendant. It was like an invisible gel that wrapped around the cracked jade pendant. "This is..." The little blue lamp was surprised. What it saw was a bit different from what it knew. Qin Yu said, "Its mark isn't complete. I used the fusion of the 5 strengths in my body to supplement it and just barely managed to make it whole. But, perhaps because I provided a bit more strength, there was still a bit left over after the mark was mended, as you can see." After a moment of hesitation, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He continued to say, "With this strength, I can control the jade pendant to attack one last time." The little blue lamp immediately understood. It smiled. "If so, then we should leave it here." The strength of the jade pendant, even if it wasn't complete, was still enough to reverse the situation at a critical moment. Moreover, like this, it would be much easier for them to leave. Otherwise, if the mystic realm was destroyed, the Beast Trainer Alliance wouldn't give up so easily. "Should we leave now?" Qin Yu shook his head, a complex look in his eyes. "Wait a moment, I still have one last thing to do." He closed his eyes. On the ground, Qin Yu's shadow wriggled like a living creature. At this moment, the door to the shadow world was pushed open. Qin Yu's consciousness entered for the first time. He indeed didn't understand the path of shadow transformation, but after fusing with the embryo egg, he had truly seen the heavens and earth. It wasn't difficult for him to open an entrance. The shadow world was incomparably vast. The grey skies and earth were desolate and silent, without the least bit of life. A towering palace sat deep within this empty plain. Qin Yu's consciousness stirred and he appeared at the entrance to the hall. He pushed open the door and entered, arriving at the hall where Undying had once lived. His eyes swept around and finally fell on the ground beneath his feet. As Qin Yu stepped down, the ground began to fluctuate. An entrance to the underground appeared. Stone steps led down until the end of his line of sight. Following the stone steps down, Qin Yu arrived at a chamber beneath the palace. There, he saw the altar and the unconscious spirity. He frowned, his eyes filled with guilt and gratitude. He raised his hand, and wisps of light appeared between his fingers. "Wait," the little blue lamp suddenly said. The great sun phantom appeared beside Qin Yu. Perhaps it was because its attributes were completely different from the shadow world, but it did its best to restrain its aura. Only a faint layer of blue light wrapped around the palace lantern. Qin Yu turned to look at it. "Qin Yu, I know you want to save her right now, but you can't do that, at least not now." The little blue lamp went straight to the point. "There is a great secret behind the demonic path altar, and you should be able to see some of it by now. If it weren't for her isolating the demonic path altar from sensing you, then the existence of the mark might have been exposed. Trust me, with your current ability, it won't be long before you become truly powerful. At that time, I won't stop you. But now is not the time." Qin Yu frowned. "If I am careful, I shouldn't be discovered. Perhaps I can think of a way to seal my connection with the demonic path altar." The little blue lamp said, I admit that you do have the ability to accomplish this, but there is still a certain amount of risk. Qin Yu, you cannot afford to be careless in your heart, otherwise everything you have right now might turn to smoke and you might even be buried alive. After a long period of silence, Qin Yu looked at the sleeping spirity above the altar. He slowly said, I swear that in the future I will return your freedom to you. I will do my best to give you everything you want. He turned and walked away. He stepped out of the chamber and stepped out of the hall. On the third step, his consciousness returned to his body. Sure, Qin Yu opened his eyes. Let's go. He lifted a hand and punched out. The space of the mystic realm directly shattered, revealing a straight channel. After fusing with the embryo egg, there was no longer any obstruction in this space for Qin Yu. Sure, Qin Yu stepped out. There was a brief period of darkness before him, but in an instant, light triumphed. He came out, but at this time, his complexion changed. He looked up into the skies. Endless black clouds wove together like ink, and within these black clouds, a pair of giant eyes appeared. They were blood red as they stared at Qin Yu, their eyes filled with endless hatred. At this moment, the world in Qin Yu's eyes was filled with malice. Roar, an angry roar sounded out in the distance. Qin Yu could clearly see some invisible lines gathering in the world like cables, drawing together into a massive shadow. This shadow possessed a terrifying strength that left one's heart racing. But now, the lines that formed this shadow were constantly collapsing. Although the speed didn't seem fast, once they formed momentum, they would collapse in the blink of an eye. A mass of memories appeared in Qin Yu's soul. He immediately knew the source of the eyes that were staring at him. See God. Qin Yu whispered, a dignified expression on his face. Perhaps this was the first test he would face after fusing with the embryo egg. And this test involved life or death. If he couldn't rush through it, he would be dragged down by the enraged sea god and they would fall into a hell beyond redemption. Bang! Terrifying fluctuations of strength erupted. Even though he was far away, Qin Yu could still clearly feel how horrifying this strength was. Qin Yu's heart raced. He turned and left without hesitation. Although he didn't know who was fighting the sea god right now, leaving now was the best choice for him. As long as he could delay for some time, the sea god would be erased by the world and he would be safe. Qin Yu was fast, but someone was even faster. With a whistling sound, White Ape howled as he flew towards him. His chest had caved in, and as he passed by Qin Yu, he could even hear the sounds of bones breaking and groaning. White Ape felt his heart ache. He lamented his pitiful fate. Even though he had struggled to survive until today, he still couldn't avoid death. Damn it, he couldn't care less. If a tiger didn't show its might, people would think it was a sick cat. Even if he was going to die, he still had to ruthlessly knock down the sea god. He had to let this fellow know that even if he was an extension of the world's will, he was still nothing in front of Uncle White Ape. As White Ape wildly flew backwards, he narrowed his eyes. But at this time, a figure flashed in front of him. Woo, he looked a bit familiar. White Ape's eyes widened. It was this boy, why was he here? Qin Yu cried out in alarm, Senior White Ape. He immediately reacted. The one who had blocked the sea god just now was him. But now, White Ape had been sent flying backwards. He clearly wasn't the sea god's match. In other words, Qin Yu's plan to escape and delay for some time until the sea god was erased by the world had completely failed. Bang! Black clouds roared forwards like a tide. Qin Yu looked up and met the sea god's eyes in the clouds, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. Qin Yu groaned inwardly. After fusing with the fetal egg, it was more like he had improved his foundation and martial talent. He hadn't obtained any additional strength at all. Facing the sea god that was on the verge of death, White Ape could only be beaten. If it were Qin Yu, he would likely have fallen to his knees in a single clash. He couldn't escape and he couldn't fight. As Qin Yu's vision darkened, he heard White Ape's roar in his ears. Junior, don't be afraid. Come to my side. White Ape had been sent flying backwards. Now, he stood up straight. There was a loud crackling sound from within his body, as if he were tearing apart layers of cloth that wrapped around him. An extremely tyrannical aura gushed out from within. White fur rapidly drilled out from the exposed skin of his body. In the blink of an eye, his body was restored to its original state. His fur shined with a brilliant light like a great sun had descended upon the world, majestic and awe-inspiring. Qin Yu was overjoyed. He never imagined that White Ape, who had been beaten miserably just a moment ago, would suddenly transform into a big boss. Sure enough, the heavens never barred one's way. He took a step forward, but before he could escape, a boundless strength descended from nothingness. It was like several hundred mountains were ruthlessly smashing down on his head. Even with the intensity of Qin Yu's mortal body, he still felt his chest tighten and his complexion pale. This was because he had sensed that the situation was far from good and had shifted his body slightly to avoid the strongest point of this strength. Otherwise, he feared his bones would have been broken. The black cloud that had been incomparably far away just a breath ago was now right in front of him. The sea god opened its great maw and ruthlessly bit down at Qin Yu. Humph! White Ape sneered. He appeared beside Qin Yu and punched out a fist. His fist collided with a sharp horn on the sea god's head. There was the sound of metal colliding, like the roar of thunder. With a heaven-shaking explosion, the black cloud instantly disintegrated, revealing the sea god's towering mountain-like body. It tumbled backwards, and the horn on its head that had been punched snapped in half. White Ape protected Qin Yu as he drew back. Every step he took caused a loud explosion, causing the entire space to tremble. Looking at the sea god's broken horn, White Ape sneered in a carefree manner. "You bastard, you've chased me around for so long. Today I'll let you know why flowers are so red." White Ape stretched out a claw and pierced through space. It was unknown where he went, but he pulled out the chicken overlord. This fellow was still in a deep sleep, but he looked much more miserable. Most of the gorgeous feathers on his body had fallen off, and the hard feather on his lower body drooped weakly, as if he had gone through 18 kinds of torture. Qin Yu was stunned. Even at this time, he still couldn't help but have some random thoughts pop up in his mind. Did White Ape actually have such a hobby? Luckily, at this time, White Ape's eyes were tightly locked onto the sea god. His mind was filled with thoughts of completely destroying it before he died, so he didn't notice the change in Qin Yu's expression. Otherwise, he would have spat out a mouthful of blood and kicked Qin Yu away. "Take it and leave. Although this disappointing thing has lost this old man's face, for better or worse it is still a descendant of my bloodline. Take good care of it in the future as repayment for me saving your life today." A chicken and a white ape, what descendant? Even if they were a crossbreed, the difference in breed was far too great. TSK, what heavy taste. Qin Yu suppressed all of these random thoughts. He picked up the chicken overlord and shot off into the distance, his speed even faster than before. "White Ape, little bastard, I don't ask you to stay and fight alongside me, but for better or worse you should at least pretend to stay. You actually ran away so fast." But thinking about it, Qin Yu running away so fast meant he had some self-awareness. With little Wild by his side, it shouldn't be easy for him to die. As the sea god tumbled away, it saw Qin Yu leave, its eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The reason it ended up in such a state was all thanks to this brat, so how could it stare on helplessly as he escaped? "If I can't live, then you will die with me." Bang! A wild strength erupted from its body. White Ape diabolically grinned. "Good. Sea god, those that dared to challenge me have already knelt down and surrendered. The next one will be you. Little fellow, did you forget how fierce Sir White's fist was just now? You actually dare to bare your fangs in front of me? Sir White's life's achievements are glorious. I will not let you set a precedent." Peng. Chapter 833. Seeing Qin Yu turn and leave, White Ape could comfort himself by saying that he knew his own limits and wouldn't die easily. But the sea god absolutely couldn't endure this. He was about to be erased by the world and his only remaining thought was to drag Qin Yu down with him. There was a sudden roar behind him. Qin Yu's heart shrank as a chill ran through his body. Then, he discovered that there was an invisible barrier in the world around him. It was like an invisible bowl had been turned upside down, imprisoning him, the sea god, and White Ape together. Of course, descriptions were just descriptions. In truth, this bowl had a bottom. Qin Yu tried to fly out from below but was soon blocked. Qin Yu took a deep breath and a dark gold light appeared in his eyes. The invisible barrier in front of him immediately revealed its true nature. Numerous threads that were extremely fine like silk interweaved with each other, and every single thread contained boundless and mighty power. This was the strength that came from the will of the world. Qin Yu didn't have time to think about how the soon-to-be-destroyed sea god could still summon the strength of the world's will. His eyes darkened and his complexion turned ugly. This was because the range of the barrier was shrinking. In other words, if he couldn't rush out, then the area he could dodge would become increasingly small. Finally, he would be pulled into the battle between White Ape and the sea god. If things really reached that step, then even if Qin Yu's body was made of steel, he would still be ground to dust. He couldn't sit here and wait for death. Bang ere bang behind him, the battle between the sea god and White Ape erupted once more. Because of the existence of the invisible barrier, the shockwaves of energy from both sides were limited to a narrow range, causing the impact to become even more intense. Qin Yu was like a reef in the sea. His aura sank as he allowed the shockwaves to strike him. As he steadily retreated, his eyes locked onto the area in front of him. A dark gold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. After several breaths of time, he lifted a hand and pointed. When this finger fell on the barrier, it felt extremely tough. There was even a shaking force that traveled up his finger bones, causing his entire arm to feel numb. But Qin Yu revealed an excited expression. He could clearly see that beneath the strength of this finger, the several lines that formed the barrier began to collapse and disintegrate. It was effective. Senior White Ape, please do your best and help me buy enough time. Para Qin Yu's finger fell a second time. At this moment, the confident White Ape, who had managed to stall the sea god, was at a loss. If it could, it really wanted to shout to the heavens, F***CK, you've been watching from the sidelines for so many years. Why are you so brazenly helping it cheat today? That's right, just by relying on sea god's own strength, White Ape would be able to easily beat him if he released the suppression of his internal injuries. But now, White Ape was facing an upgraded version of the sea god who had been strengthened by the power of heaven and earth. Moreover, he was in a completely crazy and reckless state. White Ape had only enjoyed himself for a few moments when he realized that he was starting to feel strained. He immediately felt stifled. This old man's glorious battle achievements have always been me pressing others to the ground and rubbing them. Could it be that I'm about to die, so I'm going to be ruthlessly ravaged by others? This. How could the ape endure this? No, I can't fail. So what if I cheat? This old man will still beat you until your face is covered in blood. White Ape's heart was filled with hatred, and he swung his fists even more violently. But this world was never one where anyone could do as they pleased. Bang! A fist smashed into the sea god's face. White Ape's face twisted and several teeth flew out from his gaping maw. With loud splashes, they smashed into the sea, causing massive waves to splash up. White Ape didn't have the least bit of happiness on his face. Instead, his expression became strange. In the next moment, he was sent flying backwards. The sea god had struck him in the chest. Blood wildly gushed out and his bones were absolutely broken. White Ape's vision darkened and he nearly fainted. Without waiting for the White Ape to recover, the black cloud whizzed over, like a thick curtain, and wrapped around it. Then, the sea below wildly roared. Endless water vapor rose up, supplementing the black clouds and causing them to grow in size, completely submerging the sea god and White Ape. Rumble rumble, the black clouds violently tumbled, accompanied by a heaven-shaking rumble. It was like 1,000 thunderbolts were roaring at the same time. From time to time, there would be muffled banging sounds. These deep and heavy sounds carried with them a formidable penetrative attribute. As they passed into the two people, their hearts trembled and they instinctively felt a chill crawl down their backs. Qin Yu's mind raced. Before he had time to think, his body had already instinctively dodged. In the next moment, the place where he was standing was filled up by the White Ape's body. It smashed into the barrier. Qin Yu could clearly see that because it instantly withstood a tremendous impact force, the barrier rapidly bulged outwards and lines began to rapidly collapse and decompose. This greatly increased Qin Yu's efforts. But, not only did he not feel happy at all, but his heart sank to the depths of the abyss. White Ape had been defeated. Even though he was extremely close to breaking through the barrier, the sea god would only need a short amount of time to kill him. He no longer had a chance to escape. A trace of annoyance flashed in his heart, but he soon calmed down. Since there was no way out, he could only go all out. Of course, Qin Yu really did know his own limits. Thus, he didn't believe that he could rely on his own strength to fight the sea god. He still had to rely on White Ape. His thoughts raced. Qin Yu's feet fell and his figure flashed, appearing beside White Ape. "Senior, how are you right now?" Cough cough cough. "Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you still here?" White Ape coughed uncomfortably. He had an expression on his face that said, "You brat, you really are disobedient." Qin Yu choked. He thought, how could you not know why I'm still here? Pretending to be ignorant was a bad habit that couldn't be tolerated. But at this time, how could he care about such things? Qin Yu went straight to the point. "Senior, let's join forces to deal with it, otherwise none of us will live." White Ape looked up at Qin Yu. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning in his eyes was clear. "You brat, you aren't enough." There was no way to refute this. Qin Yu hurriedly said, "Senior White Ape, I am not joking. This is our last chance." He leapt onto White Ape's shoulder, his eyes locked onto the black clouds that swept towards them. In Qin Yu's eyes, after these tumbling clouds were dispelled of all external appearances, they had turned into pure tides of energy. They surged endlessly, releasing a formidable might. But since they were tides of energy, there were ebb and flow changes. And the moment these changes occurred was when they were at their weakest. "Senior White Ape, this direction is going to release all of your strength." White Ape didn't know where Qin Yu's confidence came from. He looked up and saw a dark golden light flash in the depths of Qin Yu's eyes. His heart chilled and a trace of awe gushed out. He instinctively obeyed Qin Yu's words and punched towards where Qin Yu was pointing. Dong! It was like a great drum had been struck, emitting a completely different sound. The raging black clouds seemed to pause for a moment, turning into a massive mass of seawater that splashed into the sea. The sea god hidden within roared in pain. One of its giant eyes instantly swelled up, leaving only a slit. It glared at Qin Yu with a venomous light. "This is..." White Ape's heart shook. As he looked at the pained sea god, his thoughts fell into chaos. At this moment, all the questions in his heart, like a fog that had been swept away by a strong wind, suddenly became clear. No wonder the sea god had suddenly gone berserk today. He didn't even care about his own life to rush towards Starfall Archipelago. So its true goal was that brat Qin Yu. In other words, the reason this old man was being ruthlessly hammered was because he was suffering for him. White Ape should have been angry, but he discovered that he wasn't angry at all. In fact, he even felt a bit smug. That's right, he was smug. Although he didn't know how Qin Yu had done it, looking at the current situation, his guess was most likely correct. This brat really had some heaven-defying dog's hit luck. If so, perhaps he could also bask in the light and wouldn't have to play along with the sea god. Moreover, he might even obtain an even greater lucky chance and be able to completely escape from his current half-dead predicament. "Senior White Ape, over here." Instantly regaining his composure, White Ape didn't hesitate. His body moved and boundless strength erupted, surging outwards like a tsunami. "Sea god, you can rely on the will of the heavens and earth to cheat, but I also have someone behind me. I want to see just how you die today." Roar! The sea god roared again and again. But, despite his great strength, he sadly discovered that he couldn't avoid White Ape's fist. It was like the moment this fist struck out, it had sealed off all escape routes. And, White Ape's fist was aimed at the weakest point of its body. If it were struck, the consequences would be unimaginable. Without any other choice, the sea god drew back, curling up its body and using its thick skin to block White Ape's fist. Qin Yu's spirits rose. It was actually effective. Although his current strength was relatively small and weak, his field of vision was incomparably amazing. White Ape laughed. "Brother Qin, I will listen to your commands today. Just tell me what to do." After guessing Qin Yu's current status, White Ape didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Even calling him Brother Qin was like taking advantage of him. After all, he was, if this status were to be known by outsiders, supreme elders from all over the universe would gather together and attract Qin to join them like a peacock fanning its feathers. One who survives a great calamity is destined for good fortune later on. That's what this old ape is talking about. Qin didn't know that he had already exposed his cards. But, whether they were brothers or not, it was fine as long as White Ape was happy. Senior White Ape, call me Big Brother, or you can call me Old White. Big Brother White, don't give the sea god any time to catch his breath. Strike his left front hoof. White Ape was overjoyed. Great. Just watch and see. Qin had personally called him Big Brother White. Just these words alone were enough for this old ape to brag about for the rest of his life. In the future, once he raised his banner and wore the tiger skin on his body, I want to see just who would dare to talk to him about capturing him as a mount. Mount, I'll sit on your grandma's mount. As for this sea god in front of him, in White Ape's eyes, he wasn't even a problem at all. Let alone the world's will helping him cheat, even if it rolled up its sleeves it wouldn't fear him at all. Today, with this old ape here, no one could do anything to him. No matter what wind blew in the north or south, they had to obediently kneel down and lick him. Bang! A heaven-shaking explosion accompanied the sea god's enraged roar. This was clearly his strongest attack with his front hoof, but when it collided with White Ape's fist, it actually felt numb. The boundless strength within his body fell into chaos and he was sent flying away. It was Qin. The sea god's eyes locked onto him. He had already noticed that White Ape was only able to grasp his weakness by following his instructions. As he thought about why he had this ability, White Ape's eyes turned even redder. He couldn't continue like this. Although he had temporarily obtained the support of the world's will, he hadn't stopped dissipating. There wasn't much time left for him. He had to kill him first. Roar! The sea god reared back his head and roared. The sea below began to boil. Trillions of seawater shot up into the skies, raising the entire sea by several thousand feet. He wanted to use the impact of the seawater to separate Qin and White Ape. White Ape roared. His white fur began to shine with a brilliant light, wrapping around him and Qin. In the next moment, the wild seawater submerged them. As soon as they entered the sea, the surrounding undercurrents began to condense. They shot out like arrows, causing White Ape to tumble about. Even though seawater flooded his field of vision, Qin could still clearly feel the sea god's position. But in White Ape's current state, he simply couldn't follow his instructions. Time slowly passed. The light emitting from White Ape's fur began to weaken. He had released the suppression of his injuries in exchange for a brief period of strength. Now, the hidden dangers were beginning to erupt. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to last much longer. Qin took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them once more, there seemed to be vortexes spinning deep within them. Chapter 834. In the deep sea where undercurrents surged, a giant grinding stone suddenly appeared. It was over 1,000 feet wide and white, black, blue, red, and yellow swirled within. The edges of the grinding stone were a chaotic blue. The moment the grinding stone arrived, a boundless strength swept out, suppressing all of the turbulent currents and causing the surrounding area to calm down. Qin stuffily coughed, his face pale. Blue veins popped up on the surface of his palms, but his fingertips remained steady, not trembling at all. After fusing with the jade egg, although his cultivation hadn't risen, Qin hadn't gained anything. For instance, the 5-element mountain cultivation method that he cultivated could be perceived with just a thought, as if he had immersed himself in it for tens of millions of years and was thoroughly familiar with it. After comprehending the 5 elements, one could perceive the ultimate supernatural ability, the 5-element revolution. This was the giant grinding stone that appeared in the deep sea and suppressed the turbulent currents. This supernatural ability mainly suppressed and imprisoned. It used the power of the 5 elements as its foundation and covered all things in the world. As long as it belonged to the 5 elements, it wouldn't be able to struggle free. Of course, such a tyrannical and powerful supernatural ability wasn't without limits. Although it could suppress all things in the world, it still used Qin's boundary as its foundation. If it weren't for the formidable strength gained from fusing with the jade egg, then with Qin Yu's current cultivation it would have been impossible for him to suppress the sea god's strength. Now that he was barely able to do so, the strength within his body was like a broken dam. He absolutely wouldn't be able to last for long. Brother White, over there, attack. Whiteape clenched his teeth. Just now he hadn't placed the sea god in his eyes at all, but now he had nearly failed miserably. Although Qin Yu called him Brother White now, that was mostly because he was forced by the situation. If he wanted to approach him and borrow his light to turn things around, he had to at least show that he had enough value. Brother Qin, rest assured that I won't give it another chance to be insolent. Whiteape clenched his teeth. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. Bang! Space shattered. A black stone staff howled out, falling into his palm. As if it had suddenly awakened, the surface of the black staff began to shine. Dark red lines flowed like magma, covering the surface of the black staff. Then, they spread to Whiteape's palm, causing him to howl in pain. The dark red veined patterns spread at an extremely fast speed. In a breath's time, they covered the entire Whiteape's body. Its aura changed drastically as it panted heavily. Its eyes were scarlet red, and its entire body was filled with ruthlessness and destruction. It was as if it had turned into a demon. The strength that came from the black stone staff seemed to gather all the negative emotions in the world, wanting to destroy all things. But this strength didn't dare to approach Qin Yu, as if the fluctuations he emitted were like a god that couldn't be offended. Roar! The demonic white ape reared its head back and roared. In the depths of its crimson eyes, it maintained the last trace of clarity. It lifted its hand and waved the black stone staff, smashing it down towards the direction Qin Yu pointed at. The seawater in front of him instantly boiled, and then split into two. Crimson-black flames leaped about, burning fiercely in the deep sea, turning everything in its path into ashes. The sea god roared in pain. A long wound had been torn open on its huge body, and on the surface of its flesh, crimson-black flames were raging. Not only were these flames burning his body, but they were also directly affecting his soul, speeding up the process of sea god's destruction. The raging undercurrents around him dissipated. Qin Yu dispersed the five-element revolution and the giant grinding stone vanished with it. He gasped for breath, a look of exhaustion on his face. But at this time, as his eyes fell on the white ape, he couldn't help but frown. The strength of the stone staff didn't dare to approach him, but it wasn't polite at all to the white ape. Qin Yu could see the crimson-black energy constantly invading the white ape's body, gathering in its chest and fusing into its heart. When its heart was completely corroded, the white ape would lose all reason and become a monster controlled by the stone staff, a monster that only knew how to destroy and kill. Originally, with the white ape's strength, it should have been able to withstand the corrosion of the stone staff's strength for a considerable period of time. But its heart had already been corroded once before today. Now that the stone staff's strength invaded its body once more, the crimson-black energy entrenched in its heart erupted. The white ape's heart began to rapidly transform into a crimson-black color. Its expression became increasingly pained and the clarity in the depths of its eyes began to rapidly fade. In fact, the reason why the white ape had fallen into such a distressed situation today was all because of this black stone staff. In a great battle in the past, the white ape had finally won and seized the treasure. In its heavily wounded state, it had been invaded by the stone staff's strength and its mind had nearly been stolen away, turning it into a puppet. Afterwards, it had been hunted down by its enemies. The white ape had narrowly escaped death and escaped here, relying on the strength of the jade annulus embryo egg to struggle at death's door. It was well aware that if it used the stone staff again, it wouldn't be able to resist its corrosion. But the white ape still chose to attack, because this was its best chance. The white ape didn't hesitate to sacrifice itself to use the black stone staff to kill the sea god. Would Qin Yu just stare blankly on as its consciousness was annihilated? Rather than begging Qin Yu to attack, it might as well give him a reason to do so. Of course, this was still a gamble. It was a gamble that Qin Yu could save it. If it lost this gamble, then the white ape would truly be finished. But it still attacked. If Qin Yu obtained the mark, then the sky-piercing jade annulus would no longer exist. In other words, if it couldn't eliminate its hidden dangers, then sooner or later it would die. It might as well give it everything it had. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. A dark golden light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the surface of the stone staff. His vision blurred for a moment and he felt as if he had fallen into a purgatory of magma. Red and black flames rose to the heavens. Black fog tumbled within and a crimson eye appeared. It was filled with cruelty and madness as it stubbornly stared at Qin Yu. "I don't want to provoke you, so you had best not meddle in my business." Its roar echoed through the purgatory of magma. Qin Yu frowned for a moment before composing himself. "Since I appeared here, that means I've already decided to intervene. What do you want?" Bang! Magma tumbled and the red and black flames wildly rose. The black cloud roared in anger, "Don't think that just because you obtained the mark I won't attack you. With your current strength, you are nothing more than an ant to me." Qin Yu lightly said, "If you want to kill me then feel free to do so. I want to see whether or not you have the courage to do so." The black cloud roared, "I can't kill you, but I can imprison your consciousness and make you stay here forever, never to leave again." Qin Yu remained expressionless. "Then you really are seeking death." He swept his eyes around, a dark golden light surging in the depths of his eyes. "Although I can't find your weakness right now, as long as I have enough time it won't be difficult at all. Since you know the existence of the mark, you should also know that I am not trying to scare you. Do you think you have lived for too long to keep me here?" The black cloud fell silent. Its crimson eyes flashed with an ominous light. It was clear that Qin Yu's words had poked at its sore spot. The black cloud could indeed kill Qin Yu, but once it did so, it absolutely wouldn't be able to escape. It would likely vanish into thin air, never to be able to transcend for all eternity. To it, that was the best possible result. It certainly wouldn't choose such a fate. It didn't dare to kill and it didn't dare to imprison. Qin Yu had clearly indicated that he wanted to interfere, leaving it helpless. The black cloud didn't dare to remain silent for too long. It clenched its jaws and said, "Just what do you want to do?" Qin Yu said, "Simple. I can let you fuse with the white ape and allow you to seize its body, but the white ape's consciousness must be preserved." "That is impossible." The black cloud roared. Qin Yu looked at it, the dark golden light in his eyes brightening. "Believe me, you will agree." The black cloud agreed. It wasn't sure whether or not Qin Yu's words were true or false. Rather than perishing together, it might as well coexist. The white ape's eyes quickly brightened. It could clearly feel the changes within its body. After a moment of joy, it turned its head and said, "Brother Qin, thank you." Indeed, it had made the right bet. The consciousness hidden within the stone staff had communicated with it just now. The white ape that had escaped from its predicament felt as if the world had opened up to it. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. "Brother White, there is no need to thank me. You and I are comrades that fought side by side today, so I will naturally help you." The white ape knew what Qin Yu meant. It laughed, "Brother Qin, rest assured that I will blow apart the sea god." Lifting the stone staff, the white ape was in high spirits. The wild aura around its body began to rise at a horrifying speed. Rumble rumble, red and black flames surged out, rapidly spinning around it, turning into a giant vortex. Roar, the phantom of a demonic ape appeared in the skies. Its body was 100,000 feet high, as if it supported the heavens. Its red eyes locked onto the sea god. With a wave of its arm, the stone staff in its hands came crashing down. Bang! There was a heaven-shaking explosion. The sea god's massive body was sent flying backwards. Red flames rose up, wrapping around it and wildly burning it. "I am not willing. I am not willing." The sea god roared again and again. Its pupils rapidly dilated, but even at this moment, its eyes were locked onto Qin Yu, filled with hatred. Para like a bubble, the sea god's body suddenly burst. The raging red and black flames suddenly lost their target. After a brief pause, the flames were extinguished. The sea god that was born from the endless sea in accordance with the will of the heavens and earth vanished like smoke, without a trace left in the world. Ha ha ha. White Ape held his staff in one hand and placed his other hand on his waist. "I have wandered the world unhindered and have never tasted defeat. So what if I am the incarnation of the will of the heavens and earth? If I say I want you to kneel, then you must kneel. The laughter suddenly stopped. Standing on White Ape's shoulder, Chinyu's complexion instantly turned dignified. He looked up into the skies above his head. There was nothing there, but the nearly tangible pressure that covered his body was coming from there. White Ape nearly slapped himself in the face. His mouth was just too smelly. Speak of the devil and the devil will appear. What should he do now? If he were at his peak, White Ape wouldn't be afraid. At worst he would just shatter space and leave this world. But the injuries he had suffered these past years had shaken his foundation. Without dozens of years it would be impossible for him to recover. If he really had to fight with the will of the heavens and earth, he would absolutely have no choice but to kneel. Chinyu was silent for a moment. Then, he suddenly said, "The essence of the sky-piercing jade annulus has been destroyed. All that is left is the strength for a single strike. At some point in time, I will completely destroy that space so that the flow of the heavens and earth's great Tao can return to the right path." The pressure from the skies slowed down a little, but it still hadn't dissipated. Chinyu thought for a moment. He glanced at White Ape and said, "White Ape has removed the hidden dangers in his body. Once his injuries are healed, he will leave this world. Before that, I guarantee that he will not casually attack and interfere with the balance of the world." Sure, the pressure suddenly dispersed, as if it had never appeared. Chinyu let out a light breath. White Ape wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. "Brother Chin, it seems you have a way. If it were me, I fear I would have no choice but to brace myself and fight." Chinyu said, "Brother White, we can't defeat him." Then, he added in his heart, "At least not now." With a serious expression, he continued to say, "Brother White, you must not casually violate my promise. Otherwise, if the will of the heavens and earth descends once more, it won't give up so easily." White Ape nodded again and again. "Brother Chin, don't worry. I know how serious this is. I will absolutely not stir up any trouble." Chinyu smiled. "That's good." With a thought, the unconscious chicken overlord appeared. Before this, he had been helpless against its heart demon and could only think of borrowing the Ice Soul Jade bed to help it wake up. But now, to Chinyu, this little heart demon wasn't worth mentioning at all. He lifted a hand and pointed a finger between its eyes. There seemed to be a cracking sound in his ears, followed by a faint scream of hate, unwillingness, and resentment. Chinyu coldly snorted. He lifted his hand and grasped it. The scream disappeared, completely erased. White Ape revealed a look of envy. If he had been 90% sure before, then he no longer had any doubts now. Chinyu had absolutely obtained the mark. Only the legendary ability could be so simple as to easily and cleanly exterminate the invisible heart demon. The upright hard bone finally slumped down. Looking at how dispirited it was and how it had shrunk to less than a tenth of its original size, it could be seen that it had suffered a great loss this time. Thinking about it, it wouldn't be able to move for a long period of time. The chicken overlord slowly woke up. As it saw Chinyu, it was stunned. It lifted its wings and rubbed its eyes. Then, with a loud cry, it began to cry out in grief and indignation. "Chinyu, Chinyu, you've finally come to save me. Let me tell you, I was originally having a wonderful dream about cultivation. But just as I was deep in it and couldn't extricate myself, a white-furred old monkey appeared. He was simply a demon, and in my dream, he brutally and inhumanely ravaged me. If my consciousness could record the torment I suffered, then what you see now would be me with cuts and bruises all over my body. That bastard white-furred old monkey, I absolutely won't give up. Chinyu, you will help me, right? You will definitely help me. I have a premonition that he isn't a character from a dream. Sooner or later, I will meet him. At that time, I will definitely let that white-furred old monkey know what it means to suffer so much that you wish you were dead, and what it means to take revenge for the smallest grievance." The chicken overlord's originally aggrieved face was now completely twisted. When it contrasted with its tear-streaked face, one couldn't help but think of a single word: freak. Chinyu was silent for a moment. He looked at the chicken overlord with pity in his eyes, and then looked at the pale-faced white ape behind it. White Ape's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. There was no need to say anything else. He lightly coughed, interrupting the chicken overlord that seemed as if it would continue to ramble on. Look behind you first. The chicken overlord wasn't satisfied with being interrupted. It thought that Qin Yu really wasn't good at understanding others. It frowned and turned its head. Gah. It was as if one could hear the sound of its teeth aching because it had used too much strength. Chapter 835. The chicken overlord howled in grief. It clung to Qin Yu's thigh with its wings, but in the end it was carried away by the smiling white ape. That's right, it really was smiling. Its expression was indifferent and the corners of its lips curved up in a mysterious smile. Facing such a mysterious smile, Qin Yu's heart chilled. He watched as the white ape carried the chicken overlord away, silently mourning for the chicken overlord. However, the reason that the white ape gave him was sufficient and considerate. Qin Yu had saved its life. As an old ape that knew how to repay favors, it had to repay him. It would be far too shameful to bring away such a useless junior like the chicken overlord. The white ape would help train it and then send it back to Qin Yu's side. Thinking about it, Qin Yu decided that there was no reason to refuse. He turned his head and looked at the Starfall archipelago that was only a tiny black dot in his line of sight. His eyes flashed. It's time to leave. Sure, his figure moved and he howled away. As for Dorlies, Old Lin, Yun Dai, and the others on the island, Qin Yu wasn't worried. With Dorlies here, it would be easy to find him. All Qin Yu needed to do was wait for them to catch up once he was a certain distance away. Starfall archipelago had been saved. The Alliance had been saved. No one would have to die. Joyful moods echoed through the skies above the island. All the Alliance cultivators smiled, their expressions incomparably excited. But after the joy, the high-level figures of the Alliance began to feel apprehensive. The situation this time seemed to have gone a bit too far. No matter what the result was, the one in the sea had gone crazy for some reason and had nearly dragged Senior White Ape down with him. This was an indisputable fact. And Senior White Ape's appetite had always been very good. This time, he feared it would be even better. As the high-level figures of the Alliance thought about how the little wealth they had painstakingly accumulated was about to be torn away, they felt so pained they couldn't breathe. So sad, this wasn't the result they wanted, bah. If Senior White Ape hadn't managed to kill the sea god, then they would have been truly miserable. Of course, it wasn't that there weren't a few people who were wondering why that old bastard White Ape hadn't perished together with the sea god. That would have been the most perfect ending, but no one dared to reveal these thoughts in their minds. Otherwise, if White Ape were to find out what they were thinking, they would die. Douglas said in a deep voice, "This time, Senior White Ape has saved the entire Alliance. We will agree to any request. I'm sure no one has any objections. Then, let us first do something else." According to the messages from several elders in the mystic realm, the descendant of the Western Tomb's Qin family, Qin Yu, has formed a resonance with the sky-split jade annulus. This is the only result of the Alliance's countless attempts in 100,000 years. Compared to the price that the Alliance will have to pay, I believe that this is far more important. So, find Qin Yu and bring him back to the Alliance. No matter what he wants or what requests he has, agree to them as long as they are reasonable. Invite him to become a member of the Alliance. Qin White. Alliance. Douglas said, his eyes. Spirit, King. S and U, he. And, he. The entire Alliance began to move. The entrance to the mystic realm was opened and all the cultivators that entered were brought back. However, Qin Yu wasn't among them, he and of. Just like that, Qin Yu disappeared from the face of the earth. The high-level figures of the Beast Trainer Alliance immediately locked onto Qin Yu. They weren't stupid, so they immediately locked onto Qin Yu. Did Qin Yu have any companions when he entered the Alliance? Or, who in the Alliance was closer to? Find these people and invite them to temporarily stay in the Alliance as guest. A sharp glint flashed across President Douglas' eyes. But once again, the Alliance elites missed. That's right, they were able to easily find Dorlies, Elder Lin, Yun Dai, and even the Shui sisters. But when he arrived, the house was already empty. When he followed the clues and found Su Hongyi, she shook her head and said that she did not know anything. Because of Dongfang Han's death and the Su family's background, the alliance couldn't force her to speak. However, with so many people, they couldn't just leave quietly. The entire sea region was within the alliance's sphere of influence. If they wanted to, it wouldn't be difficult to find the whereabouts of several people. As the Beast Trainer Alliance was preparing to move, White Ape rushed over with the listless chicken overlord in one hand. He bluntly warned, "Since you are about to give me a generous gift, I will warn you. You had best not try to find any traces of Chinyu, otherwise a great disaster will befall you." Like this, the matter was dropped. Although they didn't know what White Ape was basing his judgment on, no one in the alliance dared to take the risk. Because looking at senior White Ape's appearance, if the alliance insisted on doing this, he would immediately flip out. Once White Ape flipped out, that would also be a great disaster. White Ape opened the Beast Trainer Alliance's storeroom and dove in. Half a day later, he left in satisfaction, leaving behind the pale-faced high-level figures of the alliance. White Ape's original words were that it was fine to take half, but he gave them such important information today and also helped them avoid a great disaster. Taking 20% more wasn't excessive at all. What kind of important information was this? President Douglas's tall and sturdy body seemed to thin. His loose clothes fluttered in the wind and he felt as if he were being hollowed out. On a ship heading towards the mainland, Dorlise and the others smoothly found Chinyu. She made up a very reasonable explanation for this, but Chinyu only chuckled in his heart. Dorlise carefully stared at Chinyu's face and suddenly said, "After entering the Alliance's mystic realm, what did you do?" Chinyu arched an eyebrow. "I didn't do anything." Dorlise sneered. "I would be an idiot to believe you. Tell me the truth. Was the reason the sea god went berserk because of you?" Chinyu immediately denied everything. His expression was extremely solemn, as if he were absolutely innocent and hadn't done anything at all. This involved the sky-split jade wall and the embryo egg mark inheritance. No matter who asked, Chinyu wouldn't say a single word. Dorlise had a solemn expression. "My intuition tells me that you are absolutely lying." Regarding this, Elder Lin expressed full approval. He looked at Chinyu in front of him, a dignified look in his eyes. Chinyu stood in front of him, but if he closed his eyes, he wouldn't be able to feel his aura at all. It was like he was an illusory shadow, and all of these changes occurred after Chinyu entered the mystic realm. Although he didn't dare say that the sea god going berserk was related to Chinyu, he was absolutely involved. Otherwise, why would such changes occur? This Chinyu was truly mysterious. Perhaps he should remind his master to be more cautious around him in order to avoid any accidents. Thus, the matter was left unsettled. Since Chinyu decided to hide it, no one would be able to detect it. Even if they suspected him, it was meaningless without evidence. Dorlise angrily coughed and left. But before she left, she glared at Chinyu and sneered, "Don't be so smug just yet." Chinyu soon understood her meaning. He looked at the Shui family sisters standing in front of him with nervous expressions and rubbed his temples. He suddenly felt that this action might cause the two sisters to overthink things. Chinyu put down his hand and asked, "What are your plans?" Shui Qingqing fiercely looked up, her eyes wide as she stared at Chinyu. She bit her lips and her face paled like a frightened little beast. Shui Yeye pulled on her little sister's hand and forced herself to remain calm. She said, "Big brother Qin, once we reach the shore, we can walk by ourselves. We thank you for taking care of us these past days. We sisters will always remember this in our hearts." Chinyu was silent for a moment. Then, he slowly said, "Don't think too much about it. Since you appeared here, I will definitely make arrangements for you. But, I still have important matters to attend to right now. There might be dangers, so it isn't suitable for you to stay by my side. So, if you have a place you want to go, I can send you there. Otherwise, leave it to me to make arrangements." Shui Qingqing's eyes turned red. "Big brother Qin, we have nowhere else to go." Shui Yeye pursed her lips. She knew that with Chinyu's personality, since he was so straightforward, he didn't want to be entangled with them. There was no chance for them to stay by his side. Having a safe place to stay was the best result for the two sisters. "I will follow Big Brother Qin's arrangements." Qin Yu's thoughts raced. With his current status, whether it was the Dark Parliament or the Western Tomb Divine Church, it would be easy for him to arrange things for the Shui family sisters. But, between him and these two sides, the most he could do was feign civility and use each other. If he sent the Shui family sisters there, he might be able to obtain a moment of peace, but he feared he would harm them in the end. As for Qin Yu, he owed them a favor. If it weren't for the Dao monarch's blood that the Shui family sisters had given him, Qin Yu feared he wouldn't have had the chance to fuse with the embryo, and the result could be imagined. This could be considered an indirect life-saving grace. Although Qin Yu had saved the Shui family sisters more than once, something like grace couldn't be calculated in terms of the number of times. From this point of view, Qin Yu believed that he had to make appropriate arrangements for them. After considering it again and again, Qin Yu thought of Dragon City. First, because of the ancient's consciousness, the Dragon Soul would be allies for a short period of time. And there was also the Shadow Clan in Dragon City, and Zhu Li was there. With her temperament, if she knew that Qin Yu had arranged for the Shui family sisters to come here, she would definitely look after them. With these two layers of protection, the Shui family sisters' safety wouldn't be a problem. As for more, such as whether or not the Shui family sisters wanted to go and whether or not they could adapt to life in Dragon City, Qin Yu couldn't consider these things. Now, I have a choice here. A moment later, the Shui family sisters earnestly bowed and bid their farewells. They agreed to go to Dragon City and didn't show any objections. Qin Yu felt that it was best to be more dependable with such tactful people. He didn't feel comfortable with Senior Lin participating, but he also didn't want to make a trip to Dragon City. If he encountered Zhu Li, it would only be awkward. Thus, he had Dorlies make the trip. She was strong enough and she had clearly become more annoying recently. If she left for a period of time, she would be able to have some peace and quiet. Qin Yu knocked on Dorelis's cabin door. It was unknown what they spoke about, but when Qin Yu left feeling refreshed, Dorelis's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if it would drip water. But in the end, she still agreed to send the Shui family sisters to Dragon City. The ship temporarily stopped at a supply island. Qin Yu saw the Shui family sisters off and cupped his hands together. We'll meet again someday. Shui Qingqing opened her mouth. Big brother Qin, she had many words to say, but she couldn't say a single one. Shui Yeye grabbed her hand. Big brother Qin, we bid our farewells. Dorlies curled her lips. Even a blind person could see the friendship in these two little girls' eyes. Yet, this brat Qin Yu wasn't moved at all. How heartless. Let's go, let's go. We still have a long way to go. Let's hurry and change ships. They boarded a ship in another direction. Even after they were far away, Qin Yu could still see the two women waving at him from the deck. Yun Dai quietly said, "Teacher, you are far too popular. This makes this disciple feel a great pressure." Qin Yu lifted a hand and rapped her on the head. What nonsense. Let's go. He turned and boarded the ship. Some people, some feelings, were destined to miss each other. His heart was already full and he didn't have time to care about anything else. He hoped that they would be well in the future. Chapter 836. After sending off the Shui sisters, one of his worries had been lifted. Qin Yu sat on the deck, quietly looking at the sea and sky in front of him. Waves tumbled about, reflecting the deep blue sky. Accompanied by the gentle sea breeze, it was a rare sight of tranquility and tranquility. Yun Dai thought for a moment. She moved a chair to the side and placed it down. Teacher, can I sit here? Without waiting for Qin Yu to respond, she turned and sat down. Then, she casually stretched her waist, outlining her soft and beautiful curves. After becoming familiar with her teacher's character and with the idea of seducing him, her respect for Qin Yu didn't diminish, but the fear in her heart had mostly faded. Qin Yu shook his head and closed his eyes. You've already sat down. Can I let you leave? Hearing the helplessness in his voice, Yun Dai giggled. Of course I won't leave. And, I don't think teacher would do such a thing. Qin Yu didn't respond. Yun Dai didn't care. She leaned back in her chair, feeling incomparably at ease. The feeling of staying by her teacher's side was really good. After a moment, Yun Dai spoke up once more. The sea is too quiet today. It's like I'm on the surface of a tranquil lake. With his eyes closed, Qin Yu frowned. What did you say? Yun Dai blinked. I said that the sea is really quiet, the last part. It's like I'm on the surface of a tranquil lake. Qin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the tranquil sea in front of him and gradually frowned. Dorlees. He whispered and took a step forward. Wait here. Before his voice fell, Qin Yu had already flown out of the ship. As his feet fell, the tranquil mirror-like space suddenly shattered, revealing a gap. The sky inside was dark, and waves surged. One could clearly hear the angry roar of the sea. As Qin Yu entered, the gap vanished from sight. Shua Senior Lin appeared in front of Yun Dai. He asked in a low voice, "What happened? Where did Mr. go?" Yun Dai opened her mouth. "I don't know." She was still in a daze. Qin Yu stepped out of the mirror world. As he left the constructed scene, he saw what was happening above the sea. Violent winds howled without end, sweeping up endless waves that soared into the sky and rained down with a rumbling sound, as if a torrential rain was pouring down. Looking up through the waves, Qin Yu could clearly feel chaotic auras coming from that direction. One of them was Dorlees. On the other side, the ones that were frantically besieging her were the giant spirit clan. Whoosh! Qin Yu instantly accelerated. The air screeched as he raced away. The sturdy ship sailed on the turbulent sea, emitting ear-piercing screeches. If it weren't for the fact that the two sides were fighting each other, the ship would have already disintegrated and been swallowed by the rolling black seawater. The Shui sisters hid in the ship's hold, their faces pale as they looked at the two sides fighting above the ship. When the group of cultivators from the giant spirit clan appeared, their first thought was that they were coming for them. However, they soon discovered that this was not the case. The goal of these giants was Dorlees, and it was only at this moment that the Shui sisters realized just how terrifying Dorlees was. Even when fighting against so many, she didn't fall into a disadvantage at all. In fact, the feeling she gave off at this moment was that everything was under her control. Transparent and bright holy light carried with it a burning hot aura. All of the giant spirit clan cultivators that rushed towards her were forced back. Moreover, as time passed, they discovered to their horror that their strength was being suppressed and that it was constantly fading away. In the skies above their heads, holy light constantly gathered. It nearly condensed into essence and emitted a horrifying aura. This feeling was like a mountain falling on their chests, making it hard for them to breathe. This woman was actually so strong, and yet she was willing to follow by Qin Yu's side. Then, his true strength. It turns out that Big Brother Qin is fiercer than we thought. This misunderstanding caused Qin Yu's status in the hearts of the Shui sisters to rapidly rise. However, they soon discovered that their understanding of Qin Yu's position wasn't as accurate as before. "We can't kill her, we have to retreat," a giant spirit clan cultivator roared out. He lifted his hand and punched out, shattering the holy light. But the fragments of holy light still tore open large wounds on his body. The giant spirit clan cultivator frowned. He stomped his feet and turned to leave. Dorlees had an indifferent expression and her eyes were icy cold. "You remnant of the giant spirit clan, you dare to appear in front of me on your own initiative, all of you will die." Bang! Oh, endless holy light burned above her head. The temperature between the heavens and earth crazily soared and the seawater below began to boil. At this time, Dorlees suddenly furrowed her eyebrows. She lifted her hand and the burning holy light split into several pieces, each of them rapidly collapsing and contracting, condensing into blazing meteors that came crashing down. Every holy light meteor locked onto a large number of giant spirit clan cultivators, suppressing their auras. Besides resisting them head-on, there was no other way. The giant spirit clan cultivators that were locked onto revealed looks of despair. They suddenly realized that killing Dorlees after receiving the message was an incomparably wrong decision. Space suddenly shook, turning into sticky mud that wrapped around the falling holy light meteors. They rapidly slowed down until they finally came to a complete stop. The giant spirit clan cultivators that had just escaped death looked up at the approaching holy light meteors, their hearts filled with panic. They were certain that if they allowed these meteors to fall, everyone in the giant spirit clan would die without a grave. Dorelis's eyes brightened before returning to tranquility. She turned around, her face filled with grievance. Chi knew, they came to kill me on their own initiative. Do you still want to stop them? Chi knew had no expression. No wonder you suddenly agreed to send them to Dragon City. You should have already sensed the aura of the giant spirit clan cultivators. Dorlise met his gaze and didn't deny it. She curled her lips and said, I didn't ask them to kill me. Chi knew said, I guarantee that the giant spirit clan won't attack you again in the future. Let them go. Dorelis' eyebrows arched up. Chi knew, I already gave you face once. Then I'll give it again. Don't go too far. Dorlise had a fierce expression. Chi knew no longer looked at her. He flicked his sleeves and space fluctuated. All of the burning holy light meteors were slowly swallowed up. His eyes swept over the giant spirit clan cultivators. After a moment of silence, he said, for countless years, the giant spirit clan has paid a great price. Now, you can let go and return to where you live in peace. Quietly wait for the arrival of a new era and welcome the rebirth of your people. Believe me, that day won't be too far away. Who are you? Why did you save us? A tall giant spirit clan cultivator asked. Patriarch, it was this lord who saved us in Vast Sea City. Several giant spirit clan cultivators stood up and nodded towards Qinyu with gratitude. Hong Jiao took a deep breath. She loudly said, after the High Ancestor and the others were killed, it was this lord who brought us out of the Yellow Sand world. If it weren't for him, we would have already died. She respectfully bowed. The current patriarch's complexion changed. He bowed and said, thank you for helping my giant spirit clan several times. He straightened himself and said, but ever since my clan was born, we have shouldered a mission that we could not shirk. We can only thank you for your good intentions. Qinyu furrowed his eyebrows. His aura suddenly changed, like a great beast awakening. A vast and ancient aura of time spread out, covering all the giant spirit clan cultivators. This dual suppression came from the bloodline and the soul, causing the complexions of the giant spirit clan cultivators to change. They involuntarily fell to the ground, their hearts filled with submission. This is, the current patriarch's eyes widened. His body shivered with excitement. Hong Jiao was the only giant spirit clan cultivator who could still look up at Qinyu. She could feel his aura and her face flushed red. Qinyu slowly said, in the Yellow Sand world, I have smoothly revived and returned. The giant spirit clan's mission has been completed. All of you can follow my orders. Hong Jiao's tears flowed down. So the High Ancestor and the others hadn't died in vain. They had exhausted their lives to help their master revive. The current patriarch deeply bowed. Yes, master. Qinyu was well aware that as long as he wanted to, he could easily obtain the loyalty of the giant spirit clan and have them do anything for him. But at the level that Qinyu had touched upon, even if the giant spirit clan used all of their strength, they would still be as fragile as a bubble that could be easily destroyed. If so, then he might as well release them and return the freedom of this sad clan. The giant spirit clan left, their hearts filled with endless joy and longing. The mission of their clan's inheritance had been completed and they no longer needed to shoulder such a heavy burden. When their master stood at the peak of the world once more, they would no longer need to hide and live like they did now. They would be able to walk under the sun with dignity and dignity. The Shui sisters were crowded around as they boarded the giant spirit clan's hidden ship at the bottom of the sea. Since something like the giant spirit clan had happened, there was no meaning in going to Dragon City. The giant spirit clan's territory was the safest. Even now, their hearts were shaken. They never imagined that Big Brother Qin would be able to hide himself so deeply. Just who was he? Shui Qingqing bit her lips. The hope in her eyes slowly extinguished before finally returning to silence. Seeing all of this, Shui Yeye reached out a hand and squeezed her palm. She said in a soft voice, "Silly girl, how come you still don't understand? Big Brother Qin is a divine dragon that soars through the highest heavens. He isn't someone we can think about. To be able to get to know him and spend some time with him is already our greatest stroke of luck. Otherwise, we would already be dead by now." Shui Qingqing was silent for a moment. She wiped her eyes and said, I understand, big sister. She revealed a smile. I won't have any other thoughts. But, I will remember Big Brother Qin for the rest of my life. Shui Ye traced her hair and sighed inwardly. Wasn't she the same? It was just that she didn't have the courage to say it out loud like this silly girl. Big Brother Qin, if we never meet again, then I wish you a safe and peaceful life. Qin, you didn't know that in the distance, on a ship sailing through the sea, there were two women silently wishing him well in their hearts. But, he was well aware that he wouldn't be able to rest in peace for some time. This was because Dorlise had snuck into his room in the middle of the night. And most importantly, this woman was wearing skimpy clothes. It was appropriate to say that she was ragged or barely clothed. Dorlise stared at Qin Yu and lowered her voice. You've already ruined my plans twice. Tell me, how do you plan on compensating me? She licked her lips. If you don't have any ideas, perhaps I can give you a suggestion. How about you repay a debt of gratitude with your body? Qin Yu rubbed his temples. Have you gone crazy this time? If there's nothing else, then hurry up and go back to sleep. Dorlise sneered. Do you know that in this situation, speaking like this to a woman is the greatest disrespect? Chapter 837. Dorlise pulled out a chair and sat down. Her expression was icy cold and her aura was overwhelming. I've already given you the suggestion. If you don't want to, then come up with another plan. I will definitely accept this favor today. Her cold words combined with her expressionless face really caused the pressure to multiply. But, was it appropriate for her to be dressed so thinly at this time? Qin Yu moved to the side to avoid eye contact. This was because he was worried that if he looked over, he would be able to see everything under Doralis's skirt. This woman's sitting posture was far too overbearing. He had no choice but to avoid it. Dorlise. Qin Yu paused for a moment. His tone relaxed a great deal. Sit down first and put on some clothes. If there is anything, we can sit down and slowly discuss it. Dorlise blinked, a bit surprised. She looked at Qin Yu, a look of suspicion on her face. Are you really willing to talk to me? Qin Yu nodded. I am. Then tell me, do you agree to pay with your body? Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Dorlise, you are beautiful to begin with, and the body you are borrowing now is also beautiful and alluring. As for me, I am a normal man, it's just that today was too sudden. Can you give me an explanation? Doralis's eyebrows arched up. Turn around and I will tell you. Qin Yu was silent for a moment and then slowly turned around. He tried his best to not look sideways, but he still accidentally saw something he shouldn't have seen. This woman, she was actually playing in a vacuum. Qin Yu's mind buzzed as he fell into chaos. He really couldn't figure out just what Dorlise was thinking. Even if she was extremely hungry and thirsty, it shouldn't have suddenly erupted to such a degree, right? Her eyes swept over Qin Yu's face and she charmingly smiled. Do I look good? Do you want me to come over so you can see me more clearly? Qin Yu coughed. You still haven't given me an explanation. Doralis's eyebrows arched up. It's such a simple matter. Today, when you released the giant spirit, your manly aura burst forth and immediately captured the passionate heart of others. They couldn't help but want to eat you up. Are you satisfied with this answer? Qin Yu was so angry that he almost laughed. Satisfied my ass. If I really believed your nonsense, then I would be the fool. But at this time, he couldn't lay all his cards on the table. Just now, he had felt fluctuations coming from the ancient's consciousness. It was very well hidden. If it wasn't for the fact that he had fused with the jade wall embryo egg, which made his entire body as transparent as jade, he wouldn't have been able to detect it at all. Qin Yu instantly understood what the ancient's goal was. He wanted to probe and see whether or not Qin Yu was still under his control. Thinking about it, it was because after fusing with the jade egg, Qin Yu's aura had changed, causing the ancient to have some sort of scruples. Thus, Qin Yu had to act as if he didn't know anything about the arrival of the ancient's consciousness. He even had to cooperate with him and give him a chance to verify his suspicions. For instance, if he was suddenly interrupted when the man and woman were burning with passion. If you still don't believe me, then you're awesome. As Qin Yu's thoughts raced, he remained silent. Across from him, Dorlise began to move. Although her intuition told her that Qin Yu was acting a bit strange today, how could she miss such a great opportunity? After fusing with the jade egg, not only was the ancient able to feel it, but Dorlise could also feel the inexplicable changes in Qin Yu's body. Moreover, because she was at his side, this feeling was even clearer. She suddenly felt that the contingency plan she left in Qin Yu's body was no longer foolproof. She had to reinforce it a second time. The method of reinforcement was simple. As long as Qin Yu couldn't hold himself back and fused together with the body she controlled, then this boy absolutely wouldn't be able to overturn the heavens in the future. No matter what he did, he could only obediently be a puppet in her hands. She closed in 2 or 3 steps. Her hands reached out and Qin Yu immediately felt a surging sense of oppression. Damn, this was definitely the real deal. It would definitely feel good to the touch. Steady, don't think about it, don't think about it. Dorlise moved closer to his ear. She let out a deep breath and said, "Do you want to touch it?" "Really, I don't mind at all." Qin Yu could feel the fluctuations coming from the ancient's consciousness. It was clear that at this time, the ancient was carefully observing him. Qin Yu secretly clenched his teeth and wrapped his arms around Dorelisa's waist. Her tentacles were as soft as he expected. With a light cry, Dorlise felt as if all her bones had been pulled out. She softly leaned against Qin Yu. Her breathing became short and deep. She tightened her grip around Qin Yu's neck, as if she wanted to rub her entire body into his. At the same time, the aura that Dorlise emitted had a hint of sweetness to it. It was like mellow wine, causing one's heart to beat faster and their faces to flush red. It was like a flame hidden in the depths of their hearts was ignited. Qin Yu secretly grinned. He didn't think that this woman would actually be hiding such a card. Her methods of seducing the heart were quite sharp. If it were anyone else, or if their will wasn't firm enough, then even if they had other thoughts, they might have turned this fake play into reality. Damn it, the ancient didn't seem to have any intention of interfering at all. Did he have a hobby of watching live pornography? If that really was the case, then there was nothing Qin Yu could do. Acting to this step had nearly reached his limit. To ride on a horse and look down on everyone with disdain, that was absolutely impossible. The arms around his neck moved downwards. Qin Yu stiffened. Just as he was about to tear away all pretense of cordiality and do whatever he wanted, a fluctuation of strength suddenly erupted and sent Dorlise flying away. Dorlise had been in a daze just a moment ago and her face was flushed red. But in the blink of an eye, she regained her clarity of mind. Her eyes locked onto Qin Yu, or to be more precise, they passed through his body and met the distant ancient's gaze. After several breaths of time, she lifted a hand and yawned. She lazily stood up and said, "What a disappointment. Qin Yu, it looks like this is all we can do today. We will have many more chances in the future." She tossed him a coquettish glance and then gracefully left. Qin Yu revealed an awkward expression. Hidden deep in his eyes was a perfectly timed anger. This was the perfect expression of his emotions. The ancient's voice sounded out in his mind. "I know that with your current age, you still haven't put down the matters between men and women. But, you absolutely cannot touch a woman like Dorlise, otherwise there will be no end to your troubles. Do you understand?" Qin Yu's embarrassment deepened. He bowed his head and cupped his hands together. "Yes, I will remember." There was a bit of unwillingness in his voice, but it was also because of this that he seemed even more normal. After all, facing an incomparably beautiful woman like Dorlise who had clearly expressed her willingness to let him have a taste of her body, any normal man would feel a bit unwilling if they were stopped. And Qin Yu had been just a tiny bit away from succeeding. The ancient lightly said, "You will know in the future that I am doing this for your own good." After a pause, it continued to say, "I have already made my preparations. Do not delay any further and return to Sky Declaring Pavilion as soon as possible." Sure, the consciousness scattered. As for what Qin Yu experienced in the Beast Trainer Alliance, he didn't ask a single question. Perhaps it was because the ancient believed that everything was under his control, or perhaps he had a premonition that even if he asked, he wouldn't obtain any harvests. Qin Yu closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. After determining that the ancient had truly left, he let out a light breath, a dignified expression on his face. It was only at this moment, after facing the true world, that he truly felt just how powerful the ancient's consciousness was. No wonder he dared to fake his death and even dared to abandon his mortal body to scheme against a Dao monarch in order to avoid the calamity of the ancient race. So it was because he had such great confidence. Qin Yu rejoiced in his heart. If it weren't for a lucky chance that allowed him to fuse with the jade embryo egg, then even if the ancient's heart was truly in his control, he feared he still wouldn't have been able to escape death in the end. As for Dorlise, this woman had likely underestimated the true strength of the ancient's consciousness. If she competed with him on the Dao monarch's great Dao, there was no chance at all. But soon, Qin Yu discovered that he had underestimated Dorlise a bit. There was a knock on the door once more. A neatly dressed Dorlise stood outside. She met Qin Yu's eyes and directly said, "Has the ancient's consciousness left?" Qin Yu frowned. Dorlise lightly said, "Don't worry, I didn't use any methods to monitor you. It was just that your reaction just now was too abnormal." Qin Yu was silent for a moment. "You already sensed it," Dorlise said. "It wasn't too early, but I wasn't as stupid as you think I was." She swept her eyes over him. "Looking at your current state, you should have smoothly passed. Do you want to celebrate? For instance, we can continue what we were doing just now." She blinked. "I don't mind at all. In fact, I'm even looking forward to it in my heart." Qin Yu bitterly smiled. "Since you know the inside story, don't mess around." Dorlise looked at him. She suddenly said, "Qin Yu, you are absolutely hiding something. Qin Yu, with your cautious temperament, if you didn't have absolute confidence that our conversation wouldn't be discovered, why would you dare to speak with me here? You have to know that I reminded you before that the ancient's consciousness can sense what is happening around you." Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Indeed, looking down on a woman was a very stupid thing to do. Dorlise might have underestimated the strength of the ancient's consciousness, but her intelligence wasn't low. Moreover, for him to make such a big mistake and not realize Dorelisa's goal, it was clear that his mind had been thrown into confusion by what happened just now. Indeed, men were creatures. No matter how calm their hearts were or how clear their thoughts were, when they faced a beautiful woman, their sensitivity would be greatly reduced. Impulses and desires would even affect their minds for a short period of time. This was a lesson he had to remember. Dorlise smiled. "Qin Yu, aren't you reflecting on your actions now? Let me tell you, don't waste your energy. To a man, it is impossible to guard against a woman's tricks. All right, since you have no intention of continuing our fate, I will go back and rest. Of course, if you can figure it out, you are welcome to come over at any time. My door isn't locked." Turning around, the smile on Dorelisa's face faded and a cold intent appeared in her eyes. She had indeed guessed that Qin Yu was using her to numb the ancient's consciousness. Moreover, she had used this chance to determine that there were other secrets hidden on Qin Yu's body. But in fact, Dorlise didn't obtain any harvests. Instead, this made her even more certain that the card she left on Qin Yu's body might not be of absolute use. In other words, if she couldn't reinforce it, it was likely that Qin Yu would escape her control in the future. But this boy was slippery and it was clear he had scruples about her. If she wanted to pull him into bed with her, it would be a bit difficult. Should she detonate her card now and forcefully control Qin Yu to force him to submit? Or should she wait a little longer and look for the next opportunity? Dorlise fell into deep thought. After watching her vanish around the corner, Qin Yu returned to his room and closed the door. His expression became indifferent. During their conversation just now, the runes hidden within the ancient's heart in his chest had emitted a strange fluctuation. It was clear that Dorlise had some other thoughts. Chapter 838. Half a month later, Qin Yu's group of 4 returned to Sky Declaring Pavilion. Senior Lin immediately bid his farewells and left. Without any delay, he entered the chamber and after determining that he wasn't being monitored, he opened the communication array formation. In the golden basin in front of him, ripples appeared on the still water surface. Then, a blurry face appeared. Sure, this face opened its eyes. They were calm, like the water of an ancient icy spring, emitting a cold chill that reached deep into the soul. What happened? As the water rippled, a calm voice sounded out in the chamber. Senior Lin bowed, his voice extremely respectful. Reporting to Master, I followed Ning Qin to the Beast Trainer Alliance. Immediately, he briefly explained what happened. But, he gave an extremely detailed description of the changes that occurred to Qin Yu's body. Master, Ning Qin's origins are mysterious and his background is beyond what you can see. This old servant earnestly asks Master to consider this carefully and act cautiously. If Master agrees, this old servant can think of a way to probe him. The face in the water ripples said, I already understand what you are saying. There is no need to probe him any further. Bring him here as soon as possible. Senior Lin was startled. He immediately bowed, yes, Master. Sure, the face vanished from sight. The basin instantly returned to tranquility, without a single ripple. Senior Lin straightened his body. His eyebrows relaxed and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. With his master's temperament, since he made such arrangements, he must have complete confidence in himself. If so, then he wouldn't need to worry too much. In a quiet chamber far away, a round hole was opened in the ceiling. A foot-wide beam of light shined down from it, shining brightly and reaching the ground. But, the light that shined through the hole didn't spread out at all. It only left behind a foot-wide dot on the ground. Everything outside was pitch black. It was thick like ink, so thick that it couldn't be dissolved. It seemed as if one looked at it, they would be swallowed up. Suddenly, a man's calm voice echoed out from the darkness. Ning Qin has returned to Mid-Morning City. I have already ordered people to bring him here as soon as possible. After a brief silence, the darkness responded, you must be careful of this person. Although his cultivation is weak, I still feel a trace of fear towards him. Of course, I won't be careless against someone who you treat with caution. Now that I think about it, although Master was powerful, he was a failure in his life. Everyone around him that he could trust chose to betray him in the end. I have to say that this is a kind of tragedy. Shut up. Don't be rude to Master. The voice on the other side was icy cold, and every word was filled with killing intent. No matter what, it was Master who gave us life. This will never change. I don't want to hear such disrespectful words a second time. Do you understand? Since you don't want to hear it, then I won't say it. Anyway, compared to action, words are really pale and powerless. The first voice that sounded was very calm, without the slightest bit of anger from being scolded. He smiled and said, let's go and make the final preparations to welcome the arrival of our master. Qin Yu and old Lin spoke in private for some time. Then, he stood up and saw him off. He returned to the living room and sat down on the sofa. He rubbed his chin. Although old Lin's statement just now was a bit vague, Qin Yu was still able to capture his true meaning. The master of Sky Declaring Pavilion was anxious and hoped that he could finish his preparations as soon as possible. This was in line with the ancient's request. But, he didn't immediately agree. Rather, he thought of a way to delay it for the time being. Dorlies and Yun Dai walked into the living room. Dorlies looked over Qin Yu and suddenly said, Qin Yu, what bad idea do you have now? Qin Yu, what kind of eyes did this woman have? Weren't they a bit too good? If she didn't take care of her eyesight, she might end up with cataracts in the future. Qin Yu lightly coughed and didn't look at her. He turned to Yun Dai and smiled. During this period of time, you've been diligently cultivating. I don't have much to help you with, so I'll give you some things you need to cultivate. Yun Dai, make a list as soon as possible. There's no need to save anything for me. I will do my best to satisfy your requests. That's right. Qin Yu was prepared to fleece them one last time. Once the ancient got rid of the myriad dragon body, who knew what the situation would become? He might as well take advantage of this opportunity to make some money. Dorlies blinked. Count me in. Qin Yu didn't even look at her. What the hell? You haven't done anything at all and you want to take a piece of the pie? Are you dreaming? And most importantly, why would I give you any benefits? So that you can recover more strength and become more formidable so that you can make things difficult for me? Haha, I'm not that stupid. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't do something like supporting an enemy. In the end, Dorlies stomped her feet in anger. But, she wasn't able to change Qin Yu's mind. She could faintly guess what Qin Yu was thinking, but she clenched her teeth and endured it. Surname Qin, just you wait. Once this old lady takes control of the situation in the future, I will make sure you drink the water I wash my feet with every day. The next 2 days were quiet and peaceful. Just as old Lin was wondering whether or not his words were too vague and Qin you didn't understand the deeper meaning behind them, the pale-faced Bian Changli from the Internal Affairs Division arrived at his residence. With a trembling hand, he handed him a jade slip list. Old Lin, this is the purchase list that Mr. Ning Qin submitted today. I cannot make the decision myself, so I ask that you decide for me. As Bian Changli spoke, he couldn't help but gulp. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. Although old Lin had already guessed from his expression that the contents of this purchase list would be astonishing, when he opened it and looked at it for himself, he still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and nearly flip the table. Too much, Ning Qin, you have gone too far. You have already done something similar before. I originally thought that your greed was already very strong, but I never thought I would underestimate you. So it turns out that your mouth can be opened so wide. Bian Changli scowled. Old Lin, you cannot let go this time. Otherwise, even if you empty out the entire mid-morning city branch division, it still won't be enough. You must solemnly declare to the Tower Master that you must severely crack down on this type of extortion and embezzlement. Old Lin took a deep breath and stabilized his blood pressure. He coldly said, I will immediately contact the Master. He turned and left. A moment later, Bian Changli left the courtyard in a daze. He first rubbed his forehead and then looked up at the sun. I don't have a fever, it's daytime, and I'm not dreaming. So why did the Tower Master agree? The entire sky-declaring pavilion was operating at full capacity, mobilizing a massive amount of materials and wealth. They didn't hesitate to pay any price to purchase and trade precious treasures. The entire world was shocked. No one knew just what they were doing that would cause such a massive movement. Countless secret agents swarmed over. The hidden agents buried within Sky-Declaring Pavilion were also activated in an attempt to find out what was going on. But regarding this matter, Sky-Declaring Pavilion was clearly prepared and had prepared a foolproof method to deal with it. None of them were able to obtain any useful information. But there were some people that didn't need any investigation or evidence to determine just what was going on with this massive turmoil. For instance, Feng Qing. The movement of materials within Sky-Declaring Pavilion naturally couldn't be concealed from her. In front of others, she appeared calm and steady, handling everything in an orderly manner. But as she lay on her bed in the dark of night, fear swallowed her up like the darkness around her. Fear, restlessness, anxiety, and even despair. All sorts of emotions wove together in her heart, colliding with each other. But Feng Qing didn't dare to reveal any of them. No matter how close she was to her maids or confidants, she couldn't reveal even half a word. Feng Qing was waiting. She was waiting for a reasonable opportunity. Before then, she couldn't reveal anything wrong, otherwise a great disaster would befall her. On the 7th day of recklessly purchasing precious materials, Feng Qing finally found such an opportunity. She would personally deliver a batch of materials to the lakeside courtyard. But what left Feng Qing in despair was that when she arrived at the lakeside courtyard, old Lin was already waiting for her. He calmly bowed and said, Miss, you can leave these matters to this old servant. Please return. Feng Qing squeezed out a smile, trying her best to appear calm. I didn't know that old Lin had already returned. With you here, there naturally won't be any problems. There are still many matters that need to be dealt with, so I'll be leaving first. Old Lin bowed. See you out, miss. Feng Qing turned. At this time, Yun Dai suddenly appeared. She loudly said, Miss Feng Qing, please wait a moment. She quickly walked out. Several days ago, there were several materials that didn't meet the requirements. Teacher has compiled a list and asks you to prepare another one. To think that there would be such a thing. Mr. Ning Qin, please rest assured that I will prepare it as soon as possible. Feng Qing received the jade slip and probed it with her divine sense. In the next moment, she relaxed. Old Lin frowned. He stepped forwards and said, Miss, these matters have always been handled by this old servant. How about I handle them instead? Feng Qing smiled. That should be the case. Then, I'll have to trouble old Lin. I will ruthlessly punish those incompetent subordinates and prevent similar matters from happening again. Old Lin nodded. Miss is too considerate. He received the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense for several breaths of time. When he didn't sense anything wrong, he relaxed a little. It seemed he had been too sensitive, but he didn't care. He was more cautious. This matter concerned his master's great cause and he couldn't afford to be negligent. As for Qin Yu, although his master seemed to have everything under his control, old Lin still found it hard to dispel a bit of dread in his heart. Feng Qing bid her farewells and left. Compared to the calm expression she had when she arrived, her heart was filled with worry. Although she was still worried, she had calmed down a great deal. The jade slip just now had only listed the names of several items, but it also included the words peace and heart. Feng Qing didn't believe that it was a coincidence that Qin Yu had Yun Dai deliver the jade slip to her. These two words were clearly meant for her. Since Qin Yu wanted her to feel at ease, he must have remembered his previous promise. Right now, he was Feng Qing's only hope. In the lakeside courtyard, Yun Dai entered the living room. Teacher, Miss Yun Dai has already looked through the jade slip. Qin Yu nodded. I understand. Seeing that she hadn't left yet, he looked up and met his disciple's worried eyes. After a moment of thought, he smiled and said, Don't worry, it'll be fine. Yun Dai was aware of the contents of the purchase order he had proposed. Since Sky Declaring Pavilion had directly agreed to it, it was clear there was some hidden meaning behind it. For such a massive amount of wealth to be obtained, the risks he would face would inevitably be directly proportional. Yun Dai nodded. I believe in teacher. You will definitely be able to deal with it. Then, I will go and cultivate. She bowed and excused herself. She clenched her fists. She had to work even harder. She didn't expect to be able to protect teacher, but she could at least help him in some matters. She didn't need to bear everything by herself. Doorlies flashed out. She looked in the direction that Yun Dai left and smiled. This little girl, her temperament isn't bad at all. Qin Yu lightly said, I only care about those that are good to me. With a double meaning, he went straight to the point. All right, let's talk about your preparations. This is going to be a tough battle. If something goes wrong, we will all be in deep trouble. Doorlies smiled charmingly. Don't worry, this big sister loves you. I will definitely do my best and not let anything happen to you. She walked over and whispered several words to him. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Is that true? How do you know? Chapter 839. Reality proved that there was no such thing as a meat pie falling from the sky. Even if it did, it would only be wrapped in a layer of sugar and filled with colorful seasonings. For instance, when Qin Yu pulled out all the wool he could get, Sky Declaring Pavilion had given in and agreed to offer up all sorts of treasures. The truth was that there was something fishy going on here. If it were the Qin Yu of the past, even if he was careful he still wouldn't have been able to sense it. But now, Sky Declaring Pavilion's secret methods couldn't be hidden at all. There weren't many suspicious objects and the objects themselves were of excellent quality. The only thing that appeared was the aura on their surfaces. These auras were incomparably weak and similar to the objects they were stuck to. If one wasn't careful they would easily overlook them. Even if one sensed them, the aura itself wasn't wrong. This was the brilliance of the person who prepared all of this. There were 23 different auras, and each one was harmless. Even if they were placed together, unless all 23 of them were gathered together, there wouldn't be any change. But, Qin Yu had found all the items that were stuck to the 23 auras. At this time, he grasped his fingers together and an invisible strength wove between his fingertips. It was like a barrier, imprisoning the grey gas that was trying to escape. A dark golden light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. The grey gas in his eyes suddenly enlarged, revealing its essence. These were tiny grey beetles. They bit each other, head to tail connected. As they felt the situation wasn't good for them, all of them became anxious and restless. Suddenly, the grey beetles seemed to feel Qin Yu's gaze. They all shivered and fell silent, as if they had fallen into hibernation. There was no more movement. These little things actually knew how to play dead. How interesting. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He thought for a moment and lifted his other hand. With a thought, a drop of dark red blood seeped out, quietly piercing through the invisible barrier and falling into the grey gas. The grey beetles that seemed to be hibernating instantly revived. They revealed fierce expressions and directly divided up the blood. Qin Yu lightly coughed and his face paled for a moment. But he soon restored himself and sneered. He had already pulled out the bait. Now, he just had to see whether or not they would take the bait. If he used it well, he might be able to create a great surprise. There was a hole in the ceiling, and bright light shone down, but the surroundings were pitch black. A chuckle suddenly sounded out. In my opinion, you seem to have overestimated that Ning Qin. He's already under my control. After a long period of silence, a voice sounded out from the other side. Whether you believe me or not, I will remind you once more. This Qin Yu has always given me an unusual feeling. The truth is right in front of us. Are you sure you can control him? The first voice sneered. I can absorb the strength of the backlash from my body and turn it into a controllable curse. As long as it touches his flesh and blood, it can immediately lock onto him. No matter how many methods he has, he will never be able to escape. You should know about the backlash my main body suffered in the past. Do you still think that Ning Qin has the strength to resist? Controlling him is equivalent to cutting off Master's last path of retreat. As long as this goes smoothly, you and I can truly be reborn. I hope you're right. As soon as he finished speaking, the other side fell silent. In the darkness, a cold and gloomy laugh echoed out. Of course I'm right. From the beginning, I have always been right. Master, I have respected you for countless years, feared you for countless years, hid for countless years, and hated you for countless years. Now, I desperately hope that you can come a little earlier. I will wait for you to come and settle all of our grudges. What that woman Dorlise said was actually true. Qin Yu sent a message to the Dark Parliament through a secret channel and soon received a response. Although the wording was considered calm, the joy and fanaticism in his words couldn't be concealed. These people really did know of the existence of the myriad dragon body and were very interested in it. After obtaining Qin Yu's second confirmation, the Dark Parliament immediately moved. 2 senators, Jasmine and Lone Mountain, personally came to Mid-Morning City. Senior Lin closely monitored Qin Yu's movements. But when the Dark Parliament was operating like a giant machine, even with the strength he controlled, he still couldn't completely block off their contact with Qin Yu. He didn't know what sort of price the Dark Parliament had paid, but Qin Yu soon welcomed the 2 senators in his lakeside courtyard. Of course, these were only puppets they controlled. Every senator of the Dark Parliament was incomparably mysterious. Even the senators didn't know each other's true identities. Qin Yu's eyes swept over the medium-built man in front of him and the yellow-haired female cultivator beside him. Through the connection between the senators, he could directly determine their identities. He gestured with his hand. Senator Jasmine, Senator Lone Mountain, please sit. Jasmine said, Senator Morningstar, the Dark Parliament attaches great importance to the news you sent back. Today, I will confirm with you one last time whether or not this matter is true. Qin Yu nodded. It is absolutely true. I can guarantee this. Good. Senator Lone Mountain revealed a smile. Senator Morningstar, if everything goes smoothly, I will owe you a great honor. Qin Yu revealed a puzzled expression. Jasmine thought for a moment. She said, Senator Lone Mountain doesn't have much time left to live, but the Master of Sky Declaring Pavilion controls the legendary myriad dragon body. As long as the Dark Parliament obtains it, they can offer it to the Darkness Altar and exchange it for a gift. And that lifespan just happens to belong to one of the gifts that the Darkness Altar gives. Qin Yu revealed a look of understanding. He cupped his hands together and said, if so, then I must congratulate Senator Lone Mountain in advance. You will be able to fulfill your wish. Lone Mountain smiled. It is all thanks to Senator Morningstar's information. If the Dark Parliament attacked with all their might, their chances of success would be extremely high. Even so, he didn't dare to be careless. Although the Sky Declaring Pavilion Master rarely took action in front of others, according to the intelligence the Dark Parliament controlled, he was a true extreme master. Moreover, He also controlled the infinitely powerful myriad dragon body that was rumored to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. It was like pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. Senator Morningstar, our time is limited, so I won't bother with pleasantries. Please tell us everything you know truthfully. Qin Yu nodded. All right. He didn't conceal anything. He told them everything about how the sky-declaring pavilion master had asked him to treat the myriad dragon body. Qin Yu didn't conceal anything, nor did it involve any secrets. Moreover, with the Dark Parliament's methods, if they were determined to investigate this matter, they would likely discover any discrepancies in Qin Yu's words. That wouldn't be good. After listening to Qin Yu, Jasmine revealed a relaxed expression. She glanced at Lone Mountain and said, "Here, I represent the senators of the Dark Parliament to express our apologies to Senator Morningstar. We have already investigated the matter you spoke of just now. The reason for this is because Senator Morningstar hasn't joined the Dark Parliament for long, so we inevitably have some scruples. But this time, Senator Morningstar has used his actions to prove himself. The Dark Parliament guarantees that similar matters will not occur again." Qin Yu frowned, a gloomy look in his eyes. "I can understand, but I hope that this will be the last time." Lone Mountain laughed. "I knew that Senator Morningstar wouldn't haggle over such minor matters. You and I still have important matters to attend to." His eyes brightened and he eagerly said, "Sky-declaring Pavilion Master has asked Senator Morningstar to treat the myriad dragon body. This is simply perfect. I believe that Senator Morningstar has a way to restrict the freedom of the myriad dragon body." Qin Yu thought for a moment and slowly nodded. "I can give it a try." Lone Mountain and Jasmine left with satisfaction. Since they had already determined the truth of the matter, if the Dark Parliament wanted to do something, they would have to make preparations early. Dorlise flashed out. She placed her hands on her hips, a smug look on her face. "How about it? Am I right?" Qin Yu nodded. "Yes. Did I help you a great deal?" Qin Yu glanced at her, lost in thought. Dorlise anxiously said, "Yes means yes, no means no." "Qin Yu, speak with your conscience. Why are you acting so deep?" Qin Yu took a deep breath. "That's right, you helped me a great deal. Stop, that's enough. I don't want to know what happens next." Dorlise rubbed her hands together. "I've helped you so much, so how can I not show my sincerity? I can see that Sky-declaring Pavilion is rich and overbearing, so they have plenty of confidence. They can definitely throw out another wave of blood." Qin Yu's lips twitched. "Didn't you see the expression on Bian Chungli's face from the Internal Affairs Division? If he opens his mouth again, I'm afraid his brain vessels will explode. It's fine if we just want money, but why do we have to harm someone's life? I haven't even obtained a single piece of steel until now. All I see is someone making a fortune, and now you are telling me to cherish my life. I only want my share. Who cares if his brain vessels explode or not?" Dorlise glared at him. "Or, do you want to make up for my share?" Qin Yu frowned. He slowly said, "I think Director Bien should be able to persist for a bit longer." Dorlise sneered. "Is it that fun to be mischievous? Since you've agreed, hurry up and take action. The list is here." As she spoke, she threw out a jade slip. Qin Yu took it and probed it with his divine sense. His lips twitched. This woman Dorlise, it turns out her appetite was actually so good. "I can help you ask for it, but I can't give it to you now. At the very least, I have to wait until this matter is over and I obtain the myriad dragon body." Dorlise screamed, "Qin Yu, are you playing with me? Do you think that because I care about you that I don't dare to do anything to you? What about the most basic trust between people?" She nearly went crazy with anger. This fellow was actually able to display his distrust of her in such a vivid and incisive manner. There was no one else like him. Qin Yu had no expression. "You can choose to receive the goods in the future, or I will owe you another favor, but let me remind you that once you owe too many favors, it will rapidly depreciate in value." Dorlise clenched her teeth. "Qin Yu, you are ruthless. Remember this for me." She turned and walked away. As she was about to leave the living room, she stopped. "I will choose the future harvest, but you must give me interest. Double the amount on the list." Qin Yu smiled. "A wise choice. You definitely won't regret it. As he watched her leave, he looked down at the jade slip in his hand. He rubbed his chin. Bian Changli wouldn't really have his brain vessels explode, right? 2 hours after Qin Yu thought of this, the thin and protruding Bian Changli collapsed behind the workbench. His body twitched and blood flowed from his head. His teeth were clenched, and one could faintly hear his angry roars as he faintly fainted. You have gone too far, surname Ning, you have gone too far. After managing Mid-Morning City's Internal Affairs Division for so many years, Bian Changli had earned quite a bit of wealth. But this time, Sky Declaring Pavilion had been shaken to the core. They had mobilized resources to exchange for treasures from the outside world, and in order to protect themselves, he had to spit out most of what he had spent. Now that something like this had happened, all of his 100 years of hard work and caution had become nothing but bubbles. It would be strange if he didn't faint. By the time old Lin rushed over, Bian Changli had already been carried away for treatment. He grasped the jade slip in Bian Changli's hand and slowly took back his divine sense. Give it to him, give it all to him. Every single word in this sentence emitted a steaming cold air. Surname Ning, even if your greed could contain the entire world, in the end you will still end up empty-handed.